I never knew what to say when he criticized my mother. By this time, it had long ago been made clear that I could never make her happy, and yet I couldn't help but feel protective of her, even though she'd never asked for my protection, and, indeed, I had none to give her. I would like to think, in retrospect, that part of what made me uncomfortable was his implication that there was only one way to be Hawaiian. But I hadn't been sophisticated enough to think in those terms back then. The idea that my race compelled me to be one way or another at all was so foreign that it would have been like telling me that there was another, more correct way to breathe. I now know that all around me there were people my age who were having those very conversations. How to be Black, or Oriental, or American, or a woman. But I had never heard those conversations, and when I finally did, it was in Edward's company. So instead, I would just say, "She's Hawaiian," though even as I said it, I could hear it sounded like a question. "She's Hawaiian?" Which is maybe why Edward answered as he did. "No, she's not," he said. But let me go back to when we first met. I was 10 at the time, recently made fatherless. Edward was new that year. The school admitted new waves of students in kindergarten, 5th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade. Later, Edward would curse the fact that we attended this school when we could have attended the school that only admitted students with Hawaiian blood. Our school had been granted by the King's Charter, but was founded by missionaries. Of course, we didn't learn about who we are and where we came from, he'd said. Of course we didn't. That very school's entire mission was to colonize us into submission, and yet he'd gone there as well. It was one of the many examples of things in my and Edward's shared life that he would come to hate or be ashamed of, and my refusal or inability to be equally ashamed, though I was ashamed of plenty of other things, came to infuriate him too. I attended the school because members of my family had always attended the school. On the high school part of the campus, there was even a building called Bingham Hall, one of the first structures the missionaries had built, named for one of the reverends who would later marry the crown princess. Every Kawika Bingham who had attended the school, my father and grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather, posed for a photograph or drawing in front of the building, standing beneath the name, which had been tapped into stone. No one from Edward's family had ever attended the school, and it was only, he told me, because of a scholarship that he was able to go at all. He told me these things matter-of-factly, without self-pity or embarrassment, which I found remarkable. We became friends slowly. Neither of us had any others. When I had been younger, there were some boys whose mothers wanted them to befriend me because of who my father was, who my mother was. It makes me cringe even now, the memory of one of them trudging across the playground toward me, introducing himself, asking if I wanted to play. I always said yes, and there'd be a lackluster game of catch. After a few days of this, I'd be invited to his house. Matthew would drive me if they didn't live in the valley. There, I'd meet the boy's mother, who would smile at me and serve us a snack. Vienna sausages and rice, or bread and passion fruit jam, or baked breadfruit with butter. There'd be another silent game of catch, and then Matthew would drive me home. Depending on how ambitious the boy's mother was, there might be another 2 or 3 invitations, but eventually they would stop. And at school, the boy would bolt toward his real friends at recess, never looking at me. They were never cruel to me, they never bullied me, but that was only because I wasn't worth bullying. In the neighborhood, as I told you, there were boys who bullied me, but I grew used to that as well. It was a kind of attention. I was friendless because I was boring, but Edward was friendless because he was strange. He didn't look strange, his clothes weren't as new as ours, but they were the same clothes, the same Hawaiian shirts and cotton pants, but he had, even then, a kind of inwardness. He was somehow able to suggest, without ever saying it, that he needed no one else, that he knew something that none of the rest of us did, and until we did, it wasn't worth his trying to have a conversation with us. It was early in the school year when he approached me one recess period. I was sitting, as I always did, at the base of the giant monkey pod tree, reading a comic book. The tree was at the top of the field, which sloped gently toward the southern end of campus, and as I read, I could watch my classmates, the boys playing soccer, the girls jumping rope. Then I looked up and saw Edward loping toward me, but something in his air made me think he was just walking in my direction, not that I was his destination. Yet it was in front of me that he stopped. "You're Kawika Bingham," he said. "Wika," I said. "What?" he asked. "Wika," I said. "People call me Wika." "Okay," he said. "Wika." And then he walked off. For a moment, I felt uncertain. Was I Kawika Bingham? And then I realized I was, because he had confirmed it. The next day, he returned. "My mother wants you to come over after school tomorrow," he said. He had a way of speaking in which he looked not at you, but at a point beyond you, which meant that when he finally did turn his gaze directly to you, as he did now, waiting for my answer, it felt particularly intense, almost interrogatory. "Okay," I said. I didn't know what else to say. The following morning, I told Matthew and Jane that I was going to a classmate's house after school. I told them quickly, quietly, as I ate my breakfast, for I knew, somehow, that my mother would not approve of Edward. This may have been unfair. My mother was not dismissive of people with less money than she had, at least not in a way I would have recognized at the time, but I knew I couldn't tell her. Matthew and Jane looked at each other. All of my other play dates had been arranged by the boys' mothers with my mother. I had never arranged one on my own. I could tell they were happy for me and trying not to make me self-conscious. "You need me to come get you afterward, Wika?" asked Matthew, but I shook my head. I already knew that Edward lived near the school, which meant I'd be able to walk home as usual. Jane got up. "You'll want to bring something to give his mother," she said, and went to the pantry for one of her jars of mango jam. "Tell her she can send back the jar with you when she's done, and I'll refill it next season, all right, Wika?" That seemed very optimistic. Mango season had just ended, so in order to get a refilled jar, Mrs. Bishop would have to count on her son and me remaining friends for another year. But I only said thank you and put the jar in my backpack. Edward and I were in adjoining classrooms, and he waited for me at the building's exit. We walked in silence through the middle school campus and then hopped over the low wall that encircled the school. He lived just a block south of this wall, in the middle of a pokey street I'd often driven down with Matthew. My first thought was that the house was charmed. The street was lined with small, single-story shops and businesses, a dry goods shop, a hardware store, a grocer, and then, suddenly, as if conjured, was a tiny wooden house. The rest of the block was denuded of greenery, but looming over the structure was a large mango tree, so domineering and leafy that it seemed to be protecting the little building from sight. Nothing else grew in the lawn, not even grass, and the concrete path leading to the front porch had buttocks from the tree's roots, one of which had split a paving stone in two. The house itself was a miniature version of the kind you saw in my neighborhood, a plantation house, as I learned to call them, with a wide lanai and large windows shaded by metal awnings. The next surprise was the door itself, which was actually closed. Everyone I knew kept their doors open until they went to bed. There was only the screen door, which you banged through as you entered and exited. I watched as Edward reached down the front of his shirt and drew out a key, which dangled from a cotton string that hung around his neck, and unlocked the door. He slipped off his zoris and walked in, and I waited, stupidly, for an invitation before I realized I was to follow him. Inside, it was close and dark, and after relocking the door, Edward went around the living room, cranking open the jalousies to let in the breeze, though the mango tree blocked all the light. But its shade also kept the house cool and heightened its sense of bewitchment. "Do you want a snack?" Edward asked, already walking to the kitchen. "Yes, please," I said. He returned to the living room a few moments later with 2 plates, one of which he gave to me. On it were arranged 4 soda crackers, each with a daub of mayonnaise. He sat down on one of the rattan couches, and I sat on the other, and we ate our snack in silence. I had never had mayonnaise on crackers before and wasn't sure I liked it, or even if I was supposed to like it. Edward ate his crackers quickly, as if it were a chore to be dispensed with, and then stood again. "Do you want to see my room?" he asked. And again he asked almost sideways, as if he were addressing someone else in the room, although there was only me. "Yes," I said. There were 3 closed doors to the left of the living room. He opened the one on the right, and we entered a bedroom. This room, too, was small, but it was also cozy, like the lair of a harmless animal. There was a narrow bed with a striped blanket on it, and strung across the ceiling from one corner to the opposite were chains of bright-colored construction paper. "My mother and I made those," Edward explained. And although later I would remember how remarkable his tone was, so matter-of-fact, almost proud, when we were coming to an age in which announcing you made crafts, much less with your mother, was inadvisable, what I thought then was how foreign the idea was of making anything with your mother, especially something that you would hang from your ceiling, deliberately transforming your room into someplace messier and stranger than it had to be. Now Edward turned and retrieved an object from the drawer beneath the table next to his bed. "Look at this," he said, solemnly, and held out a black velvet box about the size of a deck of playing cards. He opened the hinged lid, and inside was a medal made of coppery metal. It was the seal of our school, and on a scroll beneath, the words Scholarship, 1953-1954. He flipped it over to show me his name engraved on the back, Edward Paya Bishop. "What's it for?" I asked, and he made a small, impatient sound. "It's not for anything," he said. "They gave it to me when I got my scholarship." "Oh," I said. I realized I was supposed to say something, but couldn't decide what it might be. I didn't know anyone else who was on a scholarship. In fact, until I had met Edward, I didn't even know what a scholarship was, and had to ask Jane for an explanation. "It's nice," I said, and he made the sound again. "It's stupid," he said, but when he replaced the box in its drawer, he did so tenderly, smoothing his hand across its furred surface. Then he reached into another drawer, this one tucked beneath his bed. Over time, I would realize that, although the room was minute, it was as well organized and efficient as a sailor's berth, and that whoever had arranged it had accounted for all of Edward's interests, all of his needs, and retrieved a cardboard box. "Checkers," he said. "Want to play?" As we played game after game of checkers, mostly in silence, I had time to consider what was most unusual about Edward's house. It was not its size or its darkness, though curiously, the dim made it not gloomy but snug, and even as the afternoon stretched on, there was no need to turn on a lamp. But the fact that we were there all alone. In my house, I was never alone. If my mother was at one of her meetings, there was Jane, and sometimes Matthew. But Jane was always there. She was cooking in the kitchen, or she was dusting in the living room, or she was sweeping the upstairs hallway. The farthest she strayed was to the side of the house, to hang the laundry on the line, or occasionally to the driveway, to bring Matthew, who was washing the car, his lunch. Even at night, she and Matthew were only a few hundred feet away, in their apartment above the garage. But I had never before been to a classmate's house where there was no mother. You didn't expect to see a father. They were creatures who materialized only at dinner time, never in the afternoon, but the mothers were always there, a presence as reliable as a couch or a table. Sitting there, on Edward's bed, playing checkers, I had the sudden notion that he lived by himself. I had a vision of Edward making himself dinner on the stove. I was not allowed to touch the stove in my house. Eating it at the kitchen table, washing the dishes, taking a bath, and putting himself to bed. There had been plenty of times when I had resented the lack of any true, meaningful privacy in my house. But suddenly, the alternative, an absence of people, nothing but time and silences, seemed horrible. And it seemed to me that I should stay with Edward as long as I could, for when I left, he would have no one. But as I was thinking this, there was a sound of the door opening, and then a woman's voice, bright and cheerful, calling Edward's name. "My mother," Edward said, and for the first time he smiled, a quick, bright grin, and climbed off the bed and hurried into the living room. I followed to see Edward's mother kissing him, and then, before he could say anything, approaching me with her arms held out. "You must be Wika," she said, smiling. "Edward's told me so much about you," and she pulled me close. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Bishop," I remembered to say, and she beamed and squeezed me again. "Victoria," she corrected me, and then, seeing my face, or Auntie, just not Mrs. Bishop. She turned to Edward, her arms still wrapped around me. "Are you boys hungry?" "No, we had a snack," he said, and she smiled at him too. "Good boy," she said, and yet her praise seemed to include me as well. I watched her as she went to the kitchen. She was the most beautiful mother I had ever seen, so beautiful that if I had encountered her in another context, I would never have associated her with motherhood at all. She had dark blonde hair twisted into a bun at the base of her head, and her skin was a dark gold as well, more light-filled than mine, but darker than her son's. And she wore what was in those days a low-cut dress of pink cotton, with white bands at the sleeves and throat, and a full skirt that spun around her legs as she moved. She smelled delicious, like a combination of fried meat, and beneath that, the gardenia blossom she wore pinned behind her ear. And she didn't walk, but twirled through the little house, as if it were a palace, someplace expansive and dazzling. It was only when she said that she hoped I was staying for dinner that I looked at the round-faced clock above the sink and realized that it was almost 5:30, and I had told Matthew and Jane I'd be home an hour ago. Never would I have assumed I would have wanted to stay at another boy's house for so long. I could feel myself entering that stage of distress I often did when I knew I had done something wrong. But Mrs. Bishop told me not to worry, just to call home. And when Jane picked up, she sounded relieved. "Matthew will come get you now," she said, before I even had a chance to ask if I could stay for dinner, which I wasn't sure I wanted to do anyway. "He'll be there in 10 minutes. "I have to go home," I told Mrs. Bishop when I had hung up. "I'm sorry." And she smiled at me again. "You'll stay next time," she said. She spoke in a slight sing-song. "We'd like that, right, Edward?" And Edward nodded, though he was already moving about the kitchen with his mother, removing things from the refrigerator, and seemed to have forgotten I was still there. Before I left, I gave her the jar of mango jam in my bag. "This is for you," I said. I knew not to clarify that she was the housekeeper and not my mother, said you could give it back to me when it's empty, and then she'll refill it next season. But then I remembered the tree outside and felt foolish and was about to apologize when Mrs. Bishop pulled me close again. "My favorite," she said. "Tell your mother thank you." She laughed. "I may need to ask her for the recipe. Every year I swear I'm going to make jam, and every year I never do. I'm such a klutz in the kitchen, you see." And she actually winked at me, as if she were letting me know a secret that no one else was privy to, not even her son. I heard Matthew's car pull up outside and said goodbye to them both. But on the lanai, I turned and looked through the screen door and saw the two of them, mother and son, in the kitchen making dinner. Edward said something to his mother, and she tipped her head back and laughed, and then reached over and rubbed the top of his head playfully. They had turned the kitchen light on, and I had the strange sense that I was looking inside a diorama at a scene of happiness I could witness but never enter. "Bishop," said my mother later that night. Bishop. I knew even then what she was thinking. Bishop was a famous name, an old name, almost as famous and old as our own. She was thinking that Edward was someone like us, and yet I knew he wasn't, not in the way she meant. "What does his father do?" she asked, and as I admitted I didn't know, I realized that I hadn't thought about his father at all. Part of this was, as I have said, because fathers were shadowy presences in all of our lives. You saw them on weekends and in the evenings, and if you were lucky, they were benevolent, distant beings with an odd piece of candy for you, and if you were unlucky, they were chilly and remote, dispensers of whippings and spankings. My understanding of the world was very limited, but even I somehow comprehended that Edward didn't have a father, or, more accurately, that Mrs. Bishop didn't have a husband. The two of them, mother and son, were so complete together, cooking in that miniature kitchen, she playfully butting her hip against his side, he dramatically skidding to the right, his mother laughing at him, that there was no room for a father or a husband. They were a matched set, one female, one male, and another man would simply disrupt their symmetry. "Well," my mother said, "we should have them over for tea." And so, the following Sunday, they came. They couldn't come on Saturday, I heard Jane tell my mother, because Mrs. Bishop had to work her shift. "Her shift?" my mother echoed, in a tone that conveyed some meaning I couldn't quite interpret. "All right, Jane, tell her Sunday." They arrived on foot, yet weren't hot or flushed, which meant they had taken the bus and had walked to our house from the closest stop. Edward was wearing his school clothes. His mother was wearing another full-skirted cotton dress, this one hibiscus yellow, her dark blonde hair in its knot, her lips painted a cheery red, even more beautiful than I'd remembered. She was smiling as my mother approached her. "Mrs. Bishop, such a pleasure to meet you," she said, to which Mrs. Bishop responded, as she had to me, "Please, call me Victoria." "Victoria," my mother repeated, as if it were a foreign name, and she wanted to make sure she was pronouncing it correctly, but she did not reciprocate the offer, though Mrs. Bishop seemed not to expect it. "Thank you so much for having us over," she said. "Edward," she turned her beam to her son, who was looking at my mother with a steady, serious expression, not quite suspicious, but alert. "Edward," she turned her beam to her son, who was looking at my mother with a steady, serious expression, not quite suspicious, but alert. "He's new this year, and Wika has been so kind to him." And now she turned to look at me with that little wink, as if I had done her son a favor by talking to him, as if I had departed from my busy schedule in order to do so. Even my mother seemed slightly taken aback by this. "Well, I'm very glad to hear Wika has a new friend," she said. "Won't you come in?" We filed into the sunroom, where Jane served us shortbread, pouring the women coffee. "Oh, thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. This looks delicious." And Edward and me, guava juice. I had seen other acquaintances of my mother grow silent and awestruck in this room, which to me was simply a room, sunlit and dull, but to them was a museum of my father's ancestors. The scarred wooden surfboard my great-grandfather, known as the Portly Prince, had ridden in Waikiki, the daguerreotypes of my great-great-grandfather's sister, the Queen, in her black taffeta gown, and a great-great-cousin, an explorer who had a building at a famous university named for him. But Mrs. Bishop seemed unintimidated and looked about herself openly with genuine delight. "What a lovely room this is, Mrs. Bingham," she said. "My entire family has always been great admirers of your husband's family and how much he did for the islands." It was exactly the right thing to say, done simply and well, and I could tell my mother was surprised. "Thank you," she said, a bit stiffly. He loved his home. For a while, my mother talked to Edward, asking him if he liked his new school, yes, and if he missed his old friends, not really, and what his hobbies were, swimming, hiking, camping, going to the beach. When I became the parent of a young boy myself, I was able to appreciate Edward's composure, his apparent unflappability. As a child, I was eager, too eager to please, smiling desperately through conversations with my parents' friends, hoping I wouldn't shame them. But Edward was neither ingratiating nor awkward. He answered my mother's questions straightforwardly, without any pandering or apology. Even then, he possessed an unusual dignity, one that made him seem invincible. It was almost as if he didn't care about anyone else, and yet that would suggest that he was aloof or proud, and he wasn't either of those things. Finally, my mother was able to ask about Mr. Bishop. Certain members of the Bishop family had been distant cousins of my father, the way that all the old missionary families who had married into Hawaiian royalty were distant cousins. Was it possible that there might be a connection? Mrs. Bishop laughed. There was no bitterness in that laugh, no falsity. It was a sound of pure merriment. "Oh, I'm afraid not," she said. "I'm the only Hawaiian, not my husband." My mother looked blank, and Mrs. Bishop smiled again. It was quite a shock for Luke, a Holly boy from a small town in Texas whose father was a construction worker, to understand that here his last name made him something special. "I see," said my mother quietly. "So is your husband in construction as well?" "He could be." Again the smile. "But we just don't know, do we, Edward?" Then to my mother, "He left long ago, when Edward was a baby. I haven't seen him since." I can't say, of course, that men didn't leave their families all the time in the early 50s, but I can say, and this was true even decades later, that to have your husband or father leave was something shameful, as if the responsible party was the abandoned, the wife and children. If people spoke about it, they did so in whispers. But not the Bishops. Mr. Bishop had left, but they weren't the losers. She was. It was one of those rare moments in which my mother and I were united in our discomfiture. Before the Bishops left, we learned that Sunday was Mrs. Bishop's day off. The other 6 days, she worked as a waitress at a busy diner a few blocks from their house called Mizumoto's, which my mother hadn't heard of, but Jane and Matthew had. and that she was from Honokaa, a tiny town, a village, really, on the Big Island. "What an extraordinary woman," my mother said, watching as mother and son turned right at the end of our driveway and walked out of sight toward the bus stop. I could tell she didn't quite mean it as a compliment. I agreed with hers. She was extraordinary. They both were. I had never encountered two people who seemed less abashed by the circumstances of their lives. But whereas that lack of apology manifested itself in Mrs. Bishop as an irrepressible buoyancy, the kind of cheer that exists only in the rare people who have never felt embarrassed for who they are, they were realized in Edward as a defiance, one that in later years curdled into anger. I see this now, of course, but it took me a long time. And by that point, I had already given up my life, and therefore your life, for his. Not because I shared his anger, but because I craved his certainty, this strange and wondrous notion that there really was a single answer, and that by believing in it, I would cease to believe everything that had bothered me about myself for so long. And now, Kawika, I will skip forward a number of years. First, though, I want to tell you about something that happened to me yesterday. I was lying in bed, as usual. It was the afternoon and hot. Earlier in the day, they had opened the windows and turned on the fan, but now the breeze had died, and no one had returned to switch on the air conditioning. This occasionally happened, and then someone would enter the room exclaiming at how hot it was, scolding me a bit, as if I had the ability to call out for them and had simply refused to do so out of stubbornness. Once, they had forgotten to turn on the air conditioning at all, and my mother had made a surprise visit. I had heard her voice and her feet marching in, and then I heard her march back out again and return a few seconds later with an orderly who was apologizing again and again as my mother rebuked him. "Do you know how much I pay for my son to be looked after? Get me the manager on duty. This is unacceptable." I was humiliated hearing this, being so old and still in my mother's care, but also comforted, and I fell asleep to the sound of her anger. Normally, the heat didn't bother me so much, but yesterday it was oppressive, and I could feel my face and hair becoming damp. I could feel sweat trickling into my diaper. Why won't someone come help me? I thought. I tried to make a sound, but I, of course, couldn't. And then something very strange happened. I stood. I cannot explain how this happened. I have not stood for years, not since I was rescued from Lipo Waunahele. But now, I was not only standing, I was trying to walk, trying to move toward where I knew the air conditioning unit was. As I realized this, however, I fell, and after a few minutes, someone came into the room and started making a fuss, asking me why I was on the floor and if I'd rolled out of bed. For a minute, I worried she might strap me down, as has happened before, but she didn't, just buzzed for help, and then another person came in, and they returned me to bed, and then, thank goodness, switched on the air conditioner. The point, though, is that I had stood. I had been standing. It felt both foreign and also familiar to be upright again, even if I trembled for a long time afterward because my limbs were so wasted. Last night, after I had been fed and washed and the space was dark and silent, I began to think. It had been luck that no one had seen me standing, because if they had, there would have been questions, and my mother would have been called, and there would have been tests, the sorts I had had when I first came here. Why would I not walk? Why would I not speak? Why would I not see? "You're asking the wrong questions," my mother had snapped to someone, a doctor. "You should be asking why he can't do those things." "No, Mrs. Bingham," the doctor replied, and I could hear an edge in his voice. "I am asking exactly the right questions. It's not that your son can't do these things, it's that he won't." And my mother had been silent. Now, however, I realized, what if I could learn how to walk again? What if every day I practiced standing? What would happen? The thought scared me, but it was exciting as well. What if I was getting better after all? But I meant to continue my story. Throughout the remainder of 5th grade, Edward and I saw a lot of each other. Occasionally, he came to my house, but more often I went to his, where we would play checkers or cards. When he came to my house, he'd want to play outside, as his yard was too small to toss a ball in, but he soon realized I wasn't much of an athlete. The strange thing, though, was that we never seemed to grow closer in any meaningful way. Boys that age may not exchange intimacies or secrets, but they do become more physical with each other. I remember you at that age, how you would tussle on the grass with your friends like little animals, how much of the fun you had with them was getting dirty together. But Edward and I weren't like that. I was too fastidious, and he was too composed. I sensed early on that he would never be someone I could relax around, and I didn't mind that. Then came summer. Edward went to the Big Island to stay with his grandparents. My mother and I went to Hana, where we at the time had a house that had been in my father's family since before annexation. And by the time school had resumed, something had shifted. Friendships at that age are so fragile because who you are, not just the physical dimensions of you, but the emotional ones too, change so dramatically from month to month. Edward joined the baseball team and swim team and made new friends. I reverted to my solitude. I now suppose I must have been sad about this, but curiously, I remember no feelings of sorrow, no feelings of anger. It was like the previous year had been a mistake, and I had known that things would at some point return to normal. Also, it wasn't as if there was any animosity. We had only drifted, not split, and when we saw each other across campus or in the hallways, we would both nod or wave, gestures you'd make across a wide sea where you knew your voice couldn't carry. When we reunited more than a decade later, it felt somehow inevitable, as if we had both drifted for so long that we were bound to find each other again. There are, however, two encounters from those years apart that stood out for me. The first took place when I was around 13. I had overheard an exchange between two girls in my grade. One of the girls, it was well known, had a crush on Edward, but her friend disapproved. "You can't, Belle," she hissed. "Why not?" Belle asked. "Because," said the first girl, her voice dropping, "his mother. She's a dancer." Since he had matriculated, Edward was occasionally the subject of, not rumors, because they were all true, but stories. Eventually, we came to learn who the scholarship students were, and their parents' occupations were sometimes whispered from child to child, all mimicking the voices their own parents used to discuss the newcomers. Edward had no father, and his mother was a waitress, but he was spared from outright ridicule. He was good at sports, and moreover, he didn't seem to care what people said, which was partly what motivated the stories. I think the other students hoped that they might provoke him to react, but he never did. At least he wasn't Oriental. This was in the years of the quota, when only 10% of the school's population was Oriental, even though the territory's actual population was around 30%. Most of the Orientals who did attend arrived, in some cases, having never worn shoes, just rubber slippers. They were all on scholarships, identified by their public school teachers as promising and bright, and subjected to multiple tests before they gained admission. Their parents worked on the island's final sugarcane plantation or in the canning factories, and on weekends and in the summer, they worked there too, cutting cane or picking pine, as they called it, in the fields, loading it onto the trucks. There was a boy, Harry, who had begun at the school in 7th grade, whose father was a night soil collector, someone who cleaned out the plantation outhouses and transferred the human feces there to where? We didn't know. It was said he smelled like gosh, and although he too always sat alone at lunch, eating his rice sandwiches, I never thought of introducing myself to him. I looked down on him as well. Hearing about Mrs. Bishop made me miss her. Indeed, she was what I missed most about my friendship with Edward. The way she held me by the shoulders and then pulled me in for a hug, laughing. The way she kissed me on the forehead when I left their house for the evening. The way she told me she hoped she'd see me again soon. I had never listened to the talk about Edward, but now I did. And after a few weeks, I learned that, while Mrs. Bishop was still a waitress at Mizumoto's, she was now also dancing 3 nights a week at a restaurant called Forsythia. This was a popular place near Mizumoto's, a hangout for union men of all ethnicities. Matthew's brother, of whom he was very proud, was a union representative for the Filipino cannery employees, and I knew he sometimes went to Forsythia because occasionally Jane would beckon me into the kitchen after school and, with a flourish, present the restaurant's yellow bakery box, in which would sit a guava chiffon cake, its surface a glossy rose pink. From Matthew's brother, Shen says she was proud of him too, and pride made her even more generous. "Have a big slice, Wika. Have more." I didn't understand why I wanted to see her so badly, but one Friday afternoon, I told Matthew and Jane I had to stay late to help paint sets for the annual school play, and then I cycled over. Forsythia, much later, I would wonder who had chosen this name, as it wasn't a plant that grew in Hawaii and no one knew what it was at the end of a row of small, mostly Japanese-owned stores of the sort that surrounded the bishop's house. And though its stucco exterior had been painted a bright yellow, it was designed to resemble a Japanese tea house with a peaked roof and small windows cut high into the walls. In the rear of the building, though, near one of the corners, there was a long, skinny window, and it was to here that I quietly wheeled my bike. I sat down to wait. The kitchen entrance was a few feet away, but there was a dumpster, and I hid behind that. A Hawaiian music group performed here on Fridays and the weekends, playing all the big band standards, music my father had liked to listen to. Nani Waimea, Moonlight in Hawaii, A Liliu, and it was after the fourth song that I heard the guitarist announce, "And now, gentlemen, and some ladies, yeah, please join me in welcoming the lovely Miss Victoria Namaha Kalani Bishop." The crowd cheered, and I looked through the window to see Mrs. Bishop, in a close-fitting yellow holoku printed with white hibiscus, a lei of orange puwakanikane around her head, her hair coiled into a bun, her lips scarlet, ascend to the small stage. She waved to the audience, which was clapping, and I watched as she danced to my yellow ginger lei and pololo. She was a beautiful dancer, and although I didn't speak more than a few words of Hawaiian, I understood the lyrics from watching her movements. It occurred to me as I watched her, her face lit with happiness, that although I had always liked her, part of me had wanted to see her degraded in some way. Dancing, in my classmates' voices, had sounded so sordid, something a desperate woman would have to do, and something in me had craved witnessing it. Watching her now, queenly and elegant, was both a relief and, as much as I hated to admit it, a disappointment. I realized that I resented her son after all, that I wanted him to have something to be ashamed of, and that I had wanted that something to be his mother, who had always been kind to me, kind in a way her son could never be. She was not dancing because she had been forced to out of circumstances. She was dancing because she loved to dance, and although she dipped her head graciously at the crowd's applause, it was also clear that her joy was separate from their approval. I left before her set was over, but in bed that night, I lay awake thinking of the night I had departed the bishop's house for the first time and had turned back to see them in the kitchen together, laughing and talking in the house's warm yellow light. Now I revised that memory. They had put a record on the player, and Mrs. Bishop, still in her Mizumoto's uniform, was dancing, and Edward was strumming his ukulele, playing along. Outside in the tiny yard were crowded all of Edward's and my classmates, and all of the patrons from Forsythia as well, all of us watching and clapping, though mother and son never turned to acknowledge us. To them, there was only each other, and it was as if we didn't exist. That was the first incident I wanted to tell you about. The second occurred 3 years later, in 1959. It was August 21, and the school year had just begun. I was in 10th grade, almost 16. Now that we were in high school, I saw more of Edward than I had in the previous years, when we had been assigned to single, different classrooms. Now we moved from teacher to teacher, and sometimes we were in the same class. His earlier spell of popularity, when it had been discovered he could play sports, had tempered, and now I mostly saw him around the same 3 or 4 boys. As always, we nodded at each other in passing, and sometimes we even spoke a few words if we were in proximity. I think I messed up on that chem test. Oh, me too, but no one would have identified us as friends. I was in English class when the intercom crackled and the principal's voice, rapid and emotional, started speaking. President Eisenhower had signed a bill granting Hawaii statehood. We were now officially the 50th American state. Many of the students and my teacher began clapping. We were given the rest of the day off in celebration. For most of us, this was a formality, but I knew that Matthew and Jane would be excited. They had lived in the territory for 30 years. They wanted to be able to vote, which was not something I'd considered. I was walking up toward the campus's western gate when I saw Edward heading south. The first thing I noticed was how slowly he was moving. Other students were passing him by, talking about what they were going to do with their unexpected free day, but he appeared to be sleepwalking. I was nearing him when he suddenly looked up and saw me. "Hi," I said, and then, when he didn't respond, "What are you going to do with your day off?" For a moment, he didn't answer, and I thought that he perhaps hadn't heard me. But then he said, "This is horrible news." He spoke so quietly that I at first thought I'd misheard him. "Oh," I said, stupidly, but it was like I'd tried to argue with him. "It's horrible news," he repeated tonelessly. "Horrible." And then he turned from me and kept walking. I remember thinking he looked lonely, even though I'd seen him alone many times and had never associated his aloneness with loneliness the way I did with mine. This time, though, something felt different. He looked, though I wouldn't have had the word for it then, bereft, and although I couldn't see his face, there was something about his back, the slump of his shoulders, that, had I not known better, would have made me think he had just suffered a terrible loss. I understand that that incident, knowing what you do of Edward, might not seem particularly notable, but it was uncharacteristic of the Edward I knew, admittedly not very well back then. However, I would have known, through him or through gossip, if he had expressed any strong sentiments about Native Hawaiian rights, even given the fact that the very idea of Native Hawaiian rights had not yet been invented. Now I can hear Edward saying, of course it had been invented, so, all right, it had not yet been named. Named, or popularized, not even on a small scale. There were a few boys in our grade who were interested in politics. One, whose father was the territorial governor, even got it into his head that he would one day be president of the United States. But Edward was not one of them, which made what happened later all the more surprising. I should add, though, that Edward was not the only person who was upset that day. Back home, I found my mother sitting in the sunroom quilting. This was unusual, as she was typically with the daughters on Friday afternoons, volunteering at a food kitchen that served Hawaiian families. When I entered the room, she looked up, and we stared at each other in silence. "They let us out early," I said, "because of the announcement." She nodded. "I stayed home today," she said. "I just couldn't bear it." She looked down at her quilt. It was a breadfruit pattern, dark green on white, and then back up at me. "This doesn't change anything, you know, Kawika," she said. "Your father should still be king, and someday you should still be king too. Remember that." It was a strange mix of tenses, a sentence of promises and grievances, reassurances and consolations. "All right," I said, and she nodded. "This changes nothing," she said. "This land is ours." And then she looked back at her quilting ring, my signal that I was dismissed, and I went upstairs to my room. I had no strong feelings about statehood. I thought of it as falling under the broad roof of government, and I had no interest in government. Who was in charge, which decisions were made, none of it affected me. A signature on a piece of paper was irrelevant to the facts of my own life. Our house, the people within it, my school, these things wouldn't change. My burden was one not of citizenry, but of legacy. I was David Bingham, my father's son, and all that went with it. I suppose, looking back on it, I might even have been relieved. Now that the island's fate was settled, it would perhaps mean that I would no longer bear the responsibility and obligation of trying to correct a history I had no hopes of changing. It would be another decade, almost, before I returned to Edward's orbit, but in those years, many things happened. The first thing is that I graduated. We all did. Most of my classmates went to college on the mainland. It was what we had been groomed to do, after all. It was the entire point of the school. We were to go away and get our degrees, maybe do a bit of traveling, and then we would return after college or law school or medical school and get jobs in the most prestigious local banks and law firms and hospitals, which were owned or founded by our relatives and ancestors. Quite a few of us would go into government, leading the departments of transportation or education or agriculture. At first, I was among their number. The dean had directed me toward an obscure liberal arts school in the Hudson Valley of New York, and in September 1962, I left home. It quickly became clear that I was not meant for the college. It may have been small and expensive and unknown, but the other students, most of whom were from rich but vaguely bohemian New York City families, were somehow much more sophisticated and much better educated than I was. It wasn't that I had never traveled, but my travels had been oriented toward the East, and none of my new classmates seemed to care about the places I'd been. They'd all traveled to Europe, some of them every summer, and I was soon made aware of my own provinciality. Few of them knew that Hawaii had been a kingdom. More than one asked if I lived in a real house, by which they meant one made of stone with a shingled roof. The first time, I hadn't known how to reply. The question was so ludicrous, and stood there blinking until the other person moved away. The references they made, the books they quoted, the vacations they took, the food and wine they preferred, the people they all seemed to know, all of it whirred past me. The strange thing, though, is that I didn't resent them. I resented where I had come from. I cursed my school, where generations of Binghams had gone, for not better preparing me. What had I learned there that was useful? I had taken all the same subjects my new classmates had, but so much of my education, it seemed, had been taken up with learning Hawaiian history and bits of Hawaiian language, which I couldn't even speak. How was that knowledge meant to be useful to me when the rest of the world simply didn't care? I didn't dare bring up who my family was. I sensed that half of them wouldn't believe me, and the other half would mock me. I knew this for certain after the variety show. Every December, the college presented a series of brief sketches by different students satirizing various professors and administrators. One of the sketches was about the school's president, who was always talking about recruiting students from new countries and unlikely places, trying to convince a Stone Age tribe boy, Prince Wooga Wooga of the Ooga Ooga was his name, to attend the school. The student playing the tribe member had darkened his skin with brown shoe polish and wore an oversized diaper. On either side of his nose was taped one half of a cardboard bone, so that it looked as if the length of it had pierced through the bridge. On his head he wore a mop, its ropes dyed black and tied back from his face. "Hello there, young man," the student playing the president said. Ooga booga," hooted the student playing the tribesman prince, scratching beneath his arms like an ape and bouncing from foot to foot. "We teach everything that a young man needs to learn in order to be considered educated," the president continued, stoically ignoring the tribesman's antics. "Geometry, history, literature, Latin, and of course sports, lacrosse, tennis, football, badminton." And he held out a badminton ball to the tribesman, who immediately stuffed it into his mouth. "No, no," cried the president, finally flustered. "This is not for eating, good man. Spit it out at once." The tribesman did, scratching and jumping, and then, after a pause during which he looked at the audience, his eyes opened wide, his mouth, which had been circled with red lipstick, stretched taut. He made a lunging leap at the president, trying to take a bite out of his cheek. "Help!" shouted the president. "Help!" The two began to run around the stage, the tribesman's teeth coming together in a sharp wooden click as he bit down on air, cackling and whooping as he chased the president into the wings. The two actors returned to the stage to loud applause. The audience had been laughing the entire time in an exaggerated, obscene way, almost as if they'd never laughed before and were just learning how. Only two of us were silent, me and an upperclassman from Ghana whom I didn't know. I watched him watching the stage, his face still and clenched, and realized he thought it was about him and his home. But I knew it was about me and mine, the cardboard palm trees, the ferns tied in clumsy bunches around the savage's ankles and wrists, the lei made of cut-up plastic straws and newsprint flowers. It was a cheap, coarse costume, cheaply and coarsely made, dismissive even in its ridicule. This is what they thought of me, I realized. And later, when Edward first mentioned Lipo Wawanahele, it was this night that I remembered, the sensation of watching, frozen, as everything I was and everything my family was brutally dismembered, stripped naked, and pushed onto the stage to be howled at. How could I have remained there after that? I packed a bag and took a bus south to Manhattan, where I checked into the Plaza, the only hotel whose name I knew. I sent a telegram to my Uncle William, who managed my father's estate, asking him to wire me money and not tell my mother. He sent one back saying he would, but he wouldn't be able to keep this from her forever, and he hoped I was being smart. I spent the days walking. Every morning, I went to a diner near Carnegie Hall for breakfast, where I could have fried eggs and potatoes and bacon and coffee for far less than I'd have to pay at the hotel, and then I walked north or south or east or west. I had a tweed coat, expensive and handsome, but not quite warm enough. And as I walked, I breathed on my hands, and when I could bear the cold no longer, I would find a diner or coffee shop and go inside to have a hot chocolate and get warm. My identity changed with the neighborhood I found myself in. In Midtown, they thought I might be Black, but in Harlem, they knew I wasn't. I was spoken to in Spanish and Portuguese and Italian and even Hindi, and when I answered, "I'm Hawaiian," I would invariably be told that they, or their brother or cousin, had been there after the war, and asked what I was doing up here, so far from home, when I could be on the beach with a pretty little hula girl. I never had an answer to these questions, but they didn't expect one. It was all they knew to ask, but no one wanted to hear what I had to say. On my 8th day, though Uncle William had sent me a telegram that morning saying that my mother had been alerted by the bursar's office that I had left school and was instructing him to send me a ticket home, which would be waiting for me that evening, I was walking back to the hotel from Washington Square Park, where I'd gone to see the Arch. It was very cold that afternoon, whipping wind, and the city seemed to mirror my mood, which was gray and bleak. I had walked north on Broadway, and as I turned east on Central Park South, I almost stumbled into a beggar. I had seen him before. He was a squat, dark, beaten man, always on this corner, in a much too long black coat. He held before him with both hands an old-fashioned felt bowler, the kind that had been fashionable 30 years ago, and which he shook as people passed. "Spare a dime, sir?" he would call. "Spare a nickel?" I was passing him, about to murmur my regrets, when he saw me, and as he did, he suddenly snapped, soldier-like, to his full height, before bowing at the waist. I heard him gasp. "Your Highness," he said, to the pavement. My first reaction was shame. I looked around me, but no one was staring at us. No one had seen. He gazed up at me, his eyes wet. I could see now that he was one of mine, one of us. His face was one I knew in shape and color and form, if not in its specifics. "Prince Kawika," he said, his voice slurry with emotion and alcohol. I could smell it on him. "I knew your father," he said. "I knew your father." And then he shook his hat at me. "Please, Your Highness," he said, "please give something to one of your subjects, so far from home." There was nothing sly in his voice, only beseechment. Only later, back in my room, would I wonder why he was so far from home, how he had ended up begging on a street corner in New York, and if he had really known my father. It was possible, after all. For true royalists, which this man seemed to be, statehood was an insult, a loss of hope. "Please, Your Highness, I'm very hungry." His hat was dark, and I could see only a few coins inside, sliding around in the bowl of shiny felt. I took out my wallet and hurriedly gave him everything I had, about $40, I thought. And then I hurried on, moving away from his cries of thanks. I was Prince Wooga Wooga of the Ooga Wooga, except instead of running after someone, I was running from him, as if he would pursue me, this man who called himself my subject. He was hungry, and he would open his mouth, and when he closed his jaws, I would be within them, my head being chewed to bits, waiting for the play to be over. I went home. I enrolled in the University of Hawaii, which the graduates of my school only attended if they were poor or had poor grades. Upon graduating, I was given a job at what had been my father's company, except it wasn't actually a company, insofar as it produced nothing, sold nothing, and bought nothing. It was a collection of my family's remaining real estate holdings and investments, and aside from Uncle William, who was a lawyer and an accountant, there was a clerk and a secretary. Initially, I showed up every day at 8, but within a few months, it became clear that my presence was superfluous. My title was estate manager, but there was nothing to manage. The trust was conservative, and a few times a year some stocks would be bought or sold and the dividends reinvested. A rabbity Chinese man was contracted to gather rents from the various residential properties, and if the renters refused or were unable to pay, a Samoan, enormous and terrifying, was sent on a follow-up visit. The trust's goals were deliberately unambitious because ambition entailed risk, and after the resolution of my father's debts, the focus was on maintenance, on providing enough for my mother and me to live on, and, if they planned correctly, my great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren as well. Once it became clear that the firm would totter on whether I was there or not, I began taking long breaks. The offices were downtown in a beautiful old Spanish-style building, and I would leave at 11 before the lunch crowds and walk the few blocks to Chinatown. I drew a salary, but I lived modestly. I would go to a restaurant that served a bowl of pork and shrimp wonton men for a quarter, and after paying, I would wander the streets, past the hawkers arranging their pyramids of starfruit and rambutan, past the apothecaries with their bins of shriveled roots and dried seeds, their rows of glass jars filled with a cloudy liquid and curls of herbs and different unidentifiable animal paws shore of their fur. Nothing ever changed in Hawaii. It was as if every day I walked onto a stage set, and every morning, long before I woke, it was unfurled, swept clean, and ready for me to pass through it again. Of course, I was lonely. Some of the boys who I had been able to pretend were my friends in high school came back to town as well, but they were busy with graduate school or their new jobs, and much of my time was spent as it had been when I was a child, in my bedroom at my mother's house, or in the sunroom watching television on the little black and white set I had bought with some of my salary. On weekends, I went to watch The Fisherman at Waimanalo or Kaimana. I went to the movies. I turned 22 and then 23. One day when I was 24, I was driving back to town. It was late in the evening. By this time, I had stopped going to work entirely, phasing myself out of the life of the office until I simply never returned. No one seemed upset or even surprised by this. It was my money after all, and it continued to come to me in the form of a paycheck every 2 weeks. I was driving through Kailua, which was, at the time, a very small town, with none of the stores and restaurants it would have a decade later, when I passed a bus stop. 2 times a month, I drove around the entire island, 1 week going east, the next west. It was a way to pass the time, and I would sit on the beach near the stone church in Laie, where my father had once handed out money, and look at the sea. The bus stop was beneath a street lamp, one of the few on the road, and seated at its bench was a young woman. I was driving slow enough so that I could see she had dark hair pulled back from her face and wore a printed orange cotton skirt. In the light, she appeared to be glowing. She sat very straight, her legs together, her hands folded in her lap, her purse strap looped over one wrist. I don't know why I didn't just drive on, but I didn't. I turned around in the road, which was deserted, and returned to her. "Hello," I said when I was close to her, and she looked back at me. "Hello," she said. "Where are you going?" I asked. "I'm waiting for the bus to town," she said. "The bus doesn't run this late," I said, and for the first time she looked worried. "Oh no," she said. "I have to get back to the dorm or they'll lock the doors." "I can drop you off," I offered, and she hesitated, looking up and down the dark, empty road. "You can sit in the back seat," I added. At this, she nodded and smiled. "Thank you," she said. "I'd be very grateful." She sat the same way as she had at the bus stop, erect and poised, her eyes straight ahead. I studied her in the rearview mirror. "I'm a student at the university," she finally said, as if by way of an offering. "What year are you?" I asked. "A junior," she said, "but I'm only here for the year." She was on an exchange program, she said. The next year she would return to Minneapolis and graduate from her college there. Her name was Alice. I began seeing her. She lived in one of the girls' dormitories, Freer Hall, and I would wait in the lobby until she came down. Every Wednesday, she took weaving lessons in Kailua with an old Hawaiian lady, for which she always wore a modest, knee-length skirt and her hair pulled back. Otherwise, she wore jeans and let her hair loose. I could tell from its texture and the shape of her nose that she wasn't entirely haole, but I didn't understand what she actually was. "I'm Spanish," she said, but I knew from my time on the mainland that Spanish could sometimes mean Mexican or Puerto Rican or something else altogether. She talked about her studies and how she had come here because she wanted to be somewhere warm for once in her life, but had grown to love it, about how she wanted to go back home and become a teacher, and about how she missed her mother, her father was dead, and little brother. She talked about how she wanted a life full of adventure, about how living in Hawaii was a little like living abroad, and someday she would live in China and India, and when the war was over, Thailand too. We talked about what was happening in Vietnam and about the election and about music. In each case, she had more to say than I did. Sometimes she asked about my life, but there wasn't much to tell. And yet she seemed to like me well enough. She was very gentle with me, and when I made mistakes, fumbling for too long with her clothes, she placed my hands on her shoulders and unbuttoned her dress herself. One night, when her roommate was out, they came together intimately. Afterward, I thought about the experience. It had been neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but I was glad I had done it and glad it was over. I felt I had crossed some important threshold, one that marked me as an adult, even as my daily life belied it. If it had been less enjoyable than I had assumed it would be, it had also been easier, and we met for a few times more, and it made me feel like my life was moving forward. Now comes the part you know, Kawika, which is also the hard part. Of course, Alice knew who my family was, but it seemed she hadn't realized its full implications until she had returned home. By the time the letter arrived at the firm, I had had the first of my seizures. Initially, I assumed they were headaches. The world would quiet and flatten, and shifting fields of color, of the kind we used to see together after we stared at the sun and then shut our eyes, would float across my field of vision. When I came to, it might be a minute later or an hour, and then I would be woozy and disoriented. After I was diagnosed, I lost my driver's license. From there on, Matthew would have to drive me, and if Matthew was unavailable, my mother. So I cannot quite remember the exact sequence of events that brought you home to me. I know your grandmother told you that your mother had effectively abandoned you, writing to Uncle William and telling him that someone had to come retrieve you because she was leaving Minneapolis again, this time to study in Japan, and her own mother was in no position to take care of a baby. Later, Uncle William told me that, while Alice had contacted the firm, it was your grandmother who, upon receiving evidence that you were in fact a Bingham, offered your mother money. Alice, your mother, countered with a different sum, one that Uncle William warned your grandmother would necessitate selling the house in Hana. Do it, she told him, and she didn't need to explain why. You would be the heir of the family, and there was no guarantee that I would ever produce another. She had to take the opportunity she was presented. A month later, Uncle William flew to Minnesota and had the papers countersigned. When he returned, it was with you. It was an echo of my mother's own alleged origins, though neither of us ever acknowledged that. I cannot say which version was true. I can say she had never told me, not that she was pregnant, not that she had given birth. She disappeared from my life after the end of the 1967 school year. I do know that she is indeed dead. She married at some point in the early 70s to a man she met while a student in Kobe. They were killed in a boating accident in 74. But as for why neither she nor her family ever made contact with you, I can only imagine it was because the terms of arrangement she made with your grandmother prohibited it. You cannot be bitter about this, Kawika, not bitter toward your grandmother or toward Alice. One wanted you very badly, and the other hadn't planned on becoming a mother. I can also say that you are and always were the joy of my life, that having you made me feel I might have something to contribute after all. You were still a baby when I got you, and in those years when you were learning to roll over and sit and walk and tuck, my mother and I were in harmony because of you. Sometimes we would sit on the floor in the sunroom, watching you kick your legs and babble, and as we laughed or clapped at your efforts, we would sometimes catch each other's eye, and it was as if we were not mother and son, but husband and wife, and you were our child. She was always proud of you, Kawika, as I was, and as I am. She still is, I know. She's just disappointed because she misses you, as I miss you too. And here I must restate that I never blamed you for leaving me. I was not your responsibility. You were mine. You had to find your way out of a situation you should never have been in at all. Over the years, I kept waiting for the day you would ask about your mother, but you never did. I'll admit that I was relieved, although later I came to realize that you might not have asked because you wanted to protect me, because you were always trying to protect me, when I was the one who should have been protecting you. Your apparent lack of interest in your mother was the subject of a fight I had with your grandmother, one of the few times I stood up to her. It's strange, she had said, after a parent-teacher conference we had attended, in which your teacher had mentioned that she didn't know anything about your mother. Strange how incurious he is. She was implying that this meant you were slow, somehow. Slow or tepid, and I barked at her. "So you want him to start asking?" I demanded, and she shrugged, slightly, not lifting her eyes from her quilting ring. "Of course not," she said. "I just think it's odd that he doesn't." I was furious with her. "He's just a little boy," I said, "and he believes what you told him. I can't believe you're complaining about the fact that he trusts you, that you're trying to make it sound like a flaw." I got up and left the room. And that night, she had Jane prepare rice pudding, your favorite, which I knew was her way of apologizing to you, even though you would never know that it was an apology. Eventually, it became easy for us to pretend that you'd never had a mother at all. There was a Japanese folktale that you had liked me to tell you, about a boy who was born from a peach and found by an old childless couple. "Read me Momotaro again," you'd say, and then, when I had, again. After a while, I began telling you a version about a boy, Mango Taro, who was discovered inside a mango hanging from the tree in our yard, and how that boy grew up to have many adventures and make many friends. The story always ended with the boy leaving his father and grandmother and aunt and uncle and going far away, where he would have new adventures and make new friends. I knew, even then, that my job was to remain and yours was to leave, to go somewhere I would never see, to have a life of your own. "What happens next?" you'd ask when the story was over, and I'd kissed you goodnight. "You'll have to come back and tell me someday," I'd say. Kawika. It happened again. I had a dream that I was standing, and not just standing, but walking. My hands were extended before me, like a zombie, and I was shuffling one foot and then the other. And then I realized that, again, I wasn't dreaming, but really walking, and I began to concentrate, using my hands to touch the walls, edging my way around the room. My bed is in the center of the room, which I knew because I'd heard my mother complain about it. Why, she wondered, was it in the center instead of pressed up against one wall or another? And yet I was glad of it because it made the space easier to navigate. Here was the wall of windows that looked over the garden. Here was the doorway to the bathroom where I was taken for my baths and showers. Here was the door locked to, I imagined, the hallway. Here was a chest of drawers, on top of which were a few bottles, some heavy, some light, some glass, some plastic. I opened the top drawers and felt my shorts, my t-shirts. The floor was cold, tile or stone, but as I neared my bed, I encountered a different surface, which I recognized as a woven lahala mat, satiny beneath my feet, the same kind as I'd had in my room back home. They kept the whole room cool, Jane used to say, and even though they splintered and shagged, they were easy to replace every few months. After I found my way back to bed, I lay awake for a long time, for I had realized, what if I were to leave? If I could walk, was it not possible that other things would return to me as well? My eyesight, for example, my speech? What if I were to walk out of here one night? What if I were to come find you? Wouldn't that be a surprise? To see you again? To hold you again? I knew that, in the meantime, I wouldn't tell anyone, not until I'd practiced more, and indeed, the walk, as short as it was, had left me panting. But now, you know too. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to walk there myself. I had been walking as well the day I re-encountered Edward. It was 1969, and I had had you for just 4 months. You weren't yet a year old. A few times a week, I had Matthew drive us down to Kapiolani Park, where I'd push you among the monkey pod and shower trees. Sometimes we'd stop to watch the cricket club play their matches. Or sometimes I'd walk you over to Kaimana Beach, where I used to linger to watch the fishermen. Back then, and maybe even now, it was unusual to see a young man pushing a carriage, and sometimes people would laugh. I never said anything though, never spoke back, just kept moving. So that morning, when I felt, rather than saw, someone stop to stare, I didn't think anything of it, and it wasn't until the person spoke my name that I too stopped, and then only because I recognized the voice. "How've you been?" he asked, as if it had been just a week, rather than nearly a decade since we had seen each other last. "Pretty good," I said, shaking his hand. I had heard he had moved to Los Angeles, where he had gone to college, and told him so, but he shrugged. "I just came back," he said. Then he looked into the carriage. "Whose baby is that?" he asked. "Mine," I said, and he blinked. Another person might have brayed in astonishment or thought I was joking, but he only nodded. I remembered that he had never joked and never thought anyone else was joking either. "Your son," he said, as if tasting the word. "Little Kawika," he said, testing out the name. "Or does he go by David?" "No, Kawika," I said, and he smiled slightly. "Good," he said. Somehow, it was arranged that we should go get something to eat, and we loaded everything into his beat-up car and drove to Chinatown, where we went to my 25-cent wonton min restaurant. On the way, I asked about his mother, and I knew by his silence, the way his face twisted before he answered, that she was dead. "Breast cancer," he said. It was why he was home. "I wish I had known," I said. I felt as if I had been punched. But he shrugged. "It was slow and then quick," he said. "She didn't suffer too much. I buried her in Honoka." After that lunch, we began seeing each other again. It wasn't as if we discussed it. He just told me he'd pick me up on Sunday at noon, and we could go to the beach, and I agreed. Over the weeks and then months, we saw more and more of each other, until I was seeing him at least every other day. Curiously, we rarely discussed where he'd been, or where I'd been, or what we'd done in the years since we saw each other last, or why we had drifted apart in the first place. But although the past was not so much forgotten as it was excised, we were both careful, again, without ever discussing it, about not letting my mother discover our renewed communication. When he came, I would wait, sometimes with you, sometimes alone, on the porch if she was out, or at the bottom of the hill if she was home, which is where Edward dropped me off as well. It's difficult to remember what we discussed in those days. This may surprise you to hear, but it took me many months to realize that Edward had changed in some fundamental way. I don't mean the kind of change we all experience when we move from childhood to adulthood, but that, in his beliefs and convictions, he had become someone I no longer recognized. Part of this, I'm embarrassed to say, is that because he looked very much the same, I assumed he was very much the same. I knew, from television news reports, that the mainland was full of long-haired hippies, and while there were hippies in Honolulu as well, there was no sense of rage, of revolution. Everything came late to Hawaii, even our papers carried day-old news, and so if you had seen Edward then, you wouldn't have been able to immediately identify him as a political radical by sight alone. Yes, his hair was longer, fluffier than mine, but it was always clean. The effect was less intimidating than it was merely pretty. Neither of us worked. Unlike me, Edward had not finished his degree. He had, he eventually explained, dropped out at the beginning of his senior year and had spent the rest of the fall hitchhiking through the West. When he needed money, he returned to California and picked grapes, or garlic, or strawberries, or walnuts, whatever was being harvested. He would never eat another strawberry in his life, he said. Now, back in Honolulu, he found short-term jobs. He helped a friend paint houses or joined a moving crew for a few days. The little house he'd shared with his mother was a rental, the landlord an old Chinese man who'd fancied Mrs. Bishop, and he'd have to move out of it eventually. But he didn't seem concerned about this or his future. He seemed concerned about very little, and it reminded me of his childhood self-assurance, his complete lack of insecurity. But it was toward the end of that year that I realized how truly different a person he had become. "We're going to an event," he said, as he picked me up at the foot of the hill one evening to meet some friends of mine. He didn't offer any further information, and I, as usual, didn't ask. But I could tell he was excited, even nervous. As he drove, he beat out a twitchy rhythm on the steering wheel with one finger. We drove deep into Nuuanu, down a narrow, private road so shrouded by trees and so ill-lit that even with the headlights, I had to hold up a flashlight to guide our way. We passed a series of gates, and at the fourth, Edward stopped and got out of the car. There was a key attached to a long piece of wire on the gatepost, and he unlocked the gate, and we drove through, stopping again to close the gate behind us. Ahead of us was a long dirt driveway, and as we bumped along, I could see and smell that it was lined with clumps of white ginger, their flowers ghostly in the dusk. At the end of the driveway was a large white wooden house, once grand, once well-maintained, that resembled my own, except parked in front of it were at least 20 cars, and even from outside we could hear people talking, their voices echoey in the valley's quiet. "Come on," Edward said. There were perhaps 50 people inside, and after I had recovered from my initial shock, I was able to observe them more closely.
Most of them were our age, and all of them were local, and some of them were clearly hippies, and many of them were standing around a very tall black man whose back was toward me, so that all I could see was his afro, which was large and thick and glistening. As he shifted, the top of his hair brushed against the bottom of the ceiling pendant light, making it sway, the light rocking about the room. "Come on, Edward," said again, and this time I could hear the excitement in his voice. The crowd began to stir as a single organism, and we found ourselves being moved from the entryway and into a large open space. Here, as in the first room, there was no furniture, and some of the floorboards had cracked and split from the moisture. In this room, above the chatter, I heard a roaring, like an airplane passing overhead. But then I looked out the window and realized the sound was coming from a waterfall at the bottom of the property. After we had all settled ourselves on the floor, there was a nervous silence, one that seemed to lengthen and deepen. "What's going on?" Someone, a guy, asked, and was shushed. Someone else giggled. On and on the silence went. And finally, the shuffling and whispering quieted, and for at least a minute, we sat there, together, mute and immobile. It was then that the tall black man picked himself up from where he'd been sitting in the middle of the crowd and loped to the front of the room. The combination of his height and our position on the ground, staring up at him, made him seem towering, an edifice rather than a man. He was not so black, I was darker than he, nor was he exactly handsome. His skin was shiny, and he had a patchy beard and a smattering of pimples across his left cheek that made him look more childlike than I think he'd have preferred. But there was something indisputable about him. He had a wide, gap-toothed smile that he could make look either goofy or fierce, and long, liquid arms and legs that he bent and twisted into shapes as he moved, so that you were forced to not only listen to him, but to watch him as well. But it was his voice that really captivated, what he said, but also how he said it, gentle and low and furred. His was a voice you'd like to hear telling you how much he loved you, and why, and how. He began with a smile. "Brothers and sisters," he said, "aloha." The crowd clapped then, and his smile widened, sleepy and seductive. "Aloha and mahalo for bringing me to this beautiful land of yours. It seems particularly right to me that we should be at this house tonight, for do you know what I was told the name of this house is? Yes, that's right. It has a name. That's something all fancy houses do, I guess, all over the world. It's Hail Kealoha, the house of aloha, the house of love, the house of the beloved. And that's particularly interesting to me, because I too am named after a house, Bethesda. Who of you here remember your Bible, your New Testament? Ah, I see a hand in the back. There's another. You, sister in the back, tell me what it means. That's right, the pools of Bethesda. Bethesda meaning the house of mercy, the pools being the place where Christ healed a crippled man. So here I am, the house of mercy in the house of love. I was asked to come, not just here, tonight, but to your islands, your home, by my good friend, the brother sitting all the way to the right, Brother Lewis. Thank you, Brother Lewis. I'm ashamed to say this now, but when I was invited to come here, I thought I knew everything about what this place was. I thought pineapples. I thought rainbows. I thought hula girls, swaying their hips back and forth, all nice and sweet. I know, but that's what I thought. But within a few days, even before I left California, I realized I was wrong. I'm also ashamed to say that I didn't even want to come here, not at first. You know, what you have here, I thought, is not reality. It's not part of the world. I live near Oakland. That is part of the world. You see what's happening there, what we're struggling against there, what we're fighting against there. The oppression of the black man and woman, the oppression that's gone on since America was founded and will go on and on until it burns down to the ground and we begin something new.
Because there is no fixing what America is. There is no way to do work around the margins and say justice has been restored. No, brothers and sisters, that's not how justice works. My mother worked as a nurse's aide in what they used to call the Houston Negro Hospital, and she would tell me stories of the men and women who came in with heart attacks, about how they'd be gasping for breath, about how their nails would turn blue because they weren't getting enough oxygen. My mother would be told by the senior nurses to massage her patients' hands, to get the blood flowing through the extremities, and as she did, she'd watch their nails turn pink again and feel their hands warm up with her touch. But one day, she realized that this wasn't solving anything. She was making their hands prettier, maybe even work better, but their hearts were still sick. Nothing had really changed after all. And in the same way, nothing has really changed here. America is a country with sin at its heart. You know what I'm talking about. One group of people sent away from their land, another group of people stolen from their land. We replaced you, and yet we never wanted to replace you. We wanted to be left where we were. None of our ancestors, our great-great-great-grandparents, ever woke up one day and thought, let's sail halfway around the world, be part of a land grab, pit ourselves against some other native peoples. No way, no how. That is not how normal people, decent people think. That is how the devil thinks. But that sin, that mark, never goes away. And although we didn't cause it, we are all infected by it. Let me tell you why. Imagine that heart again, but this time swiped with a smear of oil. Not cooking oil, but motor oil, the thick, gluey black kind, the kind that sticks to your hands and clothes like tar. It's just a small bit of oil, you think, and eventually it'll get washed away, and so you try to forget about it. But that isn't what happens. What happens instead is that with each beat, with each thump of your heart, that oil, that little mark, spreads and spreads. The arteries carry it away, the veins carry it back, and with each journey through your body, it leaves a deposit, so that eventually, not right away, but over time, every organ, every blood vessel, every cell has been tainted by that oil. Sometimes you can't even see it, but you know it's there. Because by this time, brothers and sisters, that oil is everywhere. It's coating the inside of your veins. It's lining your large intestine and liver. It's slicking your spleen and kidneys. Your brain. That little bit of oil, that little splotch that you thought you could ignore, it's now everywhere. And now there is no way to clean it out. The only way to clean it out is to stop the heart altogether. The only way to clean it out is to burn the body pure of it. The only way to clean it is to end it. You want to eliminate the stain, you've got to eliminate the host. Now, what does this have to do with us here in Hawaii, you might be saying? The country, you might be saying, is not a body. The metaphor doesn't hold. But doesn't it? Here we sit, brothers and sisters, in this beautiful place far from Oakland. And yet, it's not far at all. Because here's the thing, brothers and sisters, you do have pineapples here. You do have rainbows. You do have hula girls. But none of those things are yours. Those pineapple fields Brother Lewis took me to see, who's they're owned by? Not by you.
Those rainbows? You have them, but can you see them for those high rises going up, those hotels and condominiums in Waikiki? And who owns those buildings? Do you? How about you? Those hula girls, those are your sisters, your brown-skinned sisters, and yet you're letting them dance. For whom? This is the dissonance of living here. This is the lie you've been fed. I look at all of you here, your brown faces, your kinky hair, and then I look at who's running this place. I look at who your elected officials are. I look at who runs your banks, your businesses, your schools. They don't look like you. So, you're poor, you got no money, you want to go to school, you want to buy a house, and yet you can't? And why? Why do you think that is? Is it because you're all stupid? Is it because you don't deserve to go to school, to have someplace to live? Is it because you're bad? Or is it because you've let yourselves sleep, because you've let yourselves forget? You live in a land not of milk and honey, but of sugar and sun, and yet you've become drunk on it. You've become lazy on it. You've become complacent on it. And what's happened while you surfed and sang and swayed your hips?
Your land, your very soul, has been taken from you, bit by bit by bit, right beneath your brown noses, while you watched it happen and did nothing, nothing to stop it. Anyone watching you would think you wanted to give it all up. Take my land, you said. Take it all, because I don't care. I won't stand in your way. He took a breath then, rocked back on his heels, swiped a red bandana across his forehead. The crowd had been utterly still, but now a hiss sizzled in the air, like a flock of insects. And when he spoke next, his voice was kinder, softer, almost placating. Brothers and sisters, we have something else in common. We are both from lands of kings. We both were kings and queens and princes and princesses. We both had wealth, handed down from father to son to grandson to great-grandson. You all are lucky, though, because you remember your kings and queens. You know their names, you know where they're buried. It's 1969, my friends, 1969. That means it's only been 71 years since your land was stolen by the Americans, 76 since your queen was betrayed by the American devils. And here you are, not all of you mind, but enough of you, brothers and sisters, enough of you calling yourselves American. American? You believe that America is for everyone nonsense? America is not for everyone. It is not for us. You know that, don't you? In your hearts and in your souls? You know that America despises you, don't you? They want your land, your fields, and your mountains, but America don't want you. This land was never their land. Legally, it's barely their land. This land was taken. That is not your fault. But letting it stay taken? Well, that is your fault. You've let them buy you off, brothers and sisters. You've let them promise that they would give you some of your land back. But look around you. You know that there are more of you in prison than anyone else here? You know that there are more of you in poverty than anyone else? You know that there are more of you that go hungry than anyone else? You know that you die younger, that your babies die sooner, that you die in childbirth more than anyone else? You are Hawaiians. This land is yours. It's time to take it back. Why are you living on your land like tenants? Why are you scared to ask for what's yours? When I walk through Waikiki, as I did yesterday, why are you smiling, thanking these white devils, these thieves, for coming to your land? Oh, thank you for visiting. Aloha for visiting. Thank you for coming to our islands. We hope you have a good time. Thank you? Thank you for what? For making you beggars in your own land? For turning you, you kings and queens, into jesters and clowns? Again, that hiss, and the audience seemed to recoil as one, leaning away from him. Throughout this part of the speech, he had grown quieter and quieter, but when he spoke again, after letting the silence hang in the air a few unbearable seconds, his voice was strong once more. This is your land, brothers and sisters. It is up to you to reclaim it. You can do it. You must do it. If you don't do it for yourself, no one will. Who should respect you if you don't ask for respect? Before I came here, before I came to visit your land, I did some research. I went to the public library and I started reading. And although there were a lot of lies in the books, as there are in almost all books, my brothers and sisters, it doesn't matter, because you learn how to read between the lies. You learn how to read the truth that lurks behind those falsehoods. And it was there, in my reading, that I found this song. I know many of you will know this song, but I'm going to recite to you without music, in English, so you can really hear the words. Famous are the children of Hawaii, ever loyal to the land. When the evil-hearted messenger comes with his greedy document of extortion, he had only said the first line when the singing began, and although he'd said he wanted us to listen to the lyrics, he clapped his hands together when the melody started, and then again when the first person, his friend Brother Lewis, stood to dance. This was a song we all knew, written shortly after the Queen was overthrown. I had always considered it an old song, even though, as Bethesda had said, it wasn't so old at all. There were people alive today who would have heard it played by the Royal Hawaiian Band shortly after it had been written. There were people in the room whose grandparents would have remembered seeing the Queen in her black bombazine waving to them from the palace steps. Now he stood and watched us, his smile wide again, as if he had willed all of this to happen, as if he had brought us back to life after a long hibernation and was witnessing us remember who we were. I hadn't liked the pride on his face, as if we were his clever children and he our tireless teacher. Each stanza was sung once in Hawaiian and then again in English, and I hadn't liked how he recited along with the translation, referring to the sheet of paper he'd taken from his pants pocket. But mostly, I hadn't liked the look I'd seen on Edward's face when I had glanced his way, rapt as I'd never before seen him, his fist raised in the air like Bethesda's, practically bellowing the song's most famous lyrics, as if there were before him an audience of thousands, and all of them had gathered to hear something they had never heard before. Aole ae kao I kapulima. Do not fix a signature. Maluna o ka pepa o ka enemy. To the paper of the enemy. Ho'uhi aina ku ai hewa. With its sin of annexation, I kapono civila o ke kanaka, and sale of the civil rights of the people. Aole maku ae mina mina. We don't value. I kapu kala o ke aupuni. The government's hills of money. Ualawa maku I kapohaku. We are satisfied with the stones. Ika ai kamahau o ka aina. The wondrous food of the land. If you were to ask my mother what happened next, not that I can, and not that anyone else would, she would say it was sudden, a complete surprise. But that isn't true, though I can also understand why she might feel that way. There were years of apparent inactivity, followed by, without warning, she would probably say, a rupture. One night, you and I were there in the house on Oahu Avenue, lying in our beds. The next night, we were not. Later, I know, she would discuss our departure as a disappearance, something abrupt and unexpected. Sometimes, she would characterize it as a loss, as if the two of us were buttons or safety pins. But I knew it was more of a vanishing, a bar of soap smoothing and rounding itself into nothingness, diminishing beneath her fingertips. There was another person, however, who would have agreed with my mother's characterization of the events that followed, and ironically, that person was Edward.
Later, he would say that he had been transformed by that night at Hail Kealoha, that it had been a kind of resurrection. I believe he felt that. On the ride back to town that night, we had been mostly silent. Me, because I was uncertain what I thought about Bethesda and what he had said. Edward, because he had been so thunderstruck by it. As he drove, he would occasionally strike the steering wheel with the heel of his hand, bursting out with a gosh or man or Christ. And had I not been so unsettled, I might even have thought it was funny. Funny or alarming. Edward, who showed so little excitement about anything, capable only of expulsions of sound rather than speech. Bethesda's lecture had been recorded, and Edward procured a copy. In the weeks that followed, we would lie on the mattress in the bedroom he was renting from a family in the valley, listening to it again and again on his reel-to-reel, until we both had it memorized, not just the speech itself, but the audience's angry gasp, the creak of the floor as Bethesda shifted his weight from one foot to the other, the crowd singing, faint and tinny, atop of which Bethesda's occasional claps were like explosions. And yet, even after that night, it took some months for me to realize that something irrevocable had changed for Edward. I had never known him, insofar as I knew him at all, to be a dabbler or a bounder, someone who vaulted from one enthusiasm to another. So it wasn't as if I witnessed his increasing interest in Hawaiian sovereignty and thought it was just a phase. Rather, I'm convinced that he hid something of his transformation from me. I don't believe it was because he was being duplicitous. I think it was because it was precious to him, precious and personal, and also to some degree unfathomable, and he wanted to nurture it in private, where no one could see it and comment on it. But if I could date the beginning of his different self, it was probably in December 1970, about a year after we listened to Bethesda in that house in Nuuanu. Even then, my mother was largely unaware that Edward had re-entered my life. He still dropped me off at the bottom of the hill. He had still never come to the house. Before I got out of the car, I'd ask him if he wanted to come in, and every time he'd say no, and I'd be relieved.
But one night I asked and he said, sure, why not, as if accepting were a regular occurrence, based on nothing more than his mood. Oh, I replied. I couldn't pretend he was kidding. As I've said, he didn't kid. And so I got out of the car, and he, after a second, followed. As we walked up the hill, I grew more and more anxious, and when we reached the house, I mumbled something about needing to check on you. On the days I brought you with me, I'd sit in the back seat and hold you in my arms, and sprinted upstairs to look at you, asleep in your bed. We'd recently moved you into a little bed of your own, low to the ground and surrounded by cushions, because you were an active, squirmy sleeper and sometimes rolled off the futon and onto the floor. Kawika, I remember whispering to you, what should I do? But you didn't answer, of course. You were asleep, and you were only 2. By the time I returned downstairs, my mother and Edward had already encountered each other and were waiting for me at the dinner table. Edward tells me that you've reacquainted yourselves, she said, after we'd served ourselves, and I nodded. Don't nod, speak, she said, and I cleared my throat and made myself speak. Yes, I said. She turned to Edward. What are you doing this Christmas? She asked, as if she saw Edward every month, as if she knew enough about how he normally spent Christmas to understand whether this year's celebrations would be typical or unusual. Nothing, he said, and then, after a pause, I see you have a tree. He spoke neutrally enough, but my mother, already suspicious of him and therefore alert, straightened. Yes, she replied, also neutrally. That's not very Hawaiian, is it? He asked. We all looked at the tree in the corner of the sunroom. We had a tree because we always had a tree. Every year, a limited number were imported from the mainland and made available to buy at great expense. There was nothing special about it except its sweet, urine-y scent, which for many years I associated with the entire mainland. The mainland was asphalt and snow and highways and the fragrance of pine trees, the country trapped in perpetual winter. We took no particular pains in decorating it. Indeed, it was Jane who did most of the ornamentation. But this year it seemed more interesting than before, because now you were here, and old enough to pull on its branches and laugh when you were scolded for doing so. It's not a matter of being Hawaiian or not Hawaiian, my mother said. It's tradition. Yes, but whose tradition? Edward asked. Why, everyone's, she said. Not mine, Edward said. I should think it is, my mother said. And then, to me, please pass me the rice, Wika. Well, it's not mine, Edward repeated. She didn't respond. It wasn't until many years later that I was able to appreciate my mother's equanimity that night. There was nothing obviously argumentative in Edward's tone, but she had known anyway, known long before I had. I hadn't grown up with anyone challenging who I was or what I deserved, but she had. Her right to her name and her birth had always been questioned. She knew when someone was trying to provoke her. It's a Christian tradition, he finally said into her silence, not ours. She allowed herself a small smile, looking up from her plate to do so. So there aren't such things as Christian Hawaiians then, she asked. He shrugged. Not if you're a real Hawaiian. Her smile grew wider, tenser. I see, she said. My grandfather would be surprised to hear that. He was a Christian, you know. He served in the king's court. He shrugged again. I'm not saying there aren't such things as Christian Hawaiians, he said, just that the two are in opposition to each other. Later, he would repeat the same thing to me, extending the point past what he knew firsthand. It's like how people always talk about the Black Christian experience, but don't the Blacks know that they're celebrating the tools of their oppressor? They were encouraged to be Christian, so they would think something better awaited them in the afterlife, after years of being abused. Christianity was a form of mind control, and it still is. All that moralizing, all that talk of sin, they swallowed it, and now they're kept imprisoned by it. When she still said nothing, he kept talking. It was Christians who took away our dance, our language, our religion, our land, even our queen, which you should know. She looked up then, startled, as did Inno. No one had ever before confronted my mother like that, and he stared back at her. So it just seems bizarre that any true Hawaiian could believe in an ideology whose practitioners robbed them of everything. Real Hawaiian, true Hawaiian, it was the first time I would hear him use those phrases, and soon I would be sick of the terms, as much because I felt accused by them as because I didn't understand them. All I knew was that a real Hawaiian was something I was not. A real Hawaiian was angrier, poorer, more strident. He spoke the language fluently. He danced powerfully. He sang soulfully. He was not only not American, he would be angry if you ever called him that. The only thing I had in common with a real Hawaiian was my skin and my blood. Though later, even my family would become a deficit, proof of my accommodationist tendencies. Even my name would be deemed not Hawaiian enough. Even though it had been the name of a Hawaiian king, it was the Hawaiianization of a Christian name, and therefore not Hawaiian at all. We might have sat there, frozen, forever, had my mother not looked over to Menno, no doubt in anger, and gasped, "Wika," I heard her say, and when I opened my eyes next, I was in my bed in a darkened room. She was sitting next to me.
"Careful," she said, when I tried to sit. "You had a seizure and hit your head. The doctor said you should stay in bed for another day." "Kawika's fine," she continued, when I began to speak. For a while, we were silent. Then she spoke again. "I don't want you to see Edward anymore. Do you understand me, Wika?" she asked. I could have laughed. I could have scoffed. I could have told her that I was an adult, that she could no longer tell me who I could talk to or not. I could have told her that I found Edward alarming as well, but exciting too, and that I was going to keep seeing him. But I did none of those things. I simply nodded and closed my eyes, and before I fell asleep again, I heard her say, "Good boy," and then felt her lay her palm on my forehead. And as I lost consciousness, I had the feeling that I was a child again, and that I was being given the chance to live my life all over, and this time I would do everything correctly. I kept my promise. I did not see Edward. He called, but I didn't come to the phone. He stopped by the house, but I made Jane say I wasn't there. I stayed inside, and I watched you grow. When I went out, I was anxious. Honolulu was, and is, a small town on a small island, and I was always afraid I would encounter him, but I somehow never did. Nothing changed for me in those 3 years I was in hiding. But you changed. You learned to speak, first in sentences, and then paragraphs. You learned to run, and to read, and to swim. Matthew taught you to climb up to the lowest branch of the mango tree. Jane taught you how to tell a juicy mango from a fibrous one. You learned a few words in Hawaiian, which my mother taught you, and a few in Tagalog, which Jane taught you, but only in secret. Your grandmother didn't like the sound of the language, and you knew not to speak it in front of her. You learned which foods you liked. Like me, you preferred salt over sugar, and you made friends, effortlessly, in a way I had never been capable of doing. You learned to call for help when I had one of my seizures, and then, when I emerged from it, to come pat the side of my face, and I would grab your hand in mine. These were the years when you loved me the most. You could never love me more than, or even as much as, I loved and love you, but in that period, we were closest in mutual affection. You changed, and so did the rest of the world. Every night on television, there was at least one report about the day's protests. First, there were people protesting against the war in Vietnam, and then there were people protesting for blacks, and then for women, and then for homosexuals. I watched them on our little black and white set, those swaying, shifting masses of people in San Francisco, and Washington, D.C., and New York, and Oakland, and Chicago. I always wondered if Bethesda, who had left the island directly after his speech, was in one of those crowds. The protesters were almost always young, and although I too was young, not yet 30 in 1973, I felt much older. I didn't recognize myself in any of them. I felt no affinity for them or their struggles or their passions. It wasn't just that I didn't look like them, it was that I couldn't understand their fervor. They had been born with access to and an understanding of extremes, but I had not. I wanted time to slip past me, 1 year indistinguishable from the next, you the only calendar I had. But they wanted to stop time, stop it, and then speed it up, making it go faster and faster until the entire world burst into flames and would have to start over. There were changes here too. Sometimes there would be stories on TV about the Keiki Ku'ali.
This was a group of native Hawaiians who, depending on which member you asked and on which day, were demanding either Hawaii's secession from the United States, or the restoration of the monarchy, or nation within a nation status for native Hawaiians, or the creation of a Hawaiian state. They wanted Hawaiian language classes to be mandatory in schools, and they wanted a king or queen, and they wanted all haoles to get out. They didn't even want to call themselves Hawaiian anymore. Now they were Kanaka Maoli. Watching these reports always felt like an illicit activity, and fear that one of them might air while I was in the room with my mother made me stop watching the early evening news altogether. I only did so when I knew she'd be out of the house, and even then, I kept the volume low, so if she came back early, I'd be able to hear her and turn off the television. I'd sit close to the set, ready to switch it off in a flash, my palms tacky with sweat. I felt oddly protective, not of my mother, but of the protesters, those wild-haired young men and women, my peers, chanting and raising their fists in an imitation of the Black Power members. I already knew what my mother thought of them. "What fools," she'd murmured, almost sympathetically, after the end of the first segment that had aired and which we had watched together, in mesmerized silence a year ago. "They don't even know what they want, and how do they think they'll get it? You can't ask for the restoration of the monarchy and a new state at the same time." And I, for some reason, didn't want to hear her insult them further. I knew this was irrational, in part because I didn't disagree with her. They did look ridiculous, in their t-shirts and big hair, breaking into ragged chants and song when the camera turned to them. Their spokespeople could barely speak proper English, yet they stumbled in Hawaiian too. I was embarrassed for them. They were so loud. And yet I also envied them. Except for you, I had never felt such ardor for anything. I looked at those men and women, and I knew what they wanted. Theirs was greater than logic or organization. I had always been told that I should try to live my life with happiness. But could happiness give you the zeal, the energy that anger clearly could? Theirs was the kind of avidity that seemed to override any other desire. If you had it, you might never want again. At night, I'd experiment with pretending I was one of them. Could I ever be that incensed? Could I ever desire something so much? Could I ever feel that wronged? I could not, but I began trying. As I have said, I had never before much considered what it meant to be Hawaiian. It was like considering being male or human. They were things I was, and the fact that I was them seemed always to be enough to me. I began wondering if there was in fact another way to be, if I had been wrong this entire time, if I was somehow incapable of seeing what these other people seemed to see so clearly. I went to the library, where I read books I had already read about the overthrow. I went to the museum, where my great-grandfather's feather cape was displayed in a glass case, donated, the cape and the case, by my father. I tried to feel something, but all I could feel was a faint sense of amused disbelief that it was not the haoles who were doing things in my name, but these activists themselves, keiki ku ali, the children of royalty. But I really was a child of royalty. When they talked of a king who would be someday restored, they meant me by rights, and yet they didn't know who I was. They spoke of the king returning, yet they never thought to ask the king himself if he would want to return. But I also knew that what I was would always be more significant than who I was. Indeed, what I was the only thing that made who I was significant at all. Why would they ever think to ask me? They wouldn't, but Edward would. I'll admit that, while I was too cowardly to speak to him, I was always looking for him. I squinted at the television, scanning the gang of protesters, trying to infiltrate the governor's office, the mayor's office, the university president's office. But although I saw Louis, Brother Louis, once or twice, I never saw Edward. Yet I always believed that he was there anyway, just out of camera range, leaning against a wall and surveying the crowd. These were the years when you loved me the most. You could never love me more than, or even as much as, I loved and love you, but in that period, we were closest in mutual affection. You changed, and so did the rest of the world. Every night on television, there was at least one report about the day's protests. First, there were people protesting against the war in Vietnam, and then there were people protesting for blacks, and then for women, and then for homosexuals. I watched them on our little black and white set, those swaying, shifting masses of people in San Francisco and Washington, D.C., and New York and Oakland and Chicago. I always wondered if Bethesda, who had left the island directly after his speech, was in one of those crowds. The protesters were almost always young, and although I too was young, not yet 30 in 1973, I felt much older. I didn't recognize myself in any of them. I felt no affinity for them, or their struggles, or their passions. It wasn't just that I didn't look like them, it was that I couldn't understand their fervor. They had been born with access to and an understanding of extremes, but I had not. I wanted time to slip past me, 1 year indistinguishable from the next, you the only calendar I had. But they wanted to stop time, stop it, and then speed it up, making it go faster and faster until the entire world burst into flames and would have to start over. There were changes here too. Sometimes there would be stories on TV about the Keiki Ku'ali. This was a group of native Hawaiians who, depending on which member you asked and on which day, were demanding either Hawaii's secession from the United States, or the restoration of the monarchy, or nation within a nation status for native Hawaiians, or the creation of a Hawaiian state. They wanted Hawaiian language classes to be mandatory in schools, and they wanted a king or queen, and they wanted all ha'oles to get out. They didn't even want to call themselves Hawaiian anymore. Now they were Kanaka Maoli. Watching these reports always felt like an illicit activity, and fear that one of them might air while I was in the room with my mother made me stop watching the early evening news altogether. I only did so when I knew she'd be out of the house, and even then, I kept the volume low, so if she came.
In my imaginings, he even became something of a leader, elusive and evasive, bestowing his rare smile like a blessing on his followers when they did something to please him. At night, I dreamed of him standing in a shadow-filled house, much like Hail Kealoha, giving a speech, and when I woke, I was astonished and full of admiration for him, his eloquence and elegance, until I realized that the words I had been so captivated by were not his, but Bethesda's, now recited back to myself so many times that they had become a hymn of my subconscious, like the state anthem or the song that Jane had sung to me as a boy, and which I now sang to you. Yellow bird, up high in banana tree. Yellow bird, you sit all alone like me. So, when I finally did encounter him, I was only surprised it had taken as long as it had. It was a Wednesday, which I know because every Wednesday, after dropping you off at school, I took a long walk, all the way to Waikiki, where I sat beneath one of the trees in Kapiolani Park we had sat beneath together when you were a baby, and ate a package of crackers. Each package had 8 crackers, but I'd only eat 7. The last I'd crumble into ash and feed to the myna birds, and then I'd get up again and keep walking. Wika, I heard someone say, and when I looked up, there he was, walking toward me. Well, well, he said, smiling. Long time no see, brother. The smiling was new, so was the brother. His hair was even longer now, almost blonde in parts from the sun, and twisted into a bun, though strands of it floated around his head. He was tanner, which made his eyes look lighter and brighter, but the skin around them had wrinkled, and he had lost weight. He wore a faded aloha shirt, bleached a pale blue, and cut-off jeans. He looked both younger and older than I'd remembered him. What remained the same was his lack of surprise at encountering me. "You hungry?" he asked, and when I said I was, he said we should walk to Chinatown and get some noodles. "Don't have the car anymore," he said, and when I made a sound of concern or sympathy, he shrugged. "Doesn't matter," he said. "I'll get it back. I just don't have it now." His left incisor was stained the color of tea. The biggest change was his new volubility. In those first 6 months of our most recent reacquaintance, I was always measuring what was different in him and what was familiar, which invariably led to the same unnerving realization. I didn't know who he was. I knew a few facts, I had a few impressions, but the rest I had conjured, making him into whoever I needed him to be.
Over lunch and then the following months, he talked more and more until there were days when we would drive for hours. The car, which had vanished mysteriously, had reappeared just as mysteriously, and he would talk and talk and talk, and at times I would stop listening altogether, just lean my head back against the seat and let his words wash over me, as if it were a boring news report on the radio. What did he talk about? Well, first, there was how he talked. He had adapted a kind of pidgin inflection, except because he hadn't grown up speaking pidgin. He was a scholarship boy, after all. He wouldn't have gotten into the school if his mother hadn't been vigilant about his speaking standard English. It sounded artificial and weirdly formal. Even I could appreciate how rich and robustly casual pidgin sounded when spoken by natives. It wasn't a language for exchanging ideas, but one for trading jokes and insults and gossip. But Edward made it, or tried to make it, a language of instruction. He didn't need to ask if I understood the way things were. He knew I didn't. I didn't understand why our fate as Hawaiians was linked to Black people's fate on the mainland. There are no Black people in Hawaii, I reminded him, echoing my mother's statement as we watched a news report about some protest among Blacks on the mainland one day. There are no Negroes in Hawaii, she had announced, the ghost of what she didn't bother to say next, thank goodness, hovering in the air between us. I didn't understand how we'd been used as pawns, or his argument that the Orientals were taking advantage of us. Many of the Orientals I knew and saw were clearly poor, or at the very least, far from rich, and yet, to Edward, they were as much to blame as the Haole missionaries for the disappearance of our land. You see them now, buying houses, opening businesses, he said. If they're poor, they won't stay poor forever. Yet it seemed impossible to separate the Orientals and the Haoles from who we were. Every Hawaiian I knew was also part Oriental, or part Haole, or both, or, in some cases, like Edward's, though I did not say this, mostly Haole. One of the most difficult concepts for me to understand was this idea that I and my mother belonged to an us at all. Those thick brown men, slow-moving and massive, whom I saw drunk and dozing in the park, they may have been Hawaiian, but I felt no kinship toward them. They're kings too, brother, Edward reprimanded me, and although I didn't say it, I thought of what my mother would tell me when I was young. Only a few people are kings, Waikika. Perhaps I was like my mother in the end, though I meant no harm. She would have seen those people as unlike her because she thought them beneath her, while I saw them unlike me because I was scared of them. I wouldn't deny that we were of the same race, but we were different sorts of people, and that was what divided us. I had assumed all along that Edward was a member of Keiki Ku'ali'i. In my dreams, as I have said, he was not only a member, but their leader. But that turned out not to be true. He had been a member, he told me, but he had soon afterward left. Bunch of ignoramuses, he scoffed, didn't know how to organize themselves. He had tried to teach them what he knew about organizing from his time on the mainland. He had pushed them toward being more expansive, more radical in their approach. But they had wanted only small things, he said. More land set aside for poor Hawaiians, more social welfare programs. That's the problem with this place. It's too provincial, he often said. For, as appalled as he would be if this were pointed out to him, he too could be a snob. He too thought himself better. I had played an unwitting role in his disenchantment with the group, he said. It was he who had pushed for the restoration of the monarchy, he who had introduced the language of secession and overthrow. I told them, I already know the king, he said, and although it was less a compliment than a statement of fact, I would be king, after all, would have been king, it was as if he'd praised me anyway, and I felt my cheeks grow warm. Yet talk of secession and overthrow had proven, he said, too intimidating for most of the members, who feared it would jeopardize their chances to earn other concessions from the state. They quarreled, and Edward lost. A shame, he told me now, letting his fingers flutter out the car window. They're so small-minded. We were on our way toward Waimanalo on the eastern coast, and as he zagged down the road, I stared out at the ocean, a wrinkled sheet of blue. We had meant to stop at a plate lunch place Edward liked just before Sherwood Forest, but we instead drove on. At some point, I had a seizure, and I could feel my head slumping against the seat and hear the sound of Edward's voice, even though I couldn't distinguish his words, and the sun throbbed behind my eyelids. When I woke, we were parked beneath a large acacia tree. The car smelled like fried meat, and I looked over to see Edward staring back at me and eating a hamburger. "Wake up, Lolo," he said, but good-naturedly. "I got you a burger." But I shook my head, which made me dizzier. I was too nauseated to eat after one of my attacks. He shrugged. "Suit yourself," he said, and ate the other burger, and by the time he was done, I was feeling a little better. He had something to show me, he said, and we got out of the car and began walking.
We were somewhere in the very northern part of the island. I could tell by how empty it was. We were standing in a large plain of sun-dried, unshorn grass, and around us was nothing. No houses, no buildings, no cars. Behind us were the mountains, and in front of us was the ocean. "Let's go to the water," Edward said, and I followed him. On our way, we walked across a bumpy, silty dirt path. There was no paved road in sight. As we went, the tall grasses grew sparser and thinner and eventually gave way to sand, and then we were on a beach where waves lapped against the shore and withdrew again and again. I cannot describe to you what made it seem so foreign. Perhaps it was the lack of people, though back then there were still places on the island where you could go and be alone. Yet there was something that felt especially isolated about this area, isolated and abandoned. Though I was unable, and am still now not able to say why, here was sand, grass, mountain, the same three elements you would find all over the island. The trees, palms and monkey pods and hallas and acacias were the same as we had in the valley. The stalks of heliconia were the same, and yet it was different in some unexplainable way. Later, I would try to tell myself that I had known from the moment I saw this land that I would return to it, but that was fiction. What is more likely is the opposite, that, given what happened there, I've begun to remember it differently, as a place that felt meaningful when, at the time, it hadn't struck me as special at all, just a piece of unoccupied land. "What do you think of it?" Edward asked, finally, and I looked up at the sky. "It's pretty," I said. He nodded, slowly, as if I'd said something profound. "It's yours," he said. This was the kind of thing he'd taken to saying, gesturing out the window at beaches where kids ran up and down the sand, lofting kites in the air, or at parking lots, or on our walks through Chinatown. "This land is yours," he'd say. And sometimes he meant it was mine because of who my ancestors were, and sometimes he meant it was mine because it was also his, and the land belonged to us because we were Hawaiians. But when I turned, I found he was staring at me. "It's yours," he repeated, "yours and Kawika's." "Here," he continued before I could speak, and pulled from his pocket a piece of paper, which he quickly unfolded and presented to me. "I went down to the property records office in the state building," he said, excited. "I looked up your family's records. You own this land. Wicate was your father's, and now it's yours." I looked at the paper. "Lot 4509, Haula, 30.3 acres," I read, but I was suddenly unable to read anything else, and I handed it back to him. I was at once very tired and thirsty. The sun above us was too hot. "I need to lie down again," I said to him, and felt the ground beneath me crater and then sink, and my head fall, as if in slow motion, into Edward's palms. For a while, there was silence. "You big Lolo," I heard him say at last, but as if from far away, and his voice was fond. "You dummy," he said. "You dummy, you dummy, you dummy," repeating the word like a caress, while above me, the sun stopped in its path, turning everything around me a bright, unyielding white. Kawika. I can now walk all the way around my room without getting tired. I keep the wall on my right and use my hand to guide me. The walls are stucco and cool and bumpy, and I can sometimes convince myself I'm feeling something living, like the skin of a reptile. Tomorrow night, I'll attempt walking down the hallway. Last night, I tried the handle for the first time, assuming it was locked.
but it depressed easily in my hand. So easily, I was almost disappointed. But then I remembered that I had something new to try, and that with each night I was able to prove myself able to walk farther and farther. I was getting closer to you. Your grandmother came to visit me today. She talked about the price of pork and her new neighbors, of whom she clearly disapproves. She's Japanese, raised in Kakaako. She's Hala from Vermont. They're both research scientists who got rich manufacturing some sort of antiviral and a blight that's infected the Ojai elite. I had hoped she might have news of you, but she didn't. It's been so long since she's mentioned you, and sometimes I worry that something's happened. But this is only during daylight. Somehow, at night, I know you're safe. You may be far from me, maybe too far, but I know for certain that you're alive and healthy. Recently, I've been having a dream of you with a woman. You two are walking down 57th Street, just as I once did, your arms linked. You turn to her and she smiles. I can't see her face, only that she's dark-haired, like your mother was, but I know she's beautiful and that you're happy. Maybe this is what you're doing right now? I like to think it is. But this is not what you want to hear. You want to hear about what happened next. The day after my trip to Hauula, I went to visit Uncle William, who was surprised to see me. It had now been more than 5 years since I had stopped by the office, and asked him if he could explain to me, in detail, the family's real estate holdings. It now seems absurd, even shameful, that I had never asked him before. But there was no reason for me to be concerned. There was always money when I needed it. I never had to consider its origins. Poor Uncle William was delighted that I was expressing an interest in the trust, and he began detailing what land we had and where. It was far more than I had expected, though all of it was modest. There were 7 acres outside Dallas, 2 parking garages in North Carolina, 10 acres of farmland outside Ojai. Your grandfather bought cheap land on the mainland all his life, said William, as proud as if he had bought it himself. Finally, I had to interrupt him. But what about Hawaii? I asked, and then, when he drew out a map of Maui, I stopped him again. Oahu, specifically. Once again, I was surprised. Along with our house in Manoa, there were 2 run-down apartment buildings in Waikiki and 3 consecutive storefronts in Chinatown, and a small house in Kailua, and even the church in Laie. I waited as Uncle William worked his way around the state counterclockwise from southern Honolulu, pitying him as I never had before for the caress in his voice, for the pride he took in this land that wasn't even his. But if I felt pity for William, I felt disgust for myself. What had I done to earn any of this? Nothing. Money, my money, did grow on trees and in fields and between blocks of concrete. It was harvested and cleaned and counted and stored, and whenever I wanted it, even before I knew I wanted it, there it was, stacks of it, more than I could ever know to desire. I sat in silence as Uncle William talked until, finally, I heard him say, "And then there's the property in Hauula," at which I sat up and leaned toward him, looking at the map of the island he was lovingly gliding his fingers across. "Just over 30 acres, but a useless piece of land," he said. "Too arid and too small for significant farming, too remote to be a good homestead. The beach is no good either, too rough and too much coral. The road's just dirt, and the state has no plans to extend asphalt out that far. No neighbors, no restaurants, no grocery stores, no schools." On and on he went, detailing the property's flaws, until I finally asked, "Then why do we have it at all?" "Ah," he smiled, "it was a whim of your grandfather's, and your father was too sentimental to sell it." "Yes," he said, mistaking my look for surprise. "He could be sentimental, your father." He smiled again and shook his head. "Lipo wa'onehele," he added. "What's that?" I asked. "That's what your grandfather called this land," he said. "The dark forest, technically, but he translated it as the forest of paradise." He looked at me. "You'd think of being Nahelakulani, wouldn't you?" he asked, and I shrugged. Uncle William's Hawaiian was much better than my own. My grandfather had paid for him to study it when he was a college student and had just begun working for the family practice. Technically, you'd be right, but your grandfather Kawika said it was lazy Hawaiian, tacked on, that it'd be akin to calling it, Kawika Kolani.
Kawika Kulani, David of Heaven. He began to sing, He hoheno kei ke aku, ke kai moana nui la, nui ke aloha e hi poine, me ke ala o kalipoa. You know that song, of course. I did, it was popular. Ka uluwehi o ke kai, the bounty of the sea. Lipoa. It sounds the same, doesn't it? But it's not there. The word is lipoa, and it refers to the seaweed. But your grandfather used lipoa, as in wa lipoa wale I kaua kanahele, the forest dark with rain. Very beautiful, don't you think? So, lipo wau nahele, the dark forest. But your grandfather preserved the mana of the name, the forest of heaven. He sat back in his seat and smiled, such a gentle smile, filled with the joy of understanding a language I didn't speak and couldn't properly comprehend. Suddenly, I hated him. He possessed something I could not, and it wasn't money, but those words, rolling like smooth, shiny pebbles in his mouth, white and clean as the moon. Is there a forest out there? I asked, finally, though I had been about to pose it as a statement. There's no forest there. Not anymore, he said. But there once was, or so your grandfather said. He planned to plant it again someday, and it would be his paradise. Your father didn't share his father's appreciation for this land. He thought it wasn't worth the bother. But he didn't sell it either. He always said it was because no one would buy it being so far out and so far from prime, though I long suspected it was another form of sentimentalism. You know that the two weren't terribly close, or at least that was what they'd both say, and yet I think that wasn't really true. They were just too much alike, and both of them grew accustomed to this narrative, which seemed easier and more dignified than actually trying to close the distance between them. But I wasn't fooled. Why, I remember, and then he was off, telling stories I had already been told, about how my father had wrecked my grandfather's car and never apologized, about how my father had been a poor high school student and my grandfather had had to make an additional donation to the school to ensure his graduation, about how my grandfather had wanted my father to be more of a scholar, whereas my father wanted to be an athlete. They were typical father and son problems, yet they felt as remote and uninteresting as something I might read in a book. And behind this all were the words, lipo wau nahele, a phrase meant to be chanted, to be carried beneath the tongue. And although I was looking at Uncle William, smiling and nodding as he talked and talked, I was thinking of that land that was mine after all, where I had lain beneath an acacia tree and watched as, just a few yards away, Edward shucked off his shorts and shirt and ran, whooping into the glittering water, and dived beneath a wave so large that for a few seconds it was as if he had been a victim of some kind of alchemy and his bones had been turned to foam. Finally, I had information to tell Edward. He may have discovered that the land belonged to me, but I was able to tell him what it had meant to my grandfather, the last person in our family to be addressed as Prince Kawika. Today, I am embarrassed about how gratified I was by his excitement to finally have something to give him and to have it be so enthusiastically received with all the selfishness of the gift giver. It became a shorthand between us, not quite a joke, but not something I thought I took seriously. I had little imagination, and he had less, but we began to speak of it as someplace real, as if every time we mentioned its name, a new tree would begin to sprout, as if we were speaking the forest into being. Sometimes we would take you with us on our weekend road trips, and in the afternoons, after you and Edward swam, you would come lie by my side, and I would tell you stories I remembered from when I was little, replacing every magic forest, every haunted glen with lipo wau nahele, the witch's house in Hansel and Gretel, which had so confounded me when I was a child, with its gingerbread walls and gumdrop-trimmed eaves. What was gingerbread? What were gumdrops? What were eaves? Became a palm hut in lipo wau nahele, its roof made of scallops of dried mango, its doorway a curtain of strings of crackseed, their salt and sugar perfume filling the witch's kitchen. Sometimes I would tell you about it as if it were a place that actually existed,
Or rather, I would let you believe it was anything you wanted it to be. Are there bunnies there? You'd ask. You were fixated on bunnies in those years. Yes, I'd say. Is there ice cream there? You'd ask. Yes, I'd say. Was there a model train set in Lipauaunahele? Was there a jungle gym you could have all to yourself? Was there a tire swing? Yes, yes, yes. Anything you wanted could be found in Lipauaunahele, which was equally defined by what it lacked: bedtime, bath time, homework, onions. There was no room for things you hated at Lipauaunahele. It was heaven as much for what it excluded. What was I doing? These were the years when you were 5, 6, 7, 8, still young enough to believe that because I told you wonderful things, I was wonderful as well. Back then, it seemed not just harmless but helpful. It made me feel, for the first time in my life, like I might be a king after all. Here was this land that my grandfather thought was paradise, and so why should I not agree? Who was I to say that he might not be right? You may be wondering what your grandmother thought of all this. When she discovered I was with Edward again, and of course she was going to discover it, that was an inevitability, she didn't speak to me for a week. Though such was the power of Lipauaunahele that as I remember it, I didn't even care. I had a different, bigger secret, and that secret was a place where I would feel invincible, where I for once would feel like I belonged, where I would never feel shame or apology for who I was. I had never rebelled as a child, not ever, and yet I had still disappointed her, because I had never been able to be the son she had wanted. But I hadn't done that on purpose. And if I'm to be honest, there was a thrill in defying her, in being the agent of her dismay, of inviting Edward back to our house, my house, to have him at our table, my mother a hostage. We began driving out there every weekend, Edward and I, and although the first time we went I was deflated, thinking only of Uncle William's dismissals, a useless piece of land, Edward was so excited that I let myself become excited as well. "Here's where my offices will be," he said, pacing out a square around the acacia. "We'll keep the tree and build the courtyard around it. And there is where we'll build the school, where we'll teach the kids only in Hawaiian. And there's where your palace will be, near that monkey pod tree. See, we'll situate it facing the water, so when you wake, you'll be able to see the sunrise over the ocean." The following weekend, we spent the night there, camped out on the beach, and after the sun had gone down, Edward scooped up a dozen of the tiny firefly squid that had washed onto shore and skewered them on ohia branches and roasted them for us. The next morning, I woke early, before Edward, and looked toward the mountains. In the dawn, the land, which normally looked so scorched, appeared lush and soft and vulnerable. Now, however, I can see that Lipauaunahele meant different things to us, different but the same as well. It was, for both of us, a fantasy of usefulness, our own usefulness.
Edward had inherited a small amount of money from his mother, enough to rent a single-room cottage on a lower valley property owned by a Korean family about a 5-minute walk from me. He had an occasional job painting rooms for a construction crew. I didn't even have that. After you left for school for the day, I had nothing to do but wait for you to come home. Sometimes I helped my mother with simple things, like stuffing envelopes with solicitations for the daughter's annual fundraiser, but mostly I just waited. I read magazines or books. I took long walks. I slept. I hoped for my attacks in those days, for they would prove that my inactivity wasn't laziness or driftiness, but a necessity. "Are you taking it easy?" My doctor since childhood, would ask me at my appointments, and I would always say I was. "Good," he would say solemnly. "You mustn't overtax yourself, Wika," and I would promise him I wasn't. We were inessential in every way. I to you and my mother, the both of us to Hawaii. That was the irony. We needed the idea of Hawaii more than it needed us. No one was clamoring for us to take over. No one wanted our help. We were play acting, and because our pretending affected no one, until of course it did, we could be as indulgent as we wanted. The things we convinced ourselves, that I would be king, that he would be my first advisor, that in Lipauaunahele we would rebuild the paradise my grandfather had supposedly dreamed of, though he certainly couldn't have dreamed that someone like me would be his representative. In reality, we did nothing. We didn't even try to plant the forest he wanted. The difference between us, however, is that Edward believed. He was rich in belief. It was all he had. Lipo Waunahele was a retreat and a pastime for him, just as it was for me. But it was something more, too. Looking back, I can understand how Edward needed to be Hawaiian, or at least this idea of Hawaiian he had created. He needed to feel that he was a part of some larger, greater tradition. His mother was dead, and he had never known his father. He had few friends and no family. To be Hawaiian was not a political imperative for him, but rather a personal one. Yet here, too, he was unconvincing to others. Kicked out of Keiki Ku'ali, unwelcome, or so he said, in the Hawaiian language classes he tried to take, expelled from the holo because a painting job had meant he would miss too many practices. This was his birthright, and even here he was unwanted. But at Lipo Waunahele, there was no one to tell him no, and no one to tell him that his way of being Hawaiian was incorrect. There was only me, and sometimes you, and we believed whatever he said. I was the king, but he was the leader, and over the years, those 30 acres were being reclassified in his mind from metaphor to something else. It would be his kingdom after all, and we his subjects, and no one would be able to deny him ever again. The first step was changing our names. This was 1978, a year before we left. He had already changed his the previous year. First, he had become Eka Waka, the Hawaiianization of Edward, and a strange and awkward name to say aloud. I had been relieved when he told me he was changing it again to Paea, his middle name. A real Hawaiian name, he said proudly, as if he had thought of it himself, instead of merely remembering that it had been there all along. Paea, the crab, and Kamehameha the Great's given name, and now Edward's as well. I should have anticipated his wanting to change our names too, but somehow, like so much else, it never occurred to me that he might ask for something so large. A Hawaiianization of a Christian name is still a Christian name, just in brownface, he said. It was clear that he had learned this term, brownface, recently, because uncertainty softened his voice a bit as he said it. But it was the king's name, I said, in a rare show of resistance, though I wasn't arguing so much as I was bewildered. Was the king not Hawaiian enough either? That's true, he admitted, and looked momentarily confused. Then his face cleared. But we're going to begin again out in Lipo Waunahele. Your blood gives you a right to the throne, but we're going to begin a new dynasty for it. He had begun keeping a list of what he considered true Hawaiian names, those that predated Western contact. But he bemoaned how few there were, how they had gone almost extinct from lack of interest. It had stupidly never occurred to me that a name, as much as a plant or a creature, could vanish from lack of popularity, nor did I quite see the point of Edward's quest. You couldn't force a name back into existence. A name was not a plant or an animal. It flourished from desire, not need, and therefore was subject to all the fickle attentions of humans. Had the old names disappeared because, as he claimed, they had been banned by the missionaries? Or had they disappeared simply because they couldn't withstand the novelty of the Western ones? Edward would have said that both arguments began in the same place. They had been shoved aside by the interlopers. But shouldn't a name that was meaningful be meaningful enough to hold its place, even in the face of insurrection? I didn't ask this, and I didn't even protest too much when he gave first me and then you our new names. But you know, or I hope you know, that I didn't let our name be taken from us. I hope you noticed that I only called you by the name he gave you when he was present, that at all other times you were still my Kawika, and always will be. And I resisted in another small way as well. Although I learned, eventually, to call him Paea, in my head, I continued to think of him, to refer to him as Edward. I am struck, now telling you all of this, by how make-believe it was. We knew almost nothing of anything. Nothing of history, nothing of work, nothing of Hawaii, nothing of responsibility. And the things we did know, we tried to unknow.
My great-grandfather's sister, the one who had succeeded him as monarch after he had died prematurely, the one who was overthrown, the one with whom the kingdom died, had she not been a Christian herself? Had she not given power and wealth to some of the very men, Christian, white, missionary men, who had later taken her throne? Had she not watched as her people were taught English and encouraged to go to church? Had she not worn silk gowns and diamonds in her hair and at her throat, like an English queen, her black hair oiled and tamed? But these were facts that complicated our imaginings, and so we chose to ignore them. We were grown men, long past the age at which we should have been pretending, and yet we were pretending as if our lives depended upon it. What did I think would happen? What did I think our pretending would amount to? The most pathetic answer is that I didn't. I pretended because when I was pretending, I had given myself something to do. It's not that we wanted something to happen, we wanted the opposite. The world was becoming less explicable to me the older you got. At night, I watched the news, the reports of strikes and protests, marches, and the occasional celebration. I watched the war end and fireworks exploding over the Statue of Liberty, the water beneath shimmering as if flooded with oil. I watched a new president be sworn in, and images of a man in San Francisco who was assassinated. How was I going to explain the world to you when I couldn't understand it myself? How could I let you go into it when all around us were terrors and horrors, nightmares from which I'd never be able to wake you? But inside Lipo Nahele, nothing ever changed. It was not so much a fantasy as a suspension. If I was there, then time would stop. If you never got older, there would never come the day when your knowledge surpassed mine, when you learned to look at me with scorn. If you never got older, I would never disappoint you.
Sometimes I prayed time would start traveling backward, not, as Edward would have it, 2 centuries back, so I could see the islands as they once were, but 8 years back, when you were still my baby and learning to walk, and everything I did was marvelous to you, when all I had to do was say your name and their face would open in a smile. Never leave me, I'd whisper to you then, even as I knew that my job was to raise you to leave me, that your purpose as my child was to leave me, a purpose I myself had failed to fulfill. I was selfish. I wanted you to always love me. I didn't do what was best for you. I did what I thought was best for me. But as it happened, I was wrong about that too. Kawika, something very important happened to me last night. I went outdoors. For months, I was only able to walk around my room before losing my breath, not to mention my courage. And then, last night, for no particular reason, I pressed the handle of my room door and stepped into the hallway. 1 second, I was in my room, and the next, I was outside of it, and nothing had changed in that moment except that I had tried. It's like that sometimes, you know? You wait and wait and wait because you're frightened, because you've always waited. And then, one day, the wait is over. In that moment, you forget what it was to wait. This state that you'd lived in for sometimes years is gone, and so is your memory of it. All you have at the end is loss. At the doorway, I turned right, and down the hall I went, running my right hand against the side of the wall to guide my way. Initially, I was so nervous, I thought I might vomit, and every small noise I heard made my heart seize. But then, I can't say how far I'd walked, in length or minutes, something very strange happened. I felt a kind of elation overcome me, an ecstasy, and suddenly as I'd pressed on the door handle, I dropped my hand from the wall and stepped into the center of the hallway and began to walk with a swiftness and certainty I couldn't remember ever experiencing. Faster and surer I walked, and it was as if with each step I was creating new stone beneath my feet, as if the building was growing up around me, and the hallway, if I never turned off it, would stretch on infinitely. At some point, I turned right, reaching in front of me with my hand, and there, once again as if I'd willed it, was a handle. For some reason, I don't know why, I understood that this door led to the garden. I pressed down on the handle, and even before I felt the door yield, I smelled pikake, which I knew, because Mama had told me, had been planted all along the walls. I began to walk through the garden. I had never thought I had paid much attention to its dimensions and paths while I was being pushed through it, but after almost 9 years, I stopped when I realized this, my elation abruptly vanishing. I must have memorized its contours after all. So confident was I that for a disorienting moment I wondered if I could see again, if vision itself had changed, and this was what it now felt like. Because although all I could discern was the same dark gray screen I saw every day, it seemed not to matter. Up and down the paths I marched, and I never had to stop to grope before me. I never had to rest, though, if I had, I knew, intuitively, where the benches were. At the far end of the garden, there was a door, and I knew that if I turned its handle, I would be outside. Not just outside in the still, warm air, but outside of this place, out in the world. For a while, I stood with my palm against the door, thinking of what I'd do, of how I'd leave. Although then I realized, where would I go? I could not return to my mother's house, and I could not return to Lipa Wawanehele. The first, because I knew exactly what I'd find there, and the second, because it had disappeared. Not physically, but the idea of it. It had vanished with Edward. But Kawika, you would have been proud of me. Once, I would have been dispirited by this. I would have lost my bearings. I would have lain on the ground and moaned for help. I would have put my arms over my head and begged, aloud, for the mountains to stack themselves atop me, for everything to stop moving so much and so fast. You saw me do this many times. The first time it happened was the winter after we left for Lipa Wawanehele, and I had been overcome by what I had done, how I had taken you from your home, how I had enraged my mother, how nothing had changed after all, how I was still a disappointment and frightened, and how I hadn't grown out of those traits, but had instead grown into them, so that these qualities had not kept me from becoming someone else, but in fact had become who I was. You had been visiting that weekend, and you had been scared. You had held my hand as you knew to do when I was having a seizure, and when it became clear that this was no seizure, but rather some other kind of state, you had dropped my hand and run across the plain, yelling for Edward, and he had returned with you and shaken me, hard, yelling at you to stop acting like such a dummy, like such a baby. Don't call my father a dummy, you'd said, so brave even then, and Edward had hissed back at you. I'll call him a dummy if he acts like a dummy, and you had spit at him then, not to actually hit him, but he had raised his hand. From my position on the ground, it looked almost as if he were trying to blot out the sun. And you, so brave, stood there, your arms crossed in front of you, even though you were only 11, and you must have been terrified. I'll spare you this one time, Edward had said, because I respect my prince. And if I had been able to laugh, I would have at his pomposity, at his pretension. But it would be a long time before I would think that, and in the moment, I was as scared as you were, except the difference was that I was supposed to take care of you, not just lie on the ground and watch. Anyway, I did not fall to the garden floor. I did not weep and wail. I instead sat with my back against one of the trees. I could feel it was a skinny little banyan, and thought about you. I understood then that my job was to keep practicing. Tonight, I had navigated my way through the garden. Tomorrow, or perhaps next week, I would try to leave this property. Every night, I would go farther. Every night, I would get stronger. And one day, someday soon, I would see you again and say all this to you in person. You remember the day we left. It was the day after you graduated from 4th grade. You were 10. In June, you would turn 11. I had packed a bag for you, which I had stored in the trunk of Edward's car. Over the previous 2 months, little things had been disappearing from your room. Underwear and t-shirts and shorts, and your favorite deck of cards, one of your skateboards, your favorite stuffed animal, the plush shark you were too embarrassed to admit you still occasionally slept with, which you kept hidden beneath your bed. You didn't notice the clothes, but you did notice the skateboard. Duh, have you seen my skateboard? No, the purple one. No, I looked, it's not there. I'll go ask Jane again.
I had packed food as well, tins of Spam and cans of corn and kidney beans, a saucepan and a kettle, matches and lighter fluid, packages of crackers and instant noodles, glass jugs of water. Every weekend, we took a little more. In April, we'd set up the tarp and hidden the tents beneath a pile of coral rocks we lugged from the sea. Later, we'll build a real palace, Edward said, and as always when he said such things, such improbable things, I remained silent. If he meant them, I was embarrassed for him. If he did not, I was embarrassed for me. Here, my story joins your own, and yet there's so much I don't know about how you felt and what you saw.
What did you think that afternoon we arrived at Lipo Wawanahele and saw the tents for me and you, one for Edward arranged under the acacia, the tarp stretched taut between 4 metal poles we scavenged from the abandoned cement plant on the western side of the island, the cardboard boxes of our food and clothes and supplies beneath it? I remembered you smiling, a little uncertainly, looking from me to the tarp to Edward, who was unloading the hibachi grill from his car. Duh, you asked me, looking up into my face, but you hadn't known what to say next. What is this? You finally asked, and I pretended I hadn't heard you, though of course I had. It was only that I didn't know what to say. That weekend, you played along. When Edward woke us early Friday morning to recite a chant, you did so, and when he said that, beginning that day, the 3 of us were going to take Hawaiian lessons together, that this would be a place where only Hawaiian was spoken, you looked at me, and when I nodded, you shrugged, acquiescent. Okay, you said. Ae, he corrected you, sternly, and you shrugged again. Ae, you repeated. Most of the time, you were inscrutable, but I watched bemusement scud across your face, and amusement too. Did Edward really expect you to fish for your food? Were you really to learn to cook it over the fire? Would we really go to bed at 8 so we could wake with the dawn? Yes, it seemed. Yes and yes. You were smart even then. You didn't challenge him. You knew as well that he didn't play, that he didn't have a sense of humor. Edward, you once said, and he didn't look up. He pretended he hadn't heard you, and I watched as a kind of understanding came over you. Paea, you said, and he turned. I think it was because you were never able to trust my abilities as a father that you learned early that people would not behave as they should, and things were not what they appeared. Here we were, your father and his friend, whom you had known since you were a baby, and we were having a fun beachside camping trip. And yet, was this really what it seemed? No one had said anything about fun, and indeed, there was something toilsome about your time at Lipo Wawanahele, even though here you were getting to do everything you liked to do, fish and swim and climb up the edge of the nearby mountain, foraging for greens. But something was amiss, something was wrong. You couldn't articulate how, but you sensed it. Duh, you whispered to me the second night as I blew out the candle in the hurricane lamp between us. What are we doing here? I took so long to answer that you poked me, gently, in my arm. Duh, you asked. Did you hear me? We're camping, Kawika, I said, and then, when you were silent, aren't you having a good time? I guess, you said, reluctantly, finally. You weren't, but you couldn't explain why you weren't. You were a child, and the problem isn't that children don't possess the full range of emotions that adults do, it is only that they don't possess the vocabulary to express them. I was an adult, I did have the vocabulary, and yet I too couldn't explain what was wrong about the situation. I too couldn't express what I was feeling. That Monday was the same, the Hawaiian lessons, the long hours of boredom, the fishing, the fire. I saw you staring at the car at odd moments, as if you might be able to call it like a dog, have it come revving to your side. On Thursday, you were to begin attending a camp where you'd learn to build robots. You were so excited about this camp. You had been speaking of it for months, rereading the brochure, telling me about the kind of robot you were going to build. It'd be called the Spider, and it'd be able to climb up to the tops of shelves and retrieve things that Jane couldn't reach. 3 of your friends would be attending as well. The day before, you said to me, "What time are we leaving?" And when I didn't answer you, "Duh, camp starts at 8 tomorrow morning."
Talk to Paea, I finally said, in a voice I didn't recognize. You stared at me, disbelief on your face, and then got up and hurried over to Paea. Paea, I heard you say, when are we leaving? I have camp tomorrow. You're not going to camp, Edward said calmly. What do you mean? You asked, and before he could answer, Paea, what do you mean? Oh, how we both wished Edward were teasing, were capable of teasing. But although I knew he was not, I never believed, truly believed until it was too late, that he would always do exactly what he said he was going to do. Yet he was the least secretive person I knew, the least conniving. What he said he was going to do was what he did. You're not going, he repeated. You're staying here. Here? You asked. Where? Here, he said, at Lipovawanahele. But that's make-believe, you cried, and then, turning to me, da. But I didn't say anything. I couldn't, and you didn't try harder with me. You knew I would be of no use, of no help, before swiveling back to Edward. I want to go home, you said. And then, when he too didn't respond, your voice took on a hysterical edge. I want to go home. I want to go home. You ran to the car, you got in the driver's seat, you began to pound on the horn, which made sharp little bleats. Take me home, you yelled, and by that time you were crying. Da, Edward, take me home. Honk, honk, honk. Tudu, you shouted, as if your grandmother might emerge from one of the tents. Jane, Matthew, help me, take me home. Another man would have laughed at you, but he didn't. The one good thing about his lack of humor was that he wasn't a humiliator. He took you seriously in his own way. He simply let you yell and shout for a few minutes until you slumped out of the car, exhausted and crying, and then he picked himself up from beneath the acacia and came and sat down next to you, and you sagged against him despite yourself. It's okay, I heard him say to you, and he put his arm around you and began stroking your hair. It's okay. You're home, little prince. You're home. What did you think of Edward? I never asked you, because I never wanted to know the answer, and anyway, it would have been a strange and impossible question for a parent to ask his child. What do you think of my friend? But now we're both adults, and I can ask, what did you think? I'm still afraid of the answer. You knew long before I did, that there was something to fear in him, something to not trust. Even as a very little child, you would look from your grandmother to me to your Uncle Edward on the occasions he stayed for supper, and although you were unable to articulate the tension between us all, of course you could sense it. You saw how silent I grew around him. You saw how I waited for permission to speak before I said anything in his presence. Once, when you were around 10, we were spending the day by the beach at Lipovawanahele. It was late afternoon, almost time for us to leave, and I asked Edward if I could go relieve myself first. Yes, he said, and I did. It was unremarkable to me. I asked him whether I could do things all the time. Could I eat? Could I have seconds? Could I go home? The only things I didn't ask him were things that involved you, and it wasn't until I was tucking you into bed that night that you asked me why I hadn't just gone, why I had needed permission. It wasn't like that, I tried to tell you, but then I couldn't explain why it wasn't, why you were wrong, why I hadn't just gotten up and gone when I had wanted to, when I had needed to. It is a terrible thing for a child to have to realize that their parent is weak, too weak to protect them. Some children react with scorn, and some, as you did then, with sympathy. I believe it was then that you realized that you were no longer a child, that you had to protect me, that I needed your help. It was when you realized that you would have to figure things out on your own. Sometimes, Edward would give you lectures, clumsy versions of the ones Bethesda had given us.
He would try for Bethesda's poetry, his sense of rhythm, but aside from a few borrowed lines, which he repeated as punctuation, America is a country with sin at its heart, he was incapable, and his attempts were disjointed and repetitive, dull and circular. I would hear myself thinking this and feel guilty for my betrayal, though I never said it aloud, never said it to you. No land is owned land, Edward would say to you, forgetting, or perhaps ignoring, the fact of Lipovawanahele, whose ownership was central to his fantasy of it. You have the right to be whatever you want, he'd say. Although this, too, he didn't mean. You would be a Hawaiian man, a young prince, as he called you, though he had little conception of what that meant, and neither did I. If you had said then, as you had every right to, that you wanted to grow up, marry the blondest woman you could, live in Ohio, and manage a bank, he would have been horrified. But would he have been horrified by your choices or by your ambition? How brave you'd be to go all the way to Ohio, to leave behind all the privileges your name guaranteed you, to go where you might as well be Prince Wooga Wooga, foreign and laughable. Your status vanished as soon as you climbed into your little coconut tree canoe and pushed off the sandy shore of Ooga Ooga. His idea of what Hawaii was, what we were as Hawaiians, was so shallow that, of all the things I am ashamed of today, it is that which affects me the most. Not the fact of it, but that I blinded myself to it, that I allowed him to play, and that I sacrificed our lives for that play. All those years he tried to teach you Hawaiian, using an old primer stolen from the university library, you never learned, because he never learned. His lessons about Hawaiian history, too, were mostly invented, projections of what he hoped had happened rather than what actually had. We are a land of kings and queens and princesses, he would say to you, but the truth was that there were only 2 princes on our land, and they were you and I, and that you cannot have a land full of royalty, because royalty needs people to revere them, or they cease to be royalty. I would hear him give you these lectures, and I would be unable to stop them. With each day, I felt myself less capable of undoing what I had allowed to happen. It was as if I had been delivered to Lipo Wau Nahele. I had not chosen to come there. I had been deposited there, as though some wind had blown me across the island and dropped me beneath the acacia tree. My life, where I lived, had become foreign to me. It was the Sunday after I had failed to take you to robotics camp that we heard the car. We heard it, and then we saw it, jogging along the stony road. You had spent the last 3 days stunned by what had happened to you. On Thursday, the day you were to be at robotics camp, you had woken to find yourself still at Lipo Wau Nahele. I think you had hoped that it might be a dream, that you might wake up in your bed at your grandmother's house, and had flung yourself down upon the ground and sobbed, actually striking your arms and legs against the earth like a parody of a temper tantrum. "Kawika," I had said, creeping toward you. Edward was walking along the beach. "Kawika, it'll be okay." Then you had sat abruptly upright, your face wet. "How will it be okay?" you had shouted. "Huh? How?" I had sat back on my heels. "I don't know," I'd had to admit. "Of course you don't know," you'd snarled. "You don't know anything. You never do." And then you had returned to crying, and I had crept away. I didn't blame you. How could I? You were right. On Friday and Saturday, you lapsed into a silence. You wouldn't leave the tent, not even to eat. I was worried about you, but Edward was not. "Leave him alone," he said. "He'll come out eventually." But you didn't. And so, when the car arrived, you were slow to emerge from the tent, blinking in the sun and staring at it like it was a hallucination. It was only when Uncle William got out from behind the wheel that you gave a weak, animal cry, a kind I'd never heard from you before, and began running toward him, wobbly from dehydration and hunger. He hadn't come alone. Your grandmother was in the passenger seat, and Jane and Matthew, looking scared, were in the back. It was your grandmother who took you, pushing you behind her and standing between you and Edward as if he might reach out and hit you. "I don't know what you're playing at. I don't know what you're doing," she said, "but I am taking my grandson and I'm leaving with him." Edward had shrugged. "I don't think that's really up to you, lady," he said, and I had stepped backward, despite myself. Lady, I had never heard my mother addressed so disrespectfully. "It's up to your son." "That's where you're wrong, Mr. Bishop," she said, and to you, more gently, "Get in the car, Kawika." But you wouldn't. Instead, you looked around her, at me. "Da?" you asked. "Kawika," she said, "get in the car, now." "No," you said, "not without him." "Him?" You meant me. "For heaven's sakes, Kawika," she said, impatient, "he doesn't want to come." "Yes, he does," you'd insisted. "He doesn't want to be here. Do you, Da? Come home with us."
"This is his land," Edward said. "Pure land, Hawaiian land. He'll stay." They began to argue, Edward and your grandmother, and I turned my face to the sky, which was white and hot, too hot for May. They seemed to have forgotten that I existed, that I was standing there, a distance from both of them, the third point in the triangle. But I was no longer listening to them, to Edward's pablum or your grandmother's commands. Instead, I was looking at Uncle William and Jane and Matthew, the three of them staring not just at the three of us, but at the land itself. I saw them noticing the tents, the blue plastic tarp, the cardboard boxes. It had rained 2 nights before, and the wind had made one side of the tent you and I shared collapse, so that when I slept beneath it, the nylon covered me like a shroud. Our boxes were still damp, and the contents of them, our clothes and your books, were scattered across the field to dry. It appeared as if a bomb had exploded and everything had been tossed about. The tarp was muddy. From the acacia tree hung a dozen plastic bags containing our food supplies, protecting them from the ants and the mongoose. I saw what they were seeing, an unremarkable piece of scrubby land littered with ugly debris, plastic bottles and broken plastic forks, the tarp rustling in the breeze. Lipo wau nahele, but we had planted no trees, and the ones that were already there we were using as furniture. The place was now worse than unloved, it was degraded, and it was Edward and I who had degraded it. They took you away that day. They tried to have me declared incompetent. They tried to declare me an unfit parent. They tried to take away my trust. I say they because Uncle William was the one who was dispatched to, discreetly, talk to someone at Child Protective Services, and then to consult an old law school classmate of his, now a family court judge. But I really mean not they, but she, your grandmother. I cannot blame her now, and I couldn't then either. I knew that what I was doing was wrong. I knew that you should stay where you were, that there was no life for you at Lipo wau nahele. So why did I let it happen? How could I let it happen? I could tell you that it was because I wanted to share something with you, something that, rightly or wrongly, I had created for us, a realm in which I made decisions for you that I thought might help you in some way, that might enrich you in some way. But that would be untrue. Or I could tell you that it was because I had initially had hopes for Lipo wau nahele, for the life we might have there, and that I had been surprised when those hopes were unfulfilled. But that would be untrue as well. The truth is far more pathetic. The truth is far more pathetic.
The truth is that I had simply followed someone, and I had surrendered my own life to somebody else, and that, in surrendering mine, I had surrendered yours too. And that, once I had done so, I didn't know how to fix what I had done. I didn't know how to make it right. The truth is that I was weak. The truth is that I was incapable. The truth is that I gave up. The truth is that I gave you up too. By fall, we had come to an agreement. I would get to see you 2 weekends a month at Lipo wau nahele, but only if proper accommodations were built for you. You would otherwise reside full-time with your grandmother. If I challenged this in any way, I would be committed. Edward had raged about this, but there was nothing I could do. My mother was still able to circumvent certain processes, and we both understood that if there were a fight between us, I would lose. I would lose you, and I would lose my freedom. Though, I suppose, by that point, I had already lost both. My mother came to talk to me just once more, shortly after we had both signed the agreement. It was November, a week or so before Thanksgiving. I was still trying to keep track of the days then. I hadn't known she was coming. For the past week, a crew of carpenters had been building what would be a small house on the northern edge of the property, in the shadow of the mountain. There would be a room for me, a room for Edward, and a room for you, but furnishings would be provided only for your room. This was not an act of meanness. It had been Edward who had refused Uncle William's offer, telling him we would sleep outside on lahala mats. I don't care where you sleep, as long as you sleep inside when the boy's here, Uncle William had said. Our experiment was being tested, Edward said. We must not surrender. We would continue to live as our ancestors once had when you weren't with us.
When you were here, food would be delivered and we would eat it, but when you weren't, we would catch or forage only, and we would cook it over a fire. We would grow our own taro and sweet potatoes. It was my responsibility to muck out the trench I had dug for our feces and to use it to fertilize our plants. The phone, which had been installed at great expense, there were no telephone lines in the area, would be unplugged once you left. The electricity, which Uncle William had somehow arranged with the state, would go unused. "Don't you see they're trying to break us?" he asked. "Don't you see this is a test, a way for them to find out how passionate we are?" It had been raining on the morning your grandmother came to visit me, and I watched as she picked her way across the muddy expanse of grass to where I was lying on the tarp beneath the acacia. The tarp, once a ceiling, was now a floor, and I spent most of my day there, sleeping, waiting for one day to end and the next to begin. Sometimes Edward would try to rouse me, but that happened less and less frequently, and often he would vanish for what might have been hours or might have been days. Even as I tried, I was less and less able to distinguish time, and I would be left alone to doze, waking only when I was too hungry to sleep. Sometimes I dreamed of that night in the house when we had heard Bethesda, and would wonder if he had been real or if we had summoned him from some other realm. She stood over me for a few seconds before she spoke. "Wake up, Wika," she said, and when I didn't move, she knelt and shook my shoulder. "Wika, get up," she repeated, and I finally did. She stared at me for a bit, and then she stood. "Get up," she instructed. "We're walking." I got up and followed her. She was carrying a cloth bag and a tatami mat, which she passed to me. Although it was no longer raining, the sky was still gray, and there was no sun. We walked toward the mountain, and at the monkey pod tree, she gestured for me to unfurl the mat. "I brought us a picnic," she said, and before I could look around, she added, "He's not here." I wanted to tell her I wasn't hungry, but she was already unloading the food. Bento boxes of rice and mochi, fried chicken and nishime, cucumber namasu, and cut muskmelon for dessert. All the things I had once loved to eat. "It's all for you," she said as I began to serve her. I already ate. I ate so fast and so much I gagged, but she never scolded me, and even after I had finished, she was still silent. She had taken off her shoes, which she'd placed neatly by the edge of a mat, and had stretched her legs out before her. I remembered she had always worn her nylons a shade darker than her skin. She was wearing a lime green skirt printed with white roses, now very faded, that I remembered from my childhood. And as she looked up at the sky through the branches, leaning back her head and then closing her eyes, I wondered if she too, as I was occasionally able to myself, though with far less frequency, was able to appreciate the land's difficult beauty, the way it seemed to yield to no one. Some yards away from us, the builders had finished their lunch break and were once again pounding and sawing. I had overheard one saying that the land was far too wet for a wooden house, and another disagreeing, saying the problem wasn't the humidity but the heat. They had had to delay the foundation work and then re-site it when it had been discovered that the original location had abutted a swamp which had been drained and then filled. For a while, we listened to the construction, and I waited to hear what she was going to say. "When you were almost 3, I took you to the mainland to see a specialist," she began, "because you didn't speak. It was clear you weren't deaf, which was what we first thought, but when your father or I said your name, you turned to us, and when we were outside and you heard a dog bark, you would get excited and smile and clap. You liked music as well, and when we played your favorite songs, you would even sometimes not hum along quite, but you would make little noises. Still, you wouldn't speak. Your doctor said we perhaps weren't speaking enough to you, so we spoke to you constantly. At night, your father would see you next to him and read the sports section to you. But since I was the one who was with you the most, I talked to you most of all. Ceaselessly, in fact. I took you with me wherever I went. I read books to you and recipes, and when we were in the car, I'd tell you everything we were passing. See, I'd say, there's the school you're going to attend someday when you're a little older. Over there, that's the house your father and I lived in right after we got married, before we moved to the valley. Up that hill is where your father's high school friend lives. They have a little boy just your age. Mostly, though, I talk to you about my life. I told you about my father and my siblings, and how when I was a girl, I wanted to move to Los Angeles and be a dancer, except of course, that wasn't the sort of thing that I would be allowed to do, and anyway, I wasn't a very good dancer. I even told you about how your father and I had tried so many times to give you a sister, and each time she slipped away from us, until the doctor told us that you would be our only. How much I talked to you. I was lonely in those days. I hadn't yet joined the Daughters, and most of my friends from school had large families or were busy running their own households, and I was already estranged from my siblings. So I just had you. At times, I would lie in bed in the evening and think of all that I'd told you and feel frightened that I had perhaps damaged you by telling you things I shouldn't tell a child. Once, I became so worried that I even confessed to your father, and he laughed and took me in his arms and said, "Don't be silly, pet." He called me pet. He doesn't even understand what you're saying. Why, you could curse at him all day long and it wouldn't make a difference. I swatted him on the arm and scolded him, but he just laughed again, and he made me a little better.
On the flight to San Francisco, though, I thought again of how much I'd told you, and do you know what I wished? I wished you would never speak at all. I was afraid that if you did, you would tell someone the things I had told you, all of my secrets. "Don't tell anyone," I whispered into your ear as you lay asleep on my lap. "Don't ever tell what I told you." And then I felt horribly guilty that I should hope my only child never spoke, that I should be so selfish. What kind of mother was I? But at any rate, I didn't have to worry. 3 weeks after we came home, the San Francisco doctor had no greater insight than our own doctor. You began to talk, not just in single words, but in whole sentences. I was so relieved. I wept with joy. Your father, who hadn't been as concerned as I, teased me, but nicely, in that way he had. "You see, pet," he asked me, "I knew he was going to be all right, just like his old man, didn't I tell ya? Now you're going to pray for the day he stops talking. That was what everyone told me, that I would someday pray for you to stop talking. But I never had to pray for that because you were so quiet. And sometimes, as you got older, I wondered, was I being punished? I had asked you not to say anything, and so you hadn't. And then you said less and less and less, and now—" She stopped, cleared her throat. And now we're here," she concluded. We were both quiet for a long time. "For goodness sakes, Wika," she said at last, "say something." "There's nothing to say," I said. "This isn't a life here, you understand," she said in a rush. "You're 36, you have an 11-year-old son. This place, what do you call it? Lipawau Nahele? You can't stay here, Wika. You don't have any skills, you or your friend. You don't know how to cook for yourself or take care of yourself or anything. You know nothing, Wika. You—" Once again, she stopped speaking mid-sentence. She shook her head quickly. She seemed to refocus herself. And then she stacked the now empty containers inside one another and placed them in her bag and rocked back on the balls of her feet into a standing position. She stepped into her shoes and picked up her bag. I looked up at her, and she looked down at me. She would say something terrible, I thought, something so insulting that I would never be able to forgive her, and she might never be able to forgive herself. But she didn't. "Why am I worrying?" she said, coolly, as she studied not just my face, but the whole of me, my unwashed t-shirt and torn board shorts and the patchy beard that made my cheeks itch. "You won't be able to survive out here. You'll be home before I know it." And then she turned and walked away from me, and I watched her go. She slid into her car. She put the bag of empty containers onto the seat next to her. She checked her reflection in the rearview mirror, running a hand along the side of her face, as if reminding herself that it was still there. Then she started the engine and drove away. "Goodbye," I said to her as the car disappeared. "Goodbye." Overhead, the clouds were turning gray. I could hear the foreman urge his crew to hurry, to finish their work before the rain came. I lay back down. I closed my eyes. Eventually, I fell asleep, one of those sleeps that feel more real than waking life, so that when I woke early the next day, Edward still nowhere in sight, I was almost able to convince myself that I could still begin anew. In the end, my mother was wrong. I didn't go home again, not before she knew it, and not ever.
Over time, Lipo Nahele became where I was and who I was, although it never stopped feeling temporary, someplace intended only for waiting, though the only thing I was waiting for was the next day to begin. All around us were signs that the land, never inhabited, would frustrate any attempts to be inhabited, and that any human accommodations it made would be temporary. The house, which was concrete and wood, was ugly and boxy and cheap. Only your room was painted, with a bed and a mat on the floor and a light fixture in the ceiling. The other rooms had unfinished sheetrock walls, and, also Edward's insistence, plain cement floors. Even you spent most of your time outdoors on your visits. Not because you liked being outdoors, or at least not outdoors at Lipawao Nahele, but because the house was so bleak, so obviously hostile to human comfort. I looked forward to your visits too. I wanted to see you. But I also knew that when you were there, and for the days that followed, the food would be better and more diverse and plentiful. On the Thursdays before your visits, Uncle William would drive out with sackloads of groceries. I would keep the empty bags for our supplies. He would plug in the refrigerator, Edward didn't like to use it, and unload the bottle of milk, the cartons of juice, the oranges and heads of lettuce and patties of beef. All the lovely supermarket goods I had once had whenever I wanted. If Edward wasn't around, he'd sneak me a few bars of chocolate. The first time he had tried to give them to me, I had refused, but eventually I accepted. And when I did, tears came to his eyes, and he turned away from me. I hid them in a hole I dug behind the house where they would keep cool and where Edward wouldn't find them. It was always Uncle William who came, never the clerk or some other functionary from the office, and I wondered why until I realized that it was because my mother didn't want anyone else to see me, her son, living like this. Uncle William she could trust, but no one else. It was Uncle William, I presumed, who paid for the electricity and the phone line, Uncle William who paid for our fresh water. He brought us toilet paper, and when he left, he took our bundle of trash with him, as there was no garbage service in our area. When our blue tarp finally became so tattered that it resembled a spider web, it was Uncle William who brought us a new one, which Edward, for a time, refused to use, until even he had to admit its necessity. Every time before he departed for home, he asked me if I wanted to come with him, and every time I would shake my head. One time he didn't ask, and I had been bereft when he left, as if that door too had finally shut, and I was truly all alone, stranded here by only my weakness and my stubbornness. Two contradictory qualities, one canceling out the other, so that what remained was stasis. By the third year, Edward was more and more often away. Uncle William had bought you a kayak for your 12th birthday and had delivered it to Lipawao Nahele. It was a two-seater so that you and I could go together. But you weren't interested, and I was too tired, and so Edward commandeered it, and most days he would leave early in the morning and paddle out, past the bay, rounding one of the outcroppings and disappearing. Sometimes he didn't return until it was dark, and if there wasn't food left over, I would have to eat what I could find. There was an apple banana tree on the eastern edge of the property, and there were nights in which all I had were those stubby green bananas, starchy and underripe, which gave me stomach cramps, but which I was forced to eat. I had become like a dog to him. Most days he remembered to feed me, but when he didn't, there was little I could do but wait. We had few possessions, yet somehow the land always appeared to be littered with trash. There were always empty plastic bags, torn and useless, floating about. You had left one of the Hawaiian language primers outside on one of your visits, intentionally or not, I couldn't say, and its pages had become fat with water and then had crisped in the sun, and now crackled when a breeze passed over it. Debris from projects we'd never begun, a pyramid of coral rocks, another of kindling, were stacked near the acacia. On your visits, you would pace, bored and disgusted, between the house and the tree, back and forth, as if you might walk something else, your friends, a new father, into existence.
Once, Uncle William had brought a kite for me to give you on your visit, and although you tried, you could never get it airborne. Even the wind had abandoned us. When you left on Sunday, it was so painful that I couldn't even get up from beneath the tree to see you to your grandmother's car. The first time this happened, you called my name 3 times, coming over and shaking my shoulder. "Tutu," you shouted. "There's something wrong with him." "No, there's not, Kawika." Her voice was weary. He just can't get up. Say goodbye and come on now. We have to get home. Jane made you spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. I felt you crouch by my side. Bye, Da, you said quietly. I love you. And then you leaned over and kissed me, your touch as light as wings, and left. Earlier that day, you'd come upon me holding the side of my face and rocking, which was something I'd begun doing because my tooth hurt so much. Duh, let me see, you had said, your face worried. And then, when I finally, reluctantly, opened my mouth for you, you had gasped. Duh, you said, your tooth looks really gross. Don't you want to come back into town and get it fixed? And when I shook my head, groaning again at the pain such a simple movement caused, you sat next to me and patted my back. Da, you said, come home with me. But I couldn't. You were 13. Every time you visited, it was a reminder of how time had spun forward. Every time you left, it was as if time was slowing down again, where I had no future and no past, and had made no mistakes because I had made no decisions, and all there was possibility. Eventually, as I knew you must, you stopped coming. You were getting older. You were becoming a man. You were so angry when you came out to Lipowauanahela, angry at your grandmother, angry at Edward, but mostly angry at me. One weekend, one of the last before you stopped coming altogether, shortly after you turned 15, you were helping me harvest bamboo shoots, which you had discovered growing on the far side of the mountain 2 years earlier. They saved me those bamboo shoots, though they had become too difficult for me to unearth. I was now so weak that Uncle William had stopped asking me to come back to town to see a doctor, and had started sending one to me every month. He gave me some drops to keep my eyes from burning, and some drinks that helped make me stronger, and some salves for the insect bites on my face, and some pills to help with my seizures. A dentist came to pull my tooth. He packed the crater with gauze and left me a tube of ointment to rub into the gum as it healed. That day, I was very tired. My only job was to hold open an old rice sack so you could drop the shoots into it. After you'd finished, you took the sack from me and slung it over your shoulder, holding out your other hand for me to take so you could lead me back down the hill. You were as tall as I by this point, but much stronger. You held the tips of my fingers gently, like you were afraid of breaking them. Edward was there that day, but not speaking to either of us, and that was fine. I was nervous he might be angry with me, but you had long ago ceased caring what Edward thought of you, and long ago learned that you had nothing to fear from him. He too had disintegrated, although in a different way than I had. He was irritating, not dangerous, if he had ever been, and when you came to see us, you doled out our meals and handed them to us as we sat on the floor, reaching up to you like children, even though we were already, or only, 40, before finally sitting down yourself. Only Edward spoke during those meals, telling you old stories, worn stories, about how we were going to restore this island to what it had been, about how we were doing it for you, our son of Hawaii, our prince. That's nice, Paella, you'd sometimes say, indulgently, as if he were a repetitive child. Once, he looked at you confused. Edward, he said, my name is Edward. But mostly he didn't say anything, just kept talking and talking, until, finally, his voice faded and he stood and walked outside, to the beach, to stare at the sea. We had both become diminished. We had come to give the land life, but it had ended up taking life from us. We went to the kitchen and you began making us dinner. I sat and watched you move about, putting the shoots aside so I could eat them when you had left, taking the ground pork out of the refrigerator. Even then, my eyesight was vanishing, but I could still sit and watch you and admire how handsome you were, how perfectly you had been made. Jane had been teaching you to cook, just simple things, like noodles and fried rice, and when you came to stay with us, you were the chef. Recently, you had learned to bake, and on this trip, you had brought fresh eggs and flour with you, as well as milk and cream. The next morning, you would make me banana bread, you said. The previous 2 times you had come, you had been surly and snappish, but when you arrived this morning, you were merry and light, whistling as you unloaded the groceries. I was watching you, so full of affection and yearning that I could barely speak, when I suddenly recognized your state of happiness. You were in love. Da, will you put the cream and milk in the refrigerator? You asked. I have some more supplies to bring in.
When you were young, Uncle William had never sent you with supplies, but now he sometimes did, and I would watch as you unloaded rolls of toilet paper and bags of food and even, sometimes, cords of wood, while your grandmother sat behind the wheel of the car, looking out the window toward the sea. You left, and I remained on my chair, our only chair, staring at the kitchen wall, wondering who you were in love with and if she loved you back. I sat there, dreaming, until you called me again. You had to beckon us both like dogs by then, the two of us obediently answering to our names, trudging towards you, and I followed you to dig up the bamboo shoots. I was thinking of this, that morning, your dreamy, inward smile, as you muttered to yourself, reaching into the refrigerator for the peppers and zucchini you'd need for your stir-fry, when I heard you curse. "Jesus Christ, Da," you said, and I focused my gaze to see you holding up the bottle of cream, which I'd forgotten to put away when you told me to. "You left out the cream, Da, and the milk. Now they're ruined." You slammed the cream down in the sink and turned back to me. I could see your teeth, your bright black eyes. "Can't you do anything? The only thing I asked you to do was put away the cream and milk, and you can't even do that?" You came over to me, grabbed me by the shoulders, and started to shake me. "What's wrong with you?" you cried. "What's the matter with you? Can't you do anything?" I had learned over the years that the best thing to do when you were being shaken was not to try to fight back. And so I did, letting my head loll on its stem, letting my arms go limp, and finally you stopped and pushed me so hard that I fell from the chair to the ground. And then I saw your feet running away from me, and heard the front screen door bang shut. When you returned, it was night. I was still lying where I had fallen. The pork, left on the counter, had spoiled as well, and in the glow of the lamp, I could see little gnats swarming above it. You sat down beside me, and I leaned against your warm, bare skin. "Da," you said, and I struggled to sit up. "Here, let me help you," you said, and put your arm behind me and helped me sit. You gave me a glass of water. "I'm going to make something to eat," you said, and I heard you throw the pork into the garbage can and then begin chopping vegetables. You made us 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables with rice, and we both ate them right there, sitting on the kitchen floor. "I'm sorry, Da," you said, eventually, and I nodded, my mouth too full to answer. "I get so frustrated with you sometimes," you continued, and I nodded again. "Da, can't you look at me?" you asked, and I lifted my head and tried to find your eyes, and you took my head between your palms and brought it close to your face. "Here I am," you whispered. "Do you see me now?" And I nodded once more. "Don't nod, speak," you instructed, but your voice was gentle. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I see you." I slept indoors that night, in your room, in your bed. Edward wasn't around to tell me I couldn't, and you were going to go night fishing. "What about when you come back?" I asked, and you said you'd just climb in next to me, and we'd sleep side by side, like we used to in our tent. "Come on," you said, "take the bed." And although I should have argued with you, I did. But you never came to join me, to keep me company. And the next day, you were quiet and distant. The joy of the previous morning disappeared. That weekend was the last time I ever saw you. 2 weeks later, I was sitting on the tarp and waiting for you when Uncle Wyndham drove up. And when he got out of the car, his arms and hands were empty. He explained that you couldn't come this weekend, that you had a school function, something you couldn't miss. "Oh," I said, "will he come next weekend?" And Uncle William nodded, slowly. "I should think so," he said. But you didn't, and this time Uncle William didn't come to tell me, and it wasn't until another month that he arrived again, this time with food and supplies, and a message. "You weren't returning to Lipawana, Hele, not ever. Try to see it his way, Wika," he'd said, almost pleadingly. "Kawika's growing up. Son, he wants to be with his friends and classmates. This is too hard a place for a young man to be." It was as if he was expecting me to argue, but I couldn't because everything he said was true. And I knew what he meant too. It wasn't that Lipawana Hele itself was too difficult a place to be. The difficult part was being with me, the person I had become, or perhaps always had been. A lot of people think they've wasted their lives. When I was in college on the mainland, it had snowed one night, and the following day, classes were canceled. My dorm room overlooked a steep hill that led to a pond, and I stood at my window and watched as my classmates spent the afternoon sledding and tobogganing, sliding down the hill before slogging back up, laughing and holding on to one another in exaggerated exhaustion. It was evening before they returned to the dorm, and through my door I could hear them talking about the day they'd had. "What have I done?" I heard one boy groan, in mock despair. "I had a Greek paper to write for tomorrow. I'm wasting my life." They all laughed, because it was absurd. He wasn't wasting his life. He would go on to write the Greek paper, and then pass the class, and then graduate. And years later, when he was seeing his own son off to college, he'd say, "Have fun, but not too much." And he would tell him the story of when he was in college, and the day he'd wasted sledding in the snow. But there'd be no real suspense to the story, because they would both know the ending already. I, however, had wasted my life. Aside from you, the only thing I had ever accomplished was not leaving Ripawanahele. But not doing something is not the same as doing something. I had wasted my life, but you weren't going to let me waste yours as well. So I was proud of you for leaving me behind, for doing what I was unable to do. You wouldn't let yourself be seduced or fooled or spellbound. You would leave, and not just leave me and Ripawanahele, but you would leave everything else as well. The island, the state, history, who you were meant to be, who you might have been. You would discard it all, and when you had, you would find yourself so light that when you stepped into the ocean, your footfall wouldn't even sink, but would instead skim atop the surface of the water. There, you'd begin walking, east, toward a different life, one where no one knew who you were, not even yourself. You know what happened next, Kawikas, perhaps better than I do. It was some months after you left. Uncle William told me it was 7 months that Edward drowned. And while his death was declared an accident, I sometimes wonder whether it was intentional. He had come there to find something, but he hadn't had the strength to find it, and neither had I. I was meant to be his audience, and yet I hadn't been able to. And without me, he had given up as well. It was Uncle William who found his body on the beach on one of his visits. And it was that same day, after the police questioned me, that he had taken me back to Honolulu and to the hospital. When I awoke, I was in a room, and I had looked up and had seen the doctor, who was repeating my name and shining a bright white light into my eyes. The doctor sat next to me and asked me questions. Did I know my name? Did I know where I was? Did I know who the president was? Could I count backward in increments of 6 from 100? I answered, and he wrote my answers down. And then, before he left, he said, "Wika, you won't remember me, but I know you." When I didn't reply, he said, "My name's Harry, Yoshimoto. We went to school together. Do you remember?" But it wasn't until that night, when I was alone in my bed, that I did remember him. Harry, the boy who had eaten rice sandwiches, and to whom no one had spoken. Harry, the boy I was grateful not to be. And this was the end. I never returned to our house in the valley. After a while, they brought me here. Eventually, I lost the eyesight that remained. I lost the interest, and then the ability to do anything. I lay in bed and dreamed, and time blurred and softened, and it was as if I had never made any mistakes. Even you, now, I was told, at another school on the Big Island, even you, who never visited, even you I could conjure nearby. And sometimes, if I was very lucky, I could even fool myself into pretending I had never known you to begin with. You would be the first Kawika Bingham not to graduate from the school. Who knew what else you would be the first Kawika Bingham to do? The first to live abroad, maybe? The first to be someone else? The first to go somewhere very far away, somewhere so far that it made even Hawaii look close to someplace else. I was thinking about this when I woke today, to the sounds of someone crying that trying not to, her breath coming out in hiccups. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Bingham," I heard someone say, "but it's as if he's willing himself to go. We can only keep him alive if he wants to be." And then the sound again, that desperate, sad sound, and the voice once more. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Bingham, I'm sorry." "I shall have to write my grandson, my son's son," I heard her say. "I can't tell him this over the phone. Will I have time?" "Yes," the man's voice said, "but tell him to hurry." I wished I could have told them not to worry, that I was getting better, that I was almost well. It was all I could do to keep from smiling, from shouting with joy, from calling your name. But I want it to be a surprise. I want to see your face when you walk through the door at last, when you see me jump out of bed to greet you. How surprised you'll be, how surprised they'll all be. Will they applaud for me, I wonder? Will they be proud? Or will they be embarrassed, or even angry? Embarrassed that they'd underestimated me, angry that I had made them into fools. But I hope they don't feel that way, for there's no time to be angry. You are coming, and I can feel my heart pounding faster and faster, the blood thrumming in my ears. For now, though, I'm going to keep practicing. I'm so strong now, Kawika. I'm almost ready. This time, I'm ready to make you proud. This time, I won't let you down. All along, I had thought that Lipa Wanahele would be the only story I could tell about my life, but now I know. I'm being given another chance, a chance to make another story, a chance to tell you something new.
And so tonight, when it's dark and this place is quiet around me, I'll get up, I'll retrace my route to the garden, and this time I'll let myself out through the back door and into the world. I can already see the treetops, black against the dark sky. I can already smell the ginger all around me. They were wrong. It's not too late. It's not too late. It's not too late after all. And then I'll start walking. Not to my mother's house, not to Lipa Wanahele, but to somewhere else, the same place I hope you've gone. And I won't stop, I won't need to rest, not until I make it there, all the way to you, all the way to paradise. Autumn 2093. Autumn, 50 years earlier. Winter, 2094. Winter, 40 years earlier. Spring, 2094. Spring, 30 years earlier. Summer, 2094. Summer, 20 years earlier. Autumn, 2094. September 16, 2088. Autumn, 2093. Normally, I catch the 1800 shuttle home, which drops me off at 8th Street and 5th Avenue, somewhere between 8:30 and 8:40, depending on disruptions. But today, I knew there was going to be a ceremony, so I asked Dr. Morgan if I could leave early. I was worried the shuttle would get stalled near 42nd Street, and then who knew how long I would be delayed, and then I might be too late to buy dinner for my husband. I was explaining all this to Dr. Morgan when he interrupted me. "I don't need to hear all the details," he said. "Of course you have permission. Take the 1700 shuttle." So I thanked him and did. The passengers on the 1700 shuttle were different from the passengers on the 1800 shuttle. The 1800 passengers were other lab techs and scientists, even some of the principal investigators. But the only person I recognized on the 1700 was one of the janitors. I even remembered to wave at her, just a second after she passed me, turning in my seat to do so. But I don't think she saw me because she didn't wave back. As I had predicted, the shuttle slowed and then stopped just south of 42nd Street. The windows on the shuttle are covered with bars, but you can still see everything outside pretty well. I had chosen a seat on the right so I could see the old library, and sure enough, there were the chairs, 6 of them, arranged in a row facing the avenue, although no one was sitting in them and the ropes hadn't yet been uncoiled. The ceremony wouldn't begin for another 2 hours, but there were already radio technicians strolling about in their long black coats, and 2 men were filling the wire trash cans with rocks from the back of a big truck. It was the truck that had stopped the flow of traffic, but there was nothing we could do except wait until the men had filled all the trash cans and then had climbed back into the truck and moved out of the way. And from there, the rest of the trip was very fast, even with the checkpoints. By the time we reached my stop, it was 17:50, and while the drive itself had taken longer than normal, I was still home much earlier than usual. But I did what I always do after work, which was to go straight to the grocery store. Today was a meat day, and because it was the 3rd Thursday, I was also entitled to our monthly ration of soap and toilet paper. I had saved one of my vegetable coupons from the previous week, so, along with the potatoes and carrots, I was also able to get a can of peas. That day, along with the usual assortment of flavored protein bricks and soy patties and artificial meats, there was also real horse meat, dog meat, deer meat, and nutria meat. The nutria meat was the cheapest, but my husband says it's too greasy, so I bought a half kilo of horse meat and some cornmeal because we were almost out.
We needed milk, but if I saved up another week of rations, I'd be able to buy a pint of pudding, so I instead bought the powdered version, which my husband and I both dislike, but would have to do. Then I walked the 4 blocks home to our building, and it was only when I was safe inside our apartment, browning the horse meat in vegetable oil, that I remembered that it was my husband's free night and that he wouldn't be home for dinner. But by that time, it was too late to stop cooking, so I finished frying the meat and then ate it with some of the peas. Above me, I could hear the echoey sound of screams and knew that the neighbors were listening to the ceremony on their radios. But I didn't want to listen myself, and after cleaning the dishes, I sat on the couch and waited for my husband for a while, even though I knew he wouldn't be home anytime soon, before finally going to bed. The next day, everything was as usual, and I caught the 1800 shuttle home. As we passed the old library, I looked for remaining signs of the ceremony, but there weren't any. The rocks were gone, and the chairs were gone, and the banners were gone, and the steps were clean and gray and empty, just like normal. At home, I was warming a little oil to fry some more of the meat when I heard my husband's knock on the door. Tap, tap, thunk, thunk, thunk. And then his call, Cobra, which I called back Mongoose, and then the clunk of the bolts unlocking. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the door opened, and there he was, my husband, my mongoose. "Dinner's almost done," I said. "I'll be right out," he said, and went back to our room to change. I put a piece of meat on his plate and a piece on mine, as well as peas and half of a potato for each of us, which I'd baked that morning after my husband left for work and had reheated. And then I sat and waited for him to come sit down at the table across from me. For a while, we ate in silence. "Horse?" my husband asked. "Yes," I said. My husband said. Even though I've been married to my husband for more than 5 years, I still find it difficult to know what to say to him. It was like this when we first met, too, and as we left the marriage broker's office, Grandfather had put his arm around me and brought me close to his body, but he didn't speak until we were back home. "What did you think?" he had asked. "I don't know," I said. I wasn't supposed to say I don't know. I had been told I said it too much, but in this case, I really didn't know. "I don't know what to say to him when I wasn't answering his questions," I said. "That's normal," said Grandfather, "but it'll get easier over time." He was quiet. "You just have to remember the lessons we've had," he said, "the things we discussed. Do you remember?" "Yes, of course," I said. "How was your day? Did you hear the story on the radio? Did anything interesting happen today?" We had made a list together, Grandfather and I, of all the questions one person might ask another. Sometimes, even now, I reviewed that list before I went to bed, thinking that the next day I might ask one of them to my husband or to one of my colleagues. The problem was that some of the questions, "What do you want to eat tonight? What books are you reading? Where are you taking your next vacation? The weather's been great. Terrible, hasn't it? How are you feeling?" had become either irrelevant or unsafe to ask. When I looked at the list, I remembered having those practice conversations with Grandfather, but I was unable to remember his replies. Now, I said to my husband, "How is the meat?" "Fine." "Not too tough?" "No, it's fine." He took another bite. "It's good." This made me feel better, more relaxed. Grandfather had told me that when I was anxious, I could help calm myself by adding numbers in my head, and that's what I had been doing until my husband reassured me. After that, I felt relaxed enough to say something else to him. "How was your free night?" I asked him. He didn't look up. "Fine," he said. "Nice." I didn't know what else to say. Then I remembered. There was a ceremony last night. I passed it on the ride home. Now he did look at me. "Did you listen to it?" "No," I said. "Did you?" "No," he said. "Do you know who they were?" I asked, even though we all knew not to ask that question. I had asked just to make conversation with my husband, but to my surprise, he looked again at me, directly at me, and for a few seconds he said nothing, and I said nothing too. Then, "No," he said. It seemed to me like he wanted to say something else, but he didn't, and we finished eating in silence. 2 nights later, we woke to a pounding and the sound of men's voices. My husband sprung out of his bed, cursing, and I leaned over and switched on the lamp. "Stay here," he told me, but I was already following him to the front door. "Who's there?" he demanded of the closed door, and I was impressed, as I always was in these instances, by my husband's bravery, by how unafraid he seemed.
Municipality 3, Investigative Unit 546, Officers 5528, 787, and 4578, replied a voice on the other side of the door. I could hear a dog barking. Pursuing suspect accused of violating codes 122, 135, 229, 229, 247, and 333. Codes beginning with a 1 were crimes against the state. Codes beginning with a 2 were trafficking crimes. Codes beginning with 3 were crimes of information, which usually meant the accused had somehow accessed the internet or was in possession of an illegal book. Permission to search the unit. They weren't asking for permission, but you had to give it anyway. Permission granted, my husband said, and unlocked the locks, and 3 men and a tall, lean, wedge-faced dog entered our unit. The biggest of the men remained in the doorway, pointing his gun at us, and we stood against the far wall facing him, our hands raised and elbows bent at right angles, while the other 2 men opened our closets and searched our bathroom and bedroom. These events were meant to be quiet, but I could hear the men in the bedroom lifting first one mattress and then the next, and the mattresses falling back onto the bed frames with a thud. And although the man in the doorway was large, I could still see other police units behind him, one entering the apartment to the left and the other running up the stairs. Then they were done, and the 2 men and the dog came out of the bedroom, and one of the men said, "Clear," to the man in the door, and "Signature" to us, and we both applied our right thumbprints to the screen he held out and spoke our names and identity numbers into the scanner's microphone, and then they left, and we locked the door behind them. Searches always made a mess, and all of our clothes and shoes had been yanked out of the closet, and the mattresses were askew in their frames, and the window had been opened when the officers had checked to see if there was anyone dangling from the windowsill or hiding in the trees, as had apparently happened a year ago. My husband made sure the folding iron gate outside the window was secure and locked, and then he closed the window and drew the black curtain across it and helped me straighten first my mattress and then his. I was going to start organizing at least a little of the closet, but he stopped me. "Leave it," he said. "It'll still be there tomorrow." And then he got into his bed, and I got into mine, and he turned off the lamp, and it was dark again. Then it was quiet, and yet not quite quiet. We could hear the officers moving around in the apartment above us. Something heavy fell, and we could hear the light fixture in our ceiling rattle. There were muffled shouts, and the sound of a dog barking. And then we heard the unit's footsteps descending again, and then the all clear, announced over the speakers mounted atop one of the police vans. Zone 8, 13 Washington Square North, 8 units plus basement, all units checked. After that, we heard the whoop 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 of the police helicopter's blades, and then it really was quiet again. So quiet we could hear the sound of someone crying, a woman, from either above or next to us. But then that too stopped, and there was a period of real silence, and I lay and watched my husband's back as the strobe light moved across it and up the wall and disappeared again out the window. The curtains were supposed to block the strobe, but they didn't entirely, though after a while you forgot it was happening. Suddenly, I was scared, and I scooted down the bed until my head was below the pillows and pulled the blanket over myself, the way I had as a child. I had still been living with grandfather when I experienced my first search, and that night I had been so frightened afterward that I had started moaning and rocking, and grandfather had had to hold me so I didn't hurt myself. It'll be fine, he repeated again and again, and the next morning when I woke, I was still scared, but less so, and he had told me that it was normal to be scared, and that I would get used to the searches with time, and that I was a good person and a brave person, and that I shouldn't forget that. But, like talking to my husband, it hadn't ever gotten easier, though in the years since the first search, I had learned how to make myself feel better afterward, had learned how, if I covered myself so that the air I breathed in was the same air I breathed out, so that soon the entire space I made for myself was filled with my hot, familiar breath, I would eventually be able to convince myself that I was someplace else, in a plastic pod tumbling through space. That night, though, I couldn't make the plastic pod feel real.
I realized then I wanted something to hold, something warm and dense and full of its own breath, but I couldn't think of what that might be. I tried to think of what grandfather might say if he were here, but I couldn't imagine what that might be either. So instead, I did my math sums in my head, whispering into the sheets, and eventually I was able to calm myself and fall asleep. The morning after the search, I woke later than usual, but I still wasn't going to be late. I typically get up in time to see my husband off to work, but today I missed him. My husband's shuttle leaves earlier than mine because he works in a higher security location than I do, and every employee has to be scanned and examined before entering the site. Every day before he goes, he makes us both breakfast, and today he had left mine in the oven, a stone bowl of oatmeal with what I knew were the last of the almonds, toasted in a pan and crushed on top. As I ate my breakfast, I looked out the window in our main room through the metal grate. To the right, you could see the remains of what had been a wooden deck attached to a unit in the building next to ours. I had liked looking at that deck, watching its pots of herbs and tomatoes grow taller and thicker and greener, and after it became illegal to grow food privately, the people in the unit had decorated the patio with fake plants made of plastic and paper they'd somehow painted green. And it had reminded me of grandfather, how, even after things got bad, he had found paper to cut into shapes for us, flowers, snowflakes, animals he had seen when he was a child, and had stuck them to our window with a blob of porridge. The people in the building next door had eventually covered their plants with a piece of blue tarp they'd gotten somewhere, and as I ate breakfast, I would stand at the window and look at the tarp and feel calm. But then there had been a raid, and the people next door were found guilty of harboring an enemy, and the deck had been destroyed the same night they had been taken away. That had been the last search, 5 months ago. I never did know who they were. My husband had begun putting things back in the closet before he left, but I was only able to do a little more cleaning before it was time for me to catch the 8:30 shuttle for work. Our shuttle stop was on 6th Avenue and 9th Street, just 3 blocks away. There were 8 shuttles leaving every morning from Zone 8, one every half hour from 6 o'clock.
The shuttles made 4 stops in Zone 8 and 3 in Zone 9 before stopping in Zone 10, where my husband works, Zone 15, where I work, and Zone 16. Then, every evening beginning at 1600 and until 2000, it went in reverse, from Zone 16 to Zone 15 to Zone 10, and then back to Zones 9 and 8 before cutting east to Zone 17. When I began taking the shuttle, I had liked to look at the other passengers and guess what they did and where they would disembark. The tall man, thin and long-legged like my husband, I imagined was an ichthyologist and worked in the pond in Zone 10. The mean-looking woman with small, dark, seed-like eyes was an epidemiologist who worked in Zone 15. I knew they were all scientists or techs, but beyond that, I would never know anything more. There was never anything new to see on the ride to work, but I always took a window seat anyway because I liked to look outside. When I was young, we had had a cat, and the cat had liked car rides. She would stand between my legs and put his front paws on the bottom of the window and look outside. And I would look outside with him. And grandfather, who sometimes sat in the front seat with the driver when I wanted extra room, would look back at us and laugh. "My 2 little cats," he would say, watching the world go by. "What do you see, little cats?" And I would tell him, "A car, a person, a tree." And grandfather would ask me, "Where do you think the car is going? What do you think that person had for breakfast this morning? What do you think those flowers on the tree would taste like if you could eat them?" Because he was always helping me make up stories, which I knew from my teachers was something I didn't do very well. Sometimes, on my ride to work, I would tell grandfather in my head the things I saw. A brown brick building with a 4th-floor window over which 2 strips of black tape had been stuck in an X, and in the cleft of which a small boy's small face had briefly appeared, like a wink. A black police wagon, one of its back doors partially opened, from which I could see a long white foot emerge. A group of 20 children in their dark blue uniforms, each holding on to a knot tied into a long piece of gray rope, queuing at the checkpoint at 23rd Street so they could cross into Zone 9, where the elite schools were.
And then I would think of grandfather, and I would wish I had more to tell him, but the truth was that very little changed in Zone 8, which was one of the reasons we were so lucky to live there. In other zones, there was more to see, but we never saw those things in Zone 8, which was another reason why we were lucky. One day, about a year ago, I was riding the shuttle to work when I did see something I had never seen before in Zone 8. We were moving up 6th Avenue, as usual, and crossing 14th Street when a man suddenly ran into the intersection. I had been sitting in the middle of the shuttle, on the left, and so I hadn't seen where the man had come from, but I could see that he didn't have a shirt on, and that he was wearing the gauzy white pants that people in the containment centers wore before they were sent to the relocation centers. The man was clearly saying something, but the windows on the shuttle, along with being bulletproof, were also soundproof, so I couldn't hear him, but I could still see he was shouting. His arms were stretched out in front of him, and I could see the muscles in his neck, so stiff and hard that for a minute he looked like he was carved out of stone. On his chest were about a dozen places where he had tried to hide signs of the illness, which people often did, burning the lesions with a match and leaving behind dull black scars that resembled leeches. I never understood why they did this, because even though everyone knew what the lesions meant, everyone knew what the scars meant as well, so it was really just exchanging one mark for another. This man was young, in his 20s probably, and white, and even though he was gaunt and his hair had almost disappeared, as happened in the second stage of the disease, I could tell he had once been nice looking, and now he was standing in the street in his bare feet and yelling and yelling. And then 2 attendants came running toward him in their silver biohazard suits with the reflective screens over their faces, so that when you looked into one, all you could see was your own face staring back at you. And one of them leapt at the man to try to tackle him to the ground. But the man was surprisingly quick, and he darted out of the attendant's way and ran instead toward our shuttle, and everyone on board, who had been silent and watching, gasped as a single great intake of breath. And the driver, who had had to stop the shuttle so he didn't hit the attendants, honked his horn, as if that might scare the man away. And then the man jumped up toward my window, and for just a moment I saw his eye, the iris so large and glittering blue that I was very frightened, and I could finally hear what he was yelling, even through the window. "Help me!" And then there was a bang, and the man's head kicked backward, and he fell out of my sight. And I could see the attendants running toward him. One of them had his weapon still held aloft. After that, the shuttle started moving again, quite fast, as if driving faster could erase what had happened, and everyone became silent again, and I felt as if everyone were looking at me, as if they thought it was my fault, as if I had asked the man to try to communicate with me. People rarely spoke on the shuttle, but I heard a man announce, in a low voice, he shouldn't still be on the island. And although no one responded, you could feel that people agreed with him, and even I could sense that they were frightened, and that they were frightened because they were confused. But although people were often frightened about things they couldn't understand, this time I agreed with them. Someone that sick should have been sent away by now. That day at work had been slow, which was unfortunate because my mind kept returning to what had happened. But what I thought about most was not the man himself or his bright eye, but about how, when he fell, he had made almost no noise at all. He was so light and soft. A few months after that, it was announced that the containment centers in Zones 8 and 9 were being relocated, and although there were stories about what that meant, we of course never knew for sure. Since that day, there had been no further strange incidents in Zone 8, and on this morning, I looked out the window and everything was the same, so predictable that it felt, as it sometimes did, less as if we were moving through it and more as if the city were a series of sets and performers moving past us on a track. Here came the buildings where people lived, and then the chain of children holding one another's hands, and then Zone 9, the 2 large hospitals now empty, and here the clinic, and here, just before the farm, the row of ministries. This was the sign that you were crossing into Zone 10, the most important zone. No one lived in Zone 10. Aside from some of the ministries, the district was dominated by the farm, which had once been an enormous park that had bisected the island. It had been so big, this park, that it had accounted for a significant percent of the island's acreage. I didn't remember it as a park, but grandfather had, and he used to tell me stories of how it had been crisscrossed with paths, both cement and dirt, and how people would run through it and bicycle and walk and have picnics there. This was the sign that you were crossing into Zone 10, the most important zone. No one lived in Zone 10. Aside from some of the ministries, the district was dominated by the farm, which had once been an enormous park that had bisected the island. It had been so big, this park, that it had accounted for a significant percent of the island's acreage. I didn't remember it as a park, but grandfather had, and he used to tell me stories of how it had been crisscrossed with paths, both cement and dirt, and how people would run through it and bicycle and walk and have picnics there. This was the sign that you were crossing into Zone 10, the most important zone. No one lived in Zone 10. Aside from some of the ministries, the district was dominated by the farm, which had once been an enormous park that had bisected the island. It had been so big, this park, that it had accounted for a significant percent of the island's acreage. I didn't remember it as a park, but grandfather had, and he used to tell me stories of how it had been crisscrossed with paths, both cement and dirt, and how people would run through it and bicycle and walk and have picnics there. This was the sign that you were crossing into Zone 10, the most important zone. No one lived in Zone 10. Aside from some of the ministries, the district was dominated by the farm, which had once been an enormous park that had bisected the island. It had been so big, this park, but I remember it as a park, and he used to tell me stories of how it had been crisscrossed with paths, both cement and dirt, and how people would run through it and bicycle and walk and have picnics there.
There had been a zoo where people would pay just to go look at strange, useless animals who were expected to do nothing but sit and eat the food they were provided, and a lake on which people would row small boats, and in the spring, people would gather to look at colored birds that had flown up from below the equator, and to find mushrooms and look at flowers. At various points, there had been sculptures made of iron in whimsical forms that were meant to entertain children. A long time ago, it had even snowed, and people would come to the park and strap long, thin planks to their feet and shuffle across the low, icy hills, which grandfather said were slick and could make you fall, but not in a bad way, in a way that made people want to do it again and again. I know it's now difficult to understand what this park had been meant for, but grandfather said it hadn't been for anything. It was simply for people to spend time in and enjoy. Even the lake was meant only for enjoyment. You went to float paper boats on it, or walk around it, or just sit and look at it. The shuttle stopped at the main entrance of the farm, and people got off and began queuing for the entrance. Only the 2,000 or so people who were certified to work at the farm could get in, and even before you joined the queue, you had to have a retinal scan to prove you had the right to enter, and there were always guards waiting with weapons in case someone tried to dash inside, which people occasionally did. You heard rumors about the farm, that they were breeding new kinds of animals there, cows with 2 sets of udders to produce double the amount of milk, brainless, legless chickens that could be packed, fat and square, into cages and would be fed by tubes, sheep that had been engineered to eat only waste so that you wouldn't have to use land and resources to grow grass. But none of these rumors had ever been confirmed, and if there were in fact new animals being made, we never saw them. There are many other projects being worked on in the farm as well. There are the greenhouses, where all sorts of new plants are being grown, both to eat and as possible medicines, and the forest, where new kinds of trees are being raised, and the lab, where my husband works. The pond is split into 2 parts, the animal cultivating half and the plant cultivating half. Ichthyologists and geneticists work in the first part, botanists and chemists work in the second. My husband works in the second, though he isn't a scientist because he hadn't been able to finish his graduate degree. He's an aquatic gardener, which means that he plants the specimens that the botanists have approved or engineered, different algae mostly, and then oversees the specimens' growth and harvesting. Some of those plants will be developed as medicines, and some will be made into food, and the plants that can be used as neither will be turned into compost. But though I say this, the truth is that I don't actually know what my husband does. I think this is what he does, the planting and tending and harvesting, but I don't know for certain, just as he doesn't know for certain what I do. This morning, as always, I looked out the shuttle window very hard.
But, as always, there was nothing to see. The entire farm is surrounded by a 12-foot-high stone wall, and atop the wall, spaced a foot apart, are sensors, so that even if you were able to scale it, your presence would be detected almost immediately, and then you would be captured. Most of the farm is beneath an enormous biodome, but there are a few feet near the southern wall that aren't protected, and just beyond that wall are 2 rows of acacia trees that stretch along the entire border, from Farm Avenue West to Fifth Avenue. There were trees all over the city, of course, but you almost never saw them with leaves, which people picked to boil for tea or broth as soon as they appeared. Picking leaves was against the law, naturally, but everyone did it anyway. But no one dared to touch the leaves inside or around the farm. And whenever the shuttle rounded the corner and turned east onto Farm Avenue South, you would see them, clouds of bright green. And although I saw them 5 days a week, I was always surprised when I did. After stopping at the farm, the shuttle continued toward Madison Avenue, and then turned north, and then turned right again at 68th Street, and then south on York Avenue, where it stopped in front of Rockefeller University, which is on 65th Street. This is where I got off, as well as the other people who work either at Rockefeller or at the Sloan Kettering Research Facility, which is a block west. Everyone going into RU split into 2 lines. The scientists stood in one, the lab techs and support staff in another. We had to have our fingerprints checked and our bags searched and our bodies scanned before we entered the campus, and then again before we entered our buildings. Last week, my supervisor announced that, because of an incident, they were going to be initiating retinal scans as well. Everyone had been upset about this because there's no canopy to stand under when it rains, not like at the farm. And although the campus itself is beneath a biodome, the security area is not, which means we could be waiting for 30 minutes in the heat. My supervisor told us that they were going to set up cooling units in case the wait was excessive, but so far they haven't arrived. But they did start staggering our arrival and departure times, so we wouldn't all be waiting at once. "What was the incident?" asked one of the techs from another lab, a man I didn't know, but the supervisor didn't answer, and no one had expected him to. I work in the Larson Center, which was constructed in the 2030s, and is a building but also has a bridge that connects the main campus with a much smaller campus extension on a man-made island in the East River. There are 9 labs in Larson, and they all specialize in various kinds of influenza. One lab studies the descendants of the 2046 flu, which has proven to be evolutionarily aggressive. Another studies descendants of the 2056 flu, which, according to Dr. Morgan, wasn't actually a flu at all. My lab, which is run by Dr. Wesley, specializes in predictive influenza, which means we try to anticipate the next unknown flu, which might be altogether different from the other 2. Ours is one of the biggest labs in the institution. Aside from Dr. Wesley, who's the principal investigator, or lab chief, there are also 24 postdoctoral students, like Dr. Morgan, which means they have their PhDs and are trying to discover something important so they can someday get their own lab. 9 graduate students, who are called the PhDs, and 10 technical and support staff, of which I am one. I work with the mice. At any given time, we have at least 400, which is significantly more than either of the other 2 labs have. I sometimes overhear my counterparts in those other labs discussing how their chiefs complain about how much money Dr. Wesley has, money he spends on fishing expeditions, which is a term grandfather taught me, and means they think that he doesn't have any real evidence or information, that he's just looking for something he can't even identify. I repeated this once to Dr. Morgan, who frowned and said that it was inappropriate for them to be talking that way, and anyway, they were just lab techs. Then he asked me their names, but I pretended they had been temporary help and I hadn't known, and he looked at me for a long time and made me promise I would tell him if I ever heard such discussions again, and I said I would, but I haven't. I am responsible for the mouse embryos. What happens is that the mice, already 1 week pregnant, are delivered in crates from the supply company. I get a list from the scientists telling me how old they need the embryos to be, usually 10 days, but sometimes a little older. Then I exterminate the mice and harvest their fetuses, which I prepare either in tubes or in dishes, depending, and then I shelve them in the refrigerator by age. My job is to make sure there's always mice when the scientists need them.
This all takes a lot of time, especially if you're careful, but there are still moments when I find myself with nothing to do. Then I ask for permission to use one of my two 20-minute breaks. Sometimes I spend it taking a walk. All of the buildings at RU are connected by underground tunnels, so you never have to go outside. During the '56 epidemic, they built a series of storage rooms and safe rooms, but I've never seen them. Everyone says that beneath these tunnels are two more stories of rooms, operating rooms and laboratories and cold storage units. But grandfather always told me not to trust what I couldn't prove. Nothing is true to a scientist until he proves it so, he used to say. And even though I am not a scientist, I remind myself of this whenever I walk through the tunnels and suddenly get scared, when I become certain that the air has grown colder and that I can hear, as if from very far away, the scrabbly sounds of mice far beneath me and of groans and whispers. The first time it happened, I couldn't move, and when I did, I woke up in a corner of the corridor near one of the staircase doorways, and I was yelling for grandfather. I don't remember this, but later, Dr. Morgan told me that they'd found me and I'd urinated on myself, and I had had to sit in the reception room with a tech from another lab whom I didn't know until my husband came to pick me up. That was shortly after we had been married, shortly after grandfather had died, and when I woke, it was night, and I was confused until I realized that I was in my bed, in our apartment. And then I looked over and saw someone sitting on the other bed and staring at me. My husband. "Are you all right?" he'd asked. I was feeling strange, sleepy, and I couldn't quite form the words I needed. He hadn't turned any of the lights on, but then the spotlight swept past the windows and I could see his face. I tried to say something, but my mouth was too dry, and my husband handed me a cup, and I drank, and when the water was gone, too soon, he took the cup from me and left the room, and I could hear him remove the lid from the stone water container in the kitchen, and the wooden dipper knocking against the inside, and the slish of liquid as he refilled the cup. "I don't remember what happened," I said, after I'd drunk some more. "You fainted," he said, "at work. They called me, and I came to get you and brought you home." "Oh," I said. Then I remembered, but only somewhat, as if it were a story that grandfather had told me long ago. "I'm sorry," I said. "Don't worry," my husband said. "I'm glad you're better." He stood then and came toward me, and for a second I thought he was going to touch me, maybe even kiss me, and I didn't know how I felt about that. But he only looked down into my face and put his palm briefly on my forehead. His hand was cool and dry, and I suddenly wanted to grab his fingers, but I didn't because we don't touch each other like that. And then he left the room, closing the door behind him. I lay awake for a long time, listening for his footfall or the sound of the main room lamp turning on, but I heard nothing. He spent the night in the main room in the dark, not doing anything, not going anywhere, but not in the same room as I was. That night, I thought of grandfather. I thought about him often, but that night I thought about him especially hard. I repeated to myself all the nice things he had said to me that I could remember, and I thought of how, when I had done something good, he would grab me and squeeze me, and although I hadn't liked it, I had liked it too. I thought of how he called me his little cat, and how when I was scared, I would go to him and he would take me back to my bed and sit there next to me holding my hand until I fell asleep again. I tried not to think of the last time I saw him, when he was being led away, and he turned back and I saw his eyes scanning the crowd, looking for me, and how I had tried to scream out to him but hadn't been able to. I was so frightened, and how I had just stood there, my husband, whom I had just married, beside me, watching grandfather's eyes track back and forth, until, finally, as he was being led up the stairs to the stage, he had called out, "I love you, little cat," and I still wasn't able to say anything. "Do you hear me, little cat?" he shouted, and he was still looking for me, but he wasn't looking in the right direction. He was shouting to the mass of people, and they were jeering at him, and the man on the stage was stepping forward with the black cloth in his hands. "I love you, little cat. Never forget that, no matter what." I lay in bed and rocked myself and talked to grandfather. "I won't forget," I said aloud. "I won't forget." But although I hadn't forgotten,
I had forgotten what being loved felt like. Once I had understood it, and now I no longer did. A few weeks after the raid, I was listening to the morning broadcast and learned that the air conditioning system at RU had malfunctioned, and everyone was being told not to come to work that day. There were 4 daily morning bulletins, one at 5 o'clock, one at 6 o'clock, one at 7 o'clock, and one at 8 o'clock, and you had to listen to one of them because they might have information that you needed. Sometimes, for example, the shuttle would be rerouted because of an incident, and the man or woman would tell you which areas were affected and where you should wait instead. Sometimes there was an announcement about the air quality, and you knew you should wear your mask, or about the sun index, and then you would wear your shroud, or the heat index, so you knew to wear your cooling suit. Sometimes there was news about a ceremony or a trial, and you'd know to adjust your schedule accordingly. If you worked for one of the big state projects or institutions, like my husband and I did, there would also be information about any closures or strange circumstances affecting them. Last year, for example, there had been another hurricane, and while RU had been closed completely, my husband and other technical staff had still had to go to the farm to feed and clean up after the animals, and double-check the measurements of the water salinity in the classified tanks, and do all the things the computers couldn't. A special shuttle, one that wound through all the zones instead of just certain ones, came and picked my husband up and then dropped him off again, right in front of our building, just as the skies turned black. When I began working at RU 6 years ago, there were never air conditioning malfunctions, but in the past year, there had been 4. The buildings were never completely without power, of course. There were 5 large generators that were programmed to compensate for any loss of electricity almost immediately. But after the last blackout in May, we were told not to come in if there was another, because the generators were running at full capacity just to keep the refrigerators at the proper temperature, and our collective body heat would tax the system further. Even though I didn't have to go to work that day, I did everything I normally did. I had my oatmeal, I brushed my teeth, I cleaned myself with some hygiene wipes, I made my bed. Then I was done with everything I could do. I could only go to the grocery store during my allotted hours, and even if I had wanted to do the laundry, I could only do that on our extra water day, which wasn't until next week. Finally, I got the broom out of the closet and swept the apartment, which I usually do on Wednesdays and Sundays.
This didn't take up very much time, as it was Thursday and I had just swept the day before and the floors were still clean. Then I reread the monthly Zone 8 bulletin, which was distributed to every household and listed any upcoming repairs to streets in our area, as well as updates about the new trees that were being planted on 5th and 6th Avenues, and new items that the grocery store would likely be stocking, and when they'd arrive, and how many coupons each would cost. The bulletin also always featured a recipe from a Zone 8 resident, which I usually tried to make. This time, the recipe was for broiled raccoon with lovage and grits, which was especially interesting because I disliked cooking with raccoon and was always trying to find ways to improve the flavor. I cut this one out and put it in a kitchen drawer. Every few months or so, I submitted a recipe that I had invented, but mine were never chosen for publication. After that, I sat on the sofa and listened to the radio. They played music between 0830 and 1700 when there would be 3 evening bulletins, and more music between 8:30 and 23:59. Then the station stopped broadcasting until 4 a.m., both so it could air encrypted messages for military personnel, which we heard as a long, low buzzing noise, and to encourage everyone to sleep because the state wanted us to live healthily, which is also why the electricity grids halved their capacity during those same hours. I didn't know the name of the music, but it was nice, and it made me feel calm, and as I listened, I thought of the mouse embryos drifting in their saline pools with their paws that hadn't yet developed completely and still looked like very tiny human hands. They didn't have tails yet either, just slight elongations of the spine, and if you hadn't known what they were, you wouldn't be able to tell they were mouse embryos at all. They could be cats, or dogs, or monkeys, or humans. The scientists called them pinkies. I worried about the embryos, though that was silly. The generators would keep them cold, and anyway, they were dead. What they were was what they would remain. They would never transform into anything else, they would never get bigger, their eyes would never open, and they would never grow white fur. And yet, the embryos were why the air conditioning was broken.
This was because there were different groups of people who didn't like RU. Some people thought that the scientists there weren't working hard enough, that if they worked faster, then the sicknesses would be cured and things would become better, and maybe even go back to how they had been, back when grandfather was my age. Some people thought that the scientists were working on the wrong solutions. Then there were some people who thought the scientists were creating the sicknesses in our labs because they wanted to eliminate certain kinds of people or because they wanted to help the state maintain control of the country, and those were the most dangerous people of all. The primary thing the second two groups tried to do was starve the scientists of the pinkies. If they didn't have the pinkies, they couldn't inject them with viruses. And if they couldn't do that, they would have to stop their work, or they would have to change how they did their work. That was what these groups thought. Along with the blackouts, there had been rumors of armored transport trucks of lab animals being attacked by insurgent groups on their way from the buildings where they were bred out on Long Island. After the '88 incident, every truck driver was armed, and every truck was accompanied by 3 soldiers. But 2 years ago, something had happened anyway. A truck was successfully stopped by an insurgent group, and everyone on it was killed, and for the first time in the university's history, the specimens hadn't arrived. It was around then that there was the first attack on the electrical system. Back then, RU had only 2 generators, and it hadn't been enough, and the Delacroix wing had lost power altogether, and hundreds of specimens had spoiled, and months of work had been destroyed. And after that, the president of the university had gone to the state and appealed for more security and more generators and harsher punishments against the insurgents, and all of this was granted. Of course, no one told me any of these things. I had to figure them out from eavesdropping on the scientists, who gathered in corners of the lab and whispered, and as I delivered the embryos and took others away, I lingered, not long enough to be noticed, and tried to overhear what they said. None of the scientists paid any attention to me as I came and went, even though everyone knew who I was because of grandfather. I always knew when the new postdocs or PhDs learned who I was because I would enter the room and they would stare at me, and then they would thank me when I gave them their new batch of mice and thank me for taking away the old batch. But eventually, they would get used to me and they would stop thanking me, and they would forget I was even there, and that was fine. I listened to the music for what felt like a long time, even though when I looked at the clock, I could see it had only been 20 minutes, and it was still just 9:20, which meant I had nothing to do until my grocery hours began at 17:30, which was a long way away. And so it was then that I decided that I would take a walk around the square. My husband's and my apartment is on the north side of the square, on the eastern corner of Fifth Avenue. When I was a child, the building had been a house, and only grandfather and I had lived there, along with a cook and 2 servants. But during the '83 uprising, the state divided it into 8 apartments, 2 per floor, and let us choose which one we wanted. Then, when I was married, my husband and I remained in our apartment, and grandfather moved out. 1 unit on each floor faces the square, and the other unit faces north. Our apartment faces north, which is quieter and therefore better, and is on the 3rd floor. These units overlook what used to be the area where the family who built this house more than 200 years ago kept its horses, which they kept not to eat, but to pull them around the city. I didn't really want to walk around the square. First, because it was very hot, even hotter than usual for late October, and second, because walking around the square could be frightening. But I also couldn't sit much longer in the apartment with nothing to do and no one to look at, and so, finally, I put on some sunscreen and my hat and a long-sleeved shirt and walked downstairs and outside and across the street, and then I was in the square. You could get whatever you needed in the square. In the northwest corner were the metal workers, who could make you anything from a lock to a pan, and who would also buy any old metal you had. They would weigh it and tell you what it was, whether it was cobalt mixed with aluminum or iron mixed with nickel, and give you gold or food or water coupons, whichever you wanted, and then they would smelt it and make it into something else. South of them were the cloth merchants, who weren't just merchants but also tailors and seamstresses, and who would also buy any clothes or fabrics that you didn't need anymore, or could remake old clothes into new clothes. In the northeast corner were the moneylenders, and next to them were the herbalists, and south of them were the carpenters, who could make or repair anything out of wood. There were also rubber repairmen and rope makers and plastic merchants who would buy or trade you anything made of plastic and could also make you something new. Not all of them were licensed to be in the square, and every few months or so there'd be a raid, and everyone, even the vendors who had permits, would disappear for a week, and then they'd return. People, not all people,
Not people like the scientists and ministers, but most other people depended on the vendors. Up in Zone 14, there were stores you could go to and buy things. I don't know what, but except for the grocery, there were no stores in Zone 8, and so instead, we had the square. Anyway, the officials didn't really care about the cloth merchants and carpenters and metalworkers. The ones they cared about were the people who moved among the vendors. These people didn't have fixed positions in the square like the vendors did, a wooden table with a tarp stretched above to protect them from the sun or the rain. At most, these other people usually would have only a stool and an umbrella, and they would sit in a different spot every day. Sometimes they didn't even have that and would just wander through the square, walking between the stalls. Yet everyone, all the other vendors and regular shoppers, knew who they were and where to find them, though no one ever used their actual names. There were people who could help reset a bone or give you stitches, and who could help you get out of the prefecture, and who could help procure anything you wanted, from illegal books to sugar to even a specific person. There were people who could find you a child, and people who could take one away. There were people who could get someone into a good containment center, and people who could get someone out of one. There were even people who claimed they could cure you of the illnesses, and they were the ones that the authorities looked for the hardest. But it was said that they could disappear at will, and they could never be caught. This was illogical, of course. People can't disappear. And yet there were rumors about them, about how they could elude the authorities again and again. In the center of the square was a large, shallow cement pit in the shape of a ring, and in the middle of the pit, on an elevated pedestal, was a fire that was never extinguished, not even in the hottest weather, except during the raids, and surrounding the fire were more vendors. There were 20 to 30 of them, depending on the day, and they sat in the ring, and on the raised lip of the ring, they each unrolled a plastic tarp. And on the tarps, they displayed different cuts of meat. Sometimes you could tell what kind of animal the meat was from, and sometimes you couldn't. Each vendor had his own sharp knife and a pair of long metal tongs, and a set of long metal skewers, and a fan made from woven plastic that they would wave over the meat to keep the flies away. The vendors accepted gold or coupons, and they would either cut the meat for you and wrap it in a piece of paper so you could take it home, or they would stab a skewer through it and cook it for you right there in the fire, whichever you wanted. Around the fire were metal trays that collected the fat that dripped from the meat, and if you couldn't afford the meat, you could buy just the fat and take that home and use it to cook. The strange thing was that all the vendors who worked in the pit were very skinny, and you never saw them eat. People always said that was because they would never dare eat the meat they sold, and every few months there were rumors that the meat was actually human and had been procured from one of the camps. But that didn't stop people from buying it, from tearing the meat off the skewers with their teeth, sucking the metal clean and bright before handing it back to the vendor. Even though the square was right outside our building, I rarely visited it. Maybe my husband did, but I did not. It was too loud, it was too confusing, and the crowds and the smells and the vendors shouting, "Bring me your metal! Bring me your metal!" and the sounds of hammers constantly talking against wood made me nervous. And it was so hot, the fire turning the air watery, that I thought I might faint. I wasn't the only person the square made uneasy, which was silly really, because there were at least 20 flies that monitored the area, buzzing back and forth from one end to the other, and if anything really bad were to happen, the police would be there in an instant. Still, there was a group of us who regularly walked the sidewalk that encircled its perimeter, looking at the activity through the fence but not stepping into it. Many of these people were old and out of work, though I didn't recognize any of them. They might not even have lived in Zone 8, but came from other zones, which was technically illegal, but only rarely enforced. The southern and eastern zones had their own versions of the square, but Zone 8's was considered the best, because Zone 8 was a stable and healthy and calm place to live. After walking around the square several times, I was desperately hot. On the southern edge of the square was a row of cooling stations, but there was a long queue for them, and it was foolish to pay for one when I could just walk back to the apartment. When grandfather was my age, there were no cooling stations and no vendors.
Back then, the square had been planted with trees and covered with grass, and the pit in the center had been a fountain where water erupted in bursts and then fell back into the pit again. Over and over the water exploded and fell for no other reason than because people liked it. I know this sounds queer, but it's true. Grandfather showed me a photograph of it once. Back then, people lived with dogs, which they kept as companions, like children. And the dogs had their own special food, and they were all named like they were people. And their owners would bring them to the square, and they would run around on the grass, and their owners would watch them from benches that had been placed there for exactly that reason. That was what Grandfather said. Back then, he would come to the square and sit on a bench and read a book, or walk through here on the way to Zone 7, which wasn't called Zone 7, but had an actual name, also like a person. A lot of things were named back then. I was thinking about all this as I was walking along the southern side of the square, when a group of people who had been gathered around one vendor close to the entrance moved away, and I saw that the vendor was standing near an instrument shaped like a giant metal clamp, and in the clamp, he was fitting a large block of ice. It had been a long time since I had seen a piece of ice that big, and although it wasn't quite pure, it was a very light brown, and you could see little specks of gnats that had been trapped in it. It looked clean enough, and I was standing there looking at it when the vendor turned and saw me. "Something cold?" he asked. He was an old man, older than Dr. Wesley, almost as old as Grandfather had been, and he was wearing a long-sleeved sweater, even in the heat, and plastic gloves on his hands. I wasn't used to having strangers talk to me, and I felt panicked, but then I closed my eyes and breathed in and out like Grandfather had taught me, and when I opened them, he was still there and still looking at me, though not in a way that made me nervous. "How much?" I finally managed to say. "1 dairy or 2 grain," he said. This was a lot to ask because we only got 24 dairy coupons and 40 grain coupons a month, and it was more so because I didn't even know what the man was selling. I know I could have asked him, but I didn't. I don't know why. "You can always ask," Grandfather used to remind me, and although that wasn't true, not anymore, it is true that I could have asked the vendor. No one would have been mad at me. I wouldn't have gotten into any trouble. "You look like you're hot," the man said, and when I didn't reply, he said, "I promise you it's worth it." He was a nice old man, I decided, and he had a voice a little like Grandfather's. "Okay," I said, and I reached into my pocket and tore off a dairy coupon and gave it to him, and he tucked it away in his apron pocket.
Then he positioned a paper cup into a hole in the machine directly beneath the ice and began to turn the crank very fast, and as he did, shavings of ice fell into the cup. When the ice had reached the top, he tapped the cup rapidly against the clamp, tamping it down, and set it back in its place and began turning the crank again, rotating the cup as he did until there was a mound of ice. Finally, he patted the ice into place and picked up from next to his feet a glass bottle containing a cloudy, pale liquid, which he poured atop the ice for what seemed like a long time, and then he handed it to me. "Thank you," I said, and he nodded. "Enjoy it," he said. He brought his arm up to rub at his forehead, but when he did, his sweater sleeve drooped, and I saw from the scars on the inside of his forearm that he had survived the illness of 70, which had mostly affected children. Then I felt very strange, and I turned and walked away as fast as I could. And it wasn't until I reached the west corner, with the queue of people waiting for the cooling stations, and felt the ice dripping down my hand that I remembered the treat. I licked it and found that the ice had been doused with syrup, and the syrup was sweet. Not from sugar, sugar was too rare, but from something that tasted like sugar and was almost as good. The ice was so cold, but by now I was upset, and after a few more licks, I threw the cup into a trash can and started moving as fast as I could toward our house, my tongue numb and burning. I was relieved when I was safely back in our apartment, and I went to the sofa and sat there, taking deep breaths until I felt better. After a few minutes, I did, and I turned on the radio and sat down again and breathed some more. But after a while, I began to feel bad. I had gotten scared for no reason, and I had spent one of our dairy coupons, and it was still only the middle of the month, which meant we would have to go an extra 2 days without milk or curds. And not only that, but I had spent it on ice that was probably unhygienic. And to make matters worse still,
I hadn't even eaten it. And I had gone outside, so I was now very sweaty, and it was only 11:07, which meant I would have to wait another 9 hours, almost, until I could take my shower. Suddenly, I wished my husband were here, not because I would tell him what I had done, but because he was proof that nothing bad was going to happen to me, that I was safe, that he would always take care of me, just as he had promised. And then I remembered that it was Thursday, which meant it was my husband's free night, and he wouldn't be coming home until after dinner, maybe even after I was asleep. Remembering this gave me the funny, jumpy feeling that sometimes came over me, which was different from the nervous feeling I sometimes had, and which occasionally even felt exciting, like something was going to happen. But of course, nothing was going to happen. I was in our apartment, and we were in Zone 8, and I would always be protected because Grandfather had made sure of that. But I was still unable to sit quietly, and I got up and began walking round and round the apartment. Then I started opening doors, which is something I did when I was young too, and I was looking for something I couldn't describe. "What are you looking for, little cat?" Grandfather used to ask me, but I was never able to respond. When I was small, he had tried to stop me, pulling me onto his lap and holding my wrists, whispering into my ear. "It's okay, little cat," he would say, "it's okay." And I would scream and thrash because I didn't like being held. I liked my freedom. I liked to roam. Then, when I was a little older, he would simply get up from whatever he was doing and start looking with me. I'd open a cupboard beneath the sink and close it, and he would do the same, very serious, until I had opened and shut all the doors in the house on every floor, and he had too. By then, I would be very tired, and I still wouldn't have found what I needed, and Grandfather would pick me up and carry me to bed. "We'll find it next time, little cat," he would tell me. "Don't worry, we'll find it." Now, though, everything was where it was supposed to be. In the kitchen, there were the tins of beans and fish, and the jars of pickled cucumbers and radishes, and the containers of oats and dried tofu skin, and the glass ampules with artificial honey. In the front closet were our umbrellas and raincoats and our cooling suits and shrouds and masks and our emergency bag stocked with 4-liter bottles of water and antibiotics and flashlights and batteries and sunscreen and cooling gels and socks and sneakers and underwear and protein bricks and fruit and nuts. In the hallway closet were our shirts and pants and underwear and extra shoes and our 14-day supply of drinking water. And on the ground, there was a box with our birth certificates and our citizenship and residence papers and copies of our security clearances and our most recent health records and a few pictures of Grandfather I had managed to keep. In the bathroom cupboard were our vitamins and backup supply of antibiotics, our extra sun cream and sunburn gel and shampoo and soap and hygiene wipes and toilet paper. In the drawer beneath my bed, there were our gold coins and paper chits. Our braid of state employee got paid enough allowance so we could buy 2 extra treats a week, like ice milk or some combination of between 3 and 6 extra food coupons. But because neither of us bought anything extra, we had a lot saved, which we could use for something bigger, like new clothes or a new radio. But we didn't need anything else. Along with our uniforms, the state gave us each 2 new outfits a year and a new radio every 5 years, so it was silly to spend our coins and chits on those. We didn't spend them on anything, even on things we wanted, like extra dairy coupons. I don't know why. I went back to the hallway and pulled out the box because I wanted to look at the pictures of Grandfather. But as I was removing the envelope with our birth certificates, the papers inside slid out and fell to the floor. And so did another envelope, one I hadn't seen before. It wasn't an old envelope, but it had clearly been used before, and I opened it, and inside were 6 pieces of paper. Actually, they weren't so much pieces as scraps, and they had been torn from different sheets. Some were lined and others were obviously ripped from books, and none of them were dated or addressed to anyone or signed, and all of them had very little written on them, just a few words each, in black ink and in a hurried, jagged hand. "I miss you," one read. Another read, 2200, the usual spot. 2000, read the third. The fourth and fifth said the same thing, "I'm thinking of you." And then there was the 6th, which contained only one word, "someday." For a while, I sat there looking at the pieces of paper and wondering where they came from. But I knew they must have been my husband's because they weren't mine and no one else ever entered the apartment. Someone had written these notes to my husband, and he had kept them. I knew I wasn't supposed to ever see them because they had been stored with our papers. And it was my husband, not me, who took care of our paperwork, who renewed our citizenship certificates every year. It would be many hours still until my husband came home. And yet, after I finished reading the notes, I hurriedly shoved them back into the envelope and then replaced the box without even looking at the pictures I'd wanted to see, as if at any moment I might hear my husband's knock at the door. And then I went to our bedroom and lay down on my bed fully clothed and stared at the ceiling. "Grandfather," I said, but of course there was no one to answer me.
I lay there, trying to think of something other than those torn pieces of paper with their statements and instructions, so complicated because they were so simple. I thought of the pinkies, grandfather, the things I'd seen at the square. But the entire time, all I could hear was the word on that final note, which someone had written to my husband, and which he had kept. Someday, someone had written, and he had saved it. And the left-hand edge of the paper was softer than the other, as if it had been rubbed between someone's fingers, as if it had been held many times as it was read again and again and again. Someday, someday, someday. Autumn, 50 years earlier. Dear Peter, September 1, 2043. Thanks so much for the flowers, which arrived yesterday and which you really didn't need to send, but they're gorgeous and we love them. Thank you. Speaking of flowers, the florist messed up. I told them we wanted white or purple Miltonias, and what did they order? Bunches and bunches of Chartreuse Cattleyas. The shop looked like it'd been hosed down in bile. How do things like this happen? As you know, I don't care that much, but Nathaniel is apoplectic, which means I must project sympathetic apoplexy if I'm to keep the household calm, peace over chaos and all that. Less than 48 hours until the big day. I still can't believe I agreed to this. Nor can I believe you're not going to be here with us. I forgive you, of course, but it won't be the same without you. Nathaniel and the baby send their love, and so do I. Dear P, September 5, 2043. Well, I'm still alive. Barely, but alive. Where to start? It rained the night before, and it never rains on the north side of the island. All night I had to listen to Nathaniel fretting. What about the mud? What if the rain didn't stop? We didn't have a contingency plan. What about the pit we dug for the pig? What if it was too damp for the kiawe branches to dry out? Should we ask John and Matthew to move them indoors? Until I finally had to tell him to shut up. When that didn't work, I made him take a pill, and he eventually fell asleep. Naturally, once he did, I couldn't sleep myself, and at around 3 in the morning, I went outside to find that the rain had stopped, and the moon was huge and silver, and that the few shreds of clouds that remained were sailing north out to sea, and that John and Matthew had moved the cords of wood under the porch and had covered the pit with monstera leaves, and that everything smelled sweet and green, and I felt, not for the first time, and not the last, a sense of what can only be called wonder, that I was getting to live in this beautiful place, at least for a little while longer, and that I was having a wedding. And then, 13 hours later, Nathaniel and I got married. I'll spare you most of the details, but will say that I was, again, unexpectedly moved, and that Nathaniel cried, obviously, and that I cried as well. We had it on John and Matthew's back lawn, and Matthew had, for unknowing reasons, built a chupa-like structure from bamboo. After we'd said our vows, Nathaniel had the idea of jumping over the fence and running into the ocean, and so that's what we did. So that was it, and now we're back to business as usual. The house is still in a terrific state of disarray, and the movers are coming in less than 2 weeks, and I haven't even begun sorting through the lab. And I have to finish our review of my final paper of my life as a postdoc. The honeymoon, such as it'll be, with the baby in tow, will have to wait. By the way, he was very happy with your presents, and thank you for sending them. They were ingenious, and the perfect way to reassure him that, although it might have been the only day in his short life that wasn't meant to be all about him, it actually really was.
Before the wedding, he had a tantrum, and when Nathaniel and I, fluttering about him like distressed mother crows, begged him to calm down, he shouted, "And stop calling me the baby, I'm almost 4. Well, we started laughing, and that made him even angrier. Now off to oversee his thank you email to his Uncle P. Love, me. P.S. I almost forgot. The Mayfair incident. Horrific. They keep playing clips of it on the news again and again. Wasn't that cafe just down the street from that bar we went to a few years ago? I imagine it's keeping you very busy. Not that that's the worst part of it, of course, but still. Dear Petey, September 17, 2043. We made it. Phew. Nathaniel in tears, the baby too, and I'm not far behind. More soon. Love, me. My dear Peter, October 1, 2043. Sorry I've been such a bad correspondent. Every day for the past 3 odd weeks, I've thought I must write Petey a long message of all the things that have happened today, and every night, all I manage to do is our standard, how are you, miss you, have you read such and such article. So, my apologies. This email is in 2 parts, the professional and the personal. One will be slightly more interesting than the other. Guess which? We are now settled into Florence House East, which is an old high-rise just west of the FDR. It's almost 80 years old, but like a lot of buildings constructed in the mid-60s, feels both newer and older, misplaced in time, and also not quite of it. Many of the postdocs and almost all of the principal investigators, aka the lab chiefs, live on campus in one of these units. Apparently, our arrival has caused some controversy because our unit is 1. On a high floor, 20th, 2. A corner apartment, 3. Faces southeast, best light, etc., and 4. Has 3 real bedrooms, as opposed to most of the other 3-bedroom units, which are conversions of large 2-bedroom units, which means the 3rd bedroom doesn't have a window. According to one of our neighbors, there was supposed to be a lottery based on family size, tenure, and, as with everything here, volume of publication. But instead, the place was assigned to us, which gives everyone yet another reason to preemptively hate me. Oh well, story of my life. The apartment is large and well situated, I'd be better too, with views of the old smallpox hospital on Roosevelt Island that they're now preparing to use as one of the new refugee camps. If the skies are clear, you can see all the way up the spine of the island, and when it's sunny, the river, which is normally brown and creamy, instead glitters and appears almost pretty. Yesterday, we saw a tiny police boat chugging north, which, I was later told by the same neighbor, is a frequent occurrence. Apparently, people kill themselves by jumping off the bridge and float downstream. I like it when it's overcast and the sky turns metallic. Yesterday, it stormed, and we watched the lightning flicker over the water, and the baby jumped up and down and cheered. Speaking of the baby, he's already enrolled in the on-campus school, subsidized, though still not cheap, which he can attend through 8th grade, after which, barring disaster, expulsion, or failure, he'll go directly into Hunter for high school, free. The school is open to children whose parents are either professors or postdocs at RU or are fellows or post-fellows at Memorial Sloan Kettering, which is 1 block west and 1 block south, which means the student body showcases a vast range of racial diversity, from Indian to Japanese and all the ethnicities in between. There's a Soviet aesthetic cement bridge that connects the apartment building to the campus's old hospital wing building, and from there you can descend to a series of tunnels that connect the entire campus, which people seem to prefer to, the outdoors, and emerge in the basement of the Child and Family Center. So far, there seems to be little evidence of actual education. As far as I can tell, they spend most of their days going to the zoo and being read to. But Nathaniel claims this is what school is these days, and I defer to him on these subjects. Anyway, the baby seems happy, and I don't know what else I can reasonably expect from a 4-year-old. I only wish I could say the same for Nathaniel, who's pretty clearly miserable, but also pretty clearly determined not to say anything, which I love him for, but which also makes me a little heartsick. There was never any doubt that I'd take this job, but we both knew that there was unlikely to be a curatorial post in New York for an expert in 19th century Hawaiian textiles and textile art, and this, unfortunately, has proven to be true.
I think I told you that he'd been in touch with a friend from grad school who's a researcher in the Oceania department at the Met and thought there might be a way to get him in there, even as a part-timer, but it seems it's not to be, and that was really his best lead. We'd been talking, on and off, for the past year about what else he might do and how he might retrain, but neither of us allowed ourselves to engage as deeply in those conversations as we ought to have. On his part, I think, out of fear, and on mine, because I knew that any discussion would inevitably end up spotlighting how selfish this decision was, how our moving here deprives him of a livelihood and a professional identity. So, every morning, I leave early for the lab, and he drops off the baby and spends the rest of his day trying to decorate the apartment, which I know depresses him. The low ceilings, the hollow doors, the mauve bathroom tiles. The worst thing is how his unhappiness makes me self-conscious about how much I discuss the lab with him, because I don't want to remind him of what I have and he doesn't. For the first time, we're keeping secrets from each other, and they're more difficult because they're so quotidian. The stuff we discuss when we were doing the dishes after the baby had been put to bed, or in the morning as Nathaniel made the baby his lunch. And there are so many of them. For example, I made my first hire the day after we arrived, a lab tech who'd been at Harvard and moved here because her husband's a jazz musician and thought there'd be better opportunities in New York. She's probably in her early 40s and worked in mouse immunology for 10 years. This week, I hired my second postdoc, a very smart guy from Stanford named Wesley. So I have funding for 3 more postdocs and 4 to 5 grad students who cycle in and out of labs on 12-week rotations. Grad students normally wait until a lab's up and running, until they decide whether they want to join or not. It's a little like rushing a fraternity, I'm sorry to say, but I'm told that, given my reputation, I may be able to get some earlier. Promise I'm not trying to brag here, just repeating what I've been told. My lab is in one of the newer buildings, Larson, part of which literally forms a bridge between Manhattan and a man-made landmass adjacent to Roosevelt Island. From my office, I can look over a slightly different view than the one I see from home. The water, the highway, the cement bridge, and Florence houses east and west. All the labs here have official titles. Mine is the Laboratory of Emerging and Incipient Infections. But when one of the service guys came early this morning to deliver my supply of Erlenmeyers, he asked, "You the Department of New Diseases?" I laughed, and he said, "What? Did I get it wrong?" And I told him he'd gotten it just right. Sorry, this has been so self-absorbed, but you did ask for it. Next week, we have our final interviews with immigration, after which we will be, officially, full-time, legal, permanent United States residents. Eek! Tell me what's going on with you and work and that weirdo you're seeing and everything else. In the meantime, sending you love from the Department of New Diseases. Your loving old pal, C. Dear Peter, April 11th, 2045. Thanks for your most recent note. It cheered me up a bit, which is a near impossible feat these days. I wonder, given how much you already know about these things, not to mention what's happening in your part of the world, whether you've already heard about the cutbacks, which are going to be rolled out before the end of summer and will supposedly affect every federal scientific agency in the country. The official line is that the money is being redirected toward the war. And in a way, it is. But everyone in the community knows that the money is actually going to Colorado, where rumor has it they're working on a new bioweapon of some kind. I'm lucky insofar as RU isn't completely dependent on government grants, but it is still largely dependent on them, and I'm worried my own work is going to be affected. Then there's the fact of the war itself, which is really hampering me in other ways. The Chinese are, as you know, responsible for the most advanced and most diverse infectious disease scholarship in the world, and the new sanctions mean we can't communicate with them anymore, not officially at least. There's been months of back-channeling between us and NIH and the CDC and Congress ever since the sanctions were proposed last year, but it hasn't seemed to make a difference. Again, my work isn't as affected as some of my colleagues, but all that means is that it someday will be as affected, and so far, there's nothing to be done. It seems particularly insane that they should be doing this given the South Carolina incident.
I don't know if word made it to you, but in early February, there was an outbreak of an unknown virus just outside the town of Moncks Corner in the southeast of the state, which is also home to a landscaped blackwater swamp called Cypress Gardens. A local woman, 40s, otherwise healthy, became ill with what seemed to be a flu after being bitten by a mosquito while kayaking through the swamp. 48 hours after diagnosis, she began seizing. 72 hours after, she was paralyzed. 96 hours after, she was dead. By this time, however, the woman's son and their next-door neighbor, an elderly man, were displaying similar symptoms. It sounds, I know, a little like Eastern equine encephalitis, but it isn't. Rather, it's a novel alphavirus. It was only good, weird, rare fortune that the town mayor had been, of all things, a missionary in East Africa during their 37 chikungunya outbreak and suspected that something might be amiss. He contacted the CDC, and they came and locked down the town. The old man died, but the son lived. Of course, the CDC is treating this as a major triumph. Not only did the disease not spread, but they also kept it out of the national news. They kept it out of the news altogether, actually. They in fact urged the president to order the mayor not to speak of it to any media, much less his citizens, which he did, and it's rumored that this will lead next to an executive order that prohibits media outlets from publishing non-pre-approved information about future outbreaks in the interest of national safety. The thinking is that panic would lead to people trying to flee the area, and early and aggressive containment is the only thing that halts a fast-spreading illness. I see the wisdom of this, of course, but I also think it's a dangerous solution. Information has a way of finding its way around bans, and once the population discovers they've been lied to, or at the very least kept ignorant, it'll only lead to greater mistrust and suspicion, and therefore even greater panic. But the government will do anything to delay confronting and correcting the actual problem, Americans' scientific illiteracy. Anyway, as I was saying, this is the context in which our funding is being cut. Can they really be so short-sighted as to think that this will be the last outbreak? There seems to be this unvoiced but persistent belief that illness is something that happens over there, and that just because we have money and resources and a sophisticated research infrastructure, we'll be able to halt any future disease in its tracks before it gets too bad.
But what is too bad? And how do they propose we do this with less intelligence and fewer resources? I'm not one of those scientists, not like Wesley, bless his shriveled heart, who see apocalypse around every corner, who predict with something near glee the imminence of the big one. But I do think it's terrifically foolish to react to an outbreak by scaling back, as if by starving us of a solution, we might also be starving the problem from even beginning. We've all become so inured to these outbreaks that we forget that there's no such thing as a minor virus. There are just those whose progress is halted early and those that aren't. We've been lucky so far, but we won't be lucky forever. So that's work. Home has been less than great as well. Nathaniel has finally found a job, and just in time, things have been very strained between us. Being in an apartment he hates all day has not been conducive to making new friends. And though, as you know, he's been trying to keep himself busy volunteering at the baby's school and also at a homeless shelter, where he goes every Thursday morning to prepare meals, he feels, as he told me, useless and meaningless. I mean, he knew he wasn't going to find work in his field, but actually accepting that, instead of just saying he accepts that, has taken the better part of 2 years. So now he's teaching art to 4th and 5th graders at a small, expensive, low-rated school in Brooklyn, one that attracts parents with dim kids and lots of money. Nathaniel has never actually taught before, and the commute is a hassle, but he seems much happier. He's a last-minute replacement for a woman who was diagnosed with 3rd-stage uterine cancer and quit midterm. One of the unforeseen consequences of this move, me being at work and satisfied, Nathaniel being at home and resentful, is that he and the baby have constructed a life that feels separate from me and mine. Now, Nathaniel was always the baby's primary parent anyway, but something seems to have shifted in the past year or so, and I find myself being frequently reminded that they have developed a relationship that in certain ways excludes me, that I am in certain ways ignorant of their daily lives. These reminders are manifested in tiny moments. a shared joke between them at the dinner table, which I can't understand and which they sometimes don't bother to illuminate, and I, resentful myself, don't inquire about and feel ashamed about later. A guilt-driven purchase of a gift for the baby, an electric purple tin robot, only to learn upon giving it to him that purple is no longer his favorite color, that his favorite color is red. Information delivered in an impatient, disappointed tone that wounds me more than it ought to. Then there was last night, when I was putting the baby to bed, and he announced suddenly, "Mama's in heaven." Heaven, I thought? From where did he learn that? And Mama? We had never referred to Nathaniel's cousin as the baby's mama. We had always been truthful with him. Nathaniel's distant cousin had carried him, but he was ours alone, by our choice. And when she died, we had been exacting in our language. Daddy's cousin, the one who helped make you, died last night. But I suppose he took my silence for confusion of another sort, because he added, in a clarifying way, "She died, so she's in heaven." For a moment I was stymied. "Well, yes, she is dead," I said weakly, thinking that I would ask Nathaniel to investigate where this talk of heaven was coming from, surely not the school, and then couldn't think of anything else to say that wouldn't necessitate a much, much longer conversation. He was silent for a moment, and I wondered, as I have many times, what happens in a child's brain, how they are able to hold 2 or 3 ideas completely contradictory or completely different in their consciousness at once, and how to them these are all not only related but intertwined and dependent on one another. When do we stop being able to think like that? Then he said, "Daddy and Mama made me." "Yes," I said at last, "Daddy and your Mama made you." He was quiet again. "But now I'm alone," he said softly, and I felt something in me weaken. "You're not alone," I said. "You have Daddy and you have me, and we love you very much." He thought about this. "Are you going to die?" "Yes," I told him, "but not for a very long time." "How long?" he asked. "Too long," I said. "So long that I can't even count that high." He finally smiled. "Good night," he said. "Good night," I told him. I kissed him. "I'll see you in the morning." I got up to turn off the light, noticing as I left, the purple robot kicked into a corner, face down, which made my throat hurt with sorrow, as if the stupid thing had feelings and wasn't just something I'd picked up from the toy store 10 minutes before it closed for the night, and was about to march over to our bedroom and interrogate Nathaniel when I was suddenly overcome with exhaustion. Here I was, a man with my own lab and my own family and my own covetable apartment, and everything was good, or good enough, and yet I had the sensation at that moment that I was atop a large piece of white plastic tubing, and the tube was rolling down a dirt path, and I was surfing it, almost, my feet constantly moving, trying to stay upright. That was what life felt like. So I went to our room, but I didn't say anything about the conversation with the baby, and instead, Nathaniel and I came together intimately for the first time in a long time, and he went to sleep, and eventually I did as well. So, that's what's going on with me. I'm sorry this has been so self-pitying and so self-absorbed. I know how hard you've been working, and I can only imagine the kinds of problems you've been dealing with. I know this won't mean much, but whenever my colleagues are complaining about the bureaucrats, I think of you, and how, as much as I may disagree with some of your brethren's conclusions, I know too there are some of you who are endeavoring to make the best decisions, the right decisions, and I know you're one of those people. If only you could be the right kind of bureaucrat here in America, I'd feel a lot better for all of us if you were. With love, C. Dear Petey, November 22nd, 45. Well, it happened. I know you've been following the news, and I know you know we were at risk for a big federal cut, but as you also know, I didn't actually expect it to happen. Nathaniel says I was being naive, but was I really? Let's see. Nation barely stable from the flu of 35. At least 6 mini outbreaks within North America in the past 5 years. Given these circumstances, what seems like the dumbest thing to do? Oh, I know. Cut funding to one of the premier biological sciences centers in the country. The problem, one of the other lab chiefs told me, is that although we all know how closely we came to disaster in 35, the rest of the country does not, and we can't tell them now because no one would care. And we couldn't have told them then because they'd all have panicked.
It occurs to me, and not for the first time, that an increasingly and dismayingly large part of our jobs is spent debating how and when and if we should reveal findings that took years and millions of dollars to discover. The point is that if we complain, no one will believe us. In other words, we're getting penalized for our competence. Not that I'm supposed to say that to anyone outside the university. This is according to both the Institute's head of communications, who gathered us in an auditorium to lecture us shortly before the news broke, and this is especially according to Nathaniel as we sat in traffic last night on our way to dinner, which is what this message is really about. I haven't mentioned this for reasons I'll try to articulate later, maybe next week when we see each other, but Nathaniel has made new friends.
Their names are Norris and Aubrey. And they're a pair of ancient and very rich queens whom Nathaniel met a few months ago when he was asked by an auction house to authenticate a private collection of what were allegedly 18th century, allegedly Hawaiian kapa bed covers that had been, no doubt, stolen from who knows whom. Anyway, Nathaniel examined them and authenticated both their origin and the date. He thinks they're early 1700s, which would make them pre-contact and therefore extremely rare. The point is that the auction house already had an interested buyer, a guy named Aubrey Cook, who collects pre-contact Polynesian and Micronesian artifacts. So the house set up a meeting with him and Nathaniel, and the two of them fell in instant love. And now Nathaniel has a freelance consulting gig cataloging Aubrey Cook's collection, which is, according to Nathaniel, diverse and spectacular. I feel several ways about this. The first is relief. Ever since we moved here, I've been carrying within me a hollowness, an ache over what I've done to Nathaniel and even the baby. They were so happy in Honolulu, and, except for the fact of my own ambition, I was too. But despite my frustrations, we belonged there. We all had work, me being a scientist at a small but respected lab, Nathaniel being a curator at a small but respected museum, the baby being a baby at a small but respected kindergarten. And I made us leave because I wanted to be at Rockefeller. I can't pretend, as I sometimes do, that it was because I wanted to save lives or I thought I'd do more good here. It's because I wanted to be at a prestigious facility and because I love the hunt. I spend my days dreading a new outbreak, but I yearn for one as well. I want to be here when the next big pandemic happens. I want to be the one to discover it. I want to be the one to solve it. I want to be the one who looks up from his desk and sees the sky outside a dense black and realizes that he doesn't know how long he's been at the lab, that he's been so involved, so immersed, that the fact of a day has ceased to hold any significance. I know all this, and I feel guilty about it, and yet it doesn't stop me from wanting it. And so when Nathaniel came to me after that first meeting at the auction house, so happy, I felt exonerated. I realized how long it had been since I had seen him so excited, and how, always, I had been hoping for this, had been hoping that he would, as I kept telling him he would, find his place, find some meaning in this city and country he quietly hates. And then, when he came back joyfully from meeting Aubrey Cook, I was happy too. He's made a few friends here, but not many, and most of them are parents of other kids at the baby school. That joy, however, soon shaded into something else, and although I'm ashamed to admit it, that something else is, of course, jealousy. Every Saturday for the past 2 odd months, Nathaniel has taken the subway down to Washington Square, where Aubrey has an actual house on the park, and I stay home with the baby. The implicit message is that it's my turn to stay home with him after 2 years of spending every weekend at the lab while Nathaniel watched him. And when Nathaniel returns in the late afternoon, he's aglow. He picks up the baby, swings him around, and starts making dinner. And as he cooks, he tells me about Aubrey and his husband Norris. How incredibly deep and rich Aubrey's knowledge of 18th and 19th century Oceania is. How gorgeous Aubrey's house is. How Aubrey made his money as a manager of a fund of funds. How Aubrey and Norris met. How and where Aubrey and Norris like to vacation. How Aubrey and Norris have invited us out east to Frog's Pond Way, their estate in Watermill. What Norris said about X book or Y play. What Aubrey thinks about the government. The brilliant idea Aubrey and Norris had about the refugee camps.
What we must seed, visit, a try, according to Aubrey and Norris. To all of this, I say, wow, or wow, babe, that's great. I really try to sound sincere, but frankly, it wouldn't matter if I couldn't, because Nathaniel is barely listening to me. My life outside the lab has always consisted of two fixed poles, him and the baby. But now his life is, not in order of importance, me, the baby, and Aubrey and Norris. Every Saturday, he springs out of bed, gets dressed for the gym, he's been going more since meeting Aubrey and Norris, works out, comes home to shower and feed the baby, kisses us both, and leaves for his day downtown. I want to be clear that it's not that I think he's in love with them or that he's being intimate with them. You know, neither of us is weird about that. It's that in his fascination with them, I hear a repudiation of me. Not us, not me and the baby, but me. I had always thought that Nathaniel was content with our life. He's never been someone who's been seduced by money or ease or glamour. But after an evening spent listening to detailed descriptions of Aubrey and Norris's beautiful house and their beautiful things, I lie awake staring at our low ceilings, at our flapping slatted plastic blinds, at the track light with its blackened bulb that I've been promising Nathaniel I'll change for the past 6 months, and wondering whether my accomplishments and my position have really given him what he wants and deserves. He has always been happy for me and proud of me, but have I helped make a good life for him? Would he not leave me for another? And so, last night, when the dinner invitation came, as I knew it would, I at first had the baby for an excuse. He's been suffering from minor respiratory issues all fall. The days are hot, and then cool, and then hot again, and the crocuses, which last year bloomed in October, started shooting in September, followed by the plum trees a month later, so he's been coughing and sneezing for weeks. But then he began to get better, and less physically miserable. Plus, Nathaniel found a babysitter he likes, and I was out of arguments. So last night, we got in a taxi and went downtown to Aubrey and Norris's. I hadn't been entirely sure who I had imagined Aubrey and Norris to be, other than people I needed to be suspicious of and whom I was already disinclined to like. Oh, and white. I had expected them to be white, but they weren't. The door was opened by a very handsome blonde man in his early 50s wearing a suit, and I blurted out, "You must be Aubrey," only to hear Nathaniel's hiss of embarrassed laughter beside me. The man smiled. "If only I could be so lucky," he said. "No, I'm Adams, the butler, but come in. They're waiting for you upstairs in the drawing room." Up a gleaming dark staircase we went, me seething at Nathaniel, who had been embarrassed by me, and Adams led us through a pair of half-open double doors made of that same satiny wood the two men inside stood. I knew from Nathaniel that Aubrey was 65 and Norris a few years younger, though they both had that kind of ageless, shiny face that the very rich have. Only their gums gave them away. Aubrey's were a dark purple, and Norris's were the gray-pink of a much-used eraser. But the other surprise was their skin. Aubrey was black, and Norris was Asian, but also something else. He looked, in fact, a little like my grandfather. And before I could stop myself, I was once again blurting, "Are you from Hawaii?" Again, there was Nathaniel's uncomfortable titter, joined this time by Norris's and Aubrey's laughter. "Nathaniel asked me that same question when we met," Norris said, unoffended. "But no, I'm afraid not. I hate to be such a disappointment, but I'm just a dark Asian." "Not just," Aubrey said. "Well, part Indian," Norris said. "But that's Asian, Aub." And then to me, "Indian and English on my father's side. My mother was Chinese." "So was mine," I said, stupidly. "Chinese Hawaiian." He smiled. "I know," he said. Nathaniel said, "Why don't you sit?" Aubrey said. We did, obediently. Adams returned with drinks, and we talked about the baby for a while, until Adams reappeared and said dinner was ready to be served, at which point we all stood again and went to the dining room, where there was a small round table covered with what I, at first, heart-stoppingly, mistook for a piece of kapa cloth. I looked up to see Aubrey smiling at me. "It's a contemporary weaving, inspired by the real thing," he said. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I swallowed, mumbled something vague. We sat. Dinner, a seasonal celebration of sausage and pumpkin soup served from a massive, hollowed-out white squash. Veal chops with buttery green beans, a tomato galette was served. We ate. At some point, Norris and Nathaniel started talking, and I was left with Aubrey, who was sitting next to me.
I had to speak. So I began. And then I couldn't think of a single thing to say. Or rather, I could think of too many, but none of them seemed appropriate. I had, for example, been planning to try to pick a fight with Aubrey by subtly suggesting he was a cultural appropriator, but given the fact that he hadn't, as I feared, made me take a tour of his collection, and by the fact of his blackness, later Nathaniel and I would have an argument about whether black people could indeed be cultural appropriators, that idea no longer seemed quite as exciting or provocative as it might have been. I was quiet for so long that Aubrey finally laughed. "Why don't I start?" he said, and although he was kind, I could feel myself flushing regardless. "Nathaniel's told us a little about what you do." I tried to, anyway. Nathaniel suddenly interjected from across the table before turning back to Norris. "He tried, and I tried to understand," Aubrey said, "but I'd be honored to hear it from the source, as it were." So I gave him my short speech about infectious diseases and how I spent my days trying to anticipate the newest ones, playing up the statistics that civilians love hearing, because civilians love to panic. How the 1918 flu killed 50 million people, which led to additional but less disastrous pandemics in 1957, 1968, 2009, and 2022. How, since the 1970s, we've been living in an era of multiple pandemics, with a new one announcing itself at the rate of every 5 years. How viruses are never truly eliminated, only controlled. How decades of excessive and reckless prescribing of antibiotics had given rise to a new family of microbes, one more powerful and durable than any in human history. How habitat destruction and the growth of megacities has led to our living in closer proximity to animals than ever before, and therefore to a flourishing of zoonotic diseases. How we're absolutely due for another catastrophic pandemic, one that this time will have the potential to eliminate up to a quarter of the global population, putting it on par with the Black Death of more than 700 years ago. And how everything in the past century, from the outbreak of 2030 through last year's episode in Botswana, has been a series of tests that we've ultimately failed, because true victory would be treating not each outbreak individually, but developing a comprehensive global plan, and because of that, we're inevitably doomed. "But why?" Aubrey asked. "We have immeasurably better public health systems, not to mention medications and sanitation, than in 1918. Not to mention than we did just 20 years ago." "That's true," I said, "but the only thing that ended up making the 1918 flu less disastrous than it should have been was the rate at which the infection was able to spread. The microbe traveled among continents by boat, and back then it took a week, if you hurried, to get from Europe to America. The mortality rate of the infected on that journey was so great that you had far fewer carriers who were able to spread the illness on the other shore. But that's not true any longer, and hasn't been for more than a century. The only thing that contains a potentially rampant infectious disease now, and they are all potentially rampant as far as we're concerned, is less technology than the swift segregation and isolation of the affected area. And that depends upon the local authorities reporting it to their national or local epidemiological center, which should in turn trigger an immediate lockdown of the site. The problem, of course, is that municipalities are reluctant to report new diseases. Besides the immediate overreaction and loss of business, a stigma attaches itself to the place, one that in many cases far outlasts the successful containment of the disease. For example, would you go to Seoul now? Well, no. Exactly. And yet, it's been 4 years since the threat of ears was for all purposes eradicated. And we were lucky there. The mayor was informed by a local council person after the 3rd death, and after the 5th death, he'd contacted the National Health Services, and within 12 hours, they had tented the entirety of Samcheongdong and managed to contain fatalities to that neighborhood alone. But there were so many. Yes, and it was unfortunate, but there would have been far more had they not done what they did. But they killed those people. No, they didn't. They just didn't let them leave. But the result ended up being the same? No, the result ended up being far fewer deaths than there would have been otherwise. 9,000 deaths instead of, potentially, 14 million. That and the containment of a particularly pathogenic microbe.
But what about the argument that isolating the district doomed them rather than helped them? That if they'd opened the area to international assistance, they could have saved them? You're talking about the globalist argument, and in many cases, that's correct, I said. Nationalism means that there's less exchange of information between scientists, and that's extremely dangerous. But that wasn't the case here. Korea isn't a hostile government. They didn't try to conceal anything. They freely and honestly shared what they were learning with the international scientific community, not to mention other governments. They behaved perfectly, exactly how a country should. What looked like a unilateral choice to isolate the neighborhood was in reality a selfless one. They prevented a potential pandemic by sacrificing a relatively small number of their own people. That's exactly the kind of calculation that we need any community to make if we're to truly contain a virus. Aubrey shook his head. I suppose I'm too old-fashioned to view 9,000 deaths as a happy outcome, and I also suppose that's why I've never been back. I can't unsee those pictures, those black plastic tents covering the whole neighborhood, and beneath them you knew people were just waiting to die. You never saw them, but you knew they were. There wasn't anything I could say to this without sounding callous, so I just drank my wine and said nothing. There was a silence, and Aubrey shook his head again, quickly, as if collecting himself. "How did you get interested in Hawaiian antiquities?" I asked him, for I felt I must. He smiled then. "I'd been visiting for decades," he said. "I love it there. I have some family history there, actually. My great-great-grandfather was stationed on Kahulawe when it was a U.S. military base just before—" He caught himself. "I mean, restoration," he said. "It's okay," I said. "Nathaniel says you have an impressive collection." He beamed at this and babbled on for some time about his various holdings and their provenances and how he'd built a special climate-controlled room for some of them in the basement, which, were he to do it over, he would have instead put on the 4th floor, as basements are always inclined to be damp, and although he and his air conditioning guy had managed to maintain a steady temperature of 70 degrees, they couldn't stabilize the humidity, which should be 40% but was always creeping upward to 50 no matter what they did. "But why?" Aubrey asked. "We have immeasurably better public health systems, not to mention medications and sanitation, than in 1918, not to mention than we did just 20 years ago." "That's true," I said. "But the only thing that ended up making the 1918 flu less disastrous than it should have been was the rate at which the infection was able to spread. The microbe traveled among continents by boat, and back then it took a week, if you hurried, to get from Europe to America. The mortality rate of the infected on that journey was so great that you had far fewer carriers who were able to spread the illness on the other shore. But that's not true any longer and hasn't been for more than a century. The only thing that contains a potentially rampant infectious disease now, and they are all potentially rampant as far as we're concerned, is less technology than the swift segregation and isolation of the affected area. And that depends upon the local authorities reporting it to their national or local epidemiological center, which should in turn trigger an immediate lockdown of the site. The problem, of course, is that municipalities are reluctant to report new diseases. Besides the immediate overreaction and loss of business, a stigma attaches itself to the place, one that in many cases far outlasts the successful containment of the disease. For example, would you go to Seoul now? Well, no. Exactly. And yet, it's been 4 years since the threat of ears was for all purposes eradicated. And we were lucky there. The mayor was informed by a local council person after the 3rd death, and after the 5th death, he'd contacted the National Health Services, and within 12 hours, they had tented the entirety of Samcheongdong and managed to contain fatalities to that neighborhood alone. But there were so many. Yes, and it was unfortunate. But there would have been far more had they not done what they did. But they killed those people. No, they didn't. They just didn't let them leave. But the result ended up being the same? No. The result ended up being far fewer deaths than there would have been otherwise. 9,000 deaths instead of, potentially, 14 million. That and the containment of a particularly pathogenic microbe. But what about the argument that isolating the district doomed them rather than helped them? That if they'd opened the area to international assistance, they could have saved them? You're talking about the globalist argument, and in many cases, that's correct, I said. Nationalism means that there's less exchange of information between scientists, and that's extremely dangerous. But that wasn't the case here. Korea isn't a hostile government. They didn't try to conceal anything.
Listening to him, I realized two things. First, that I had learned more by osmosis about 18th and 19th century Hawaiian weaponry, textiles, and objects than I had known I had. And second, that I would never understand the pleasure of collecting all that hunting, all that dust, all that trouble, all that maintenance. And for what? It was his tone, confiding, shyly proud, that made me look up at him again. But my biggest treasure, he continued, my biggest treasure never leaves my hand. He held up his right hand, and I saw that on his pinky he wore a thick band of dark, battered gold. Now he turned the band, and I could see that he had kept facing toward his palm the band's stone, a clouded, opaque, inexpertly cut pearl. I already knew what he would do next, but I watched anyway as he squeezed the small latches at either side of the ring, and the pearl hinged open, a little door, to reveal a tiny compartment. He angled it toward me, and I looked. Empty. This was exactly the kind of ring my great-great-grandmother had once worn, the kind that hundreds of women had sold off to treasure hunters in their attempts to raise funds for their campaign to restore the sovereign. They had kept a few grains of arsenic in the chamber, a symbolic declaration of their willingness to commit suicide unless their queen was returned to her throne. And now, here it was, on this man's hand. For a moment, I was unable to speak. Nathaniel says you yourselves don't collect, Aubrey was saying. We don't need to collect Hawaiiana, I said. We are Hawaiiana. I had spoken more fiercely than I knew I would, and for a moment there was another silence. But the uncomfortable aftermath of my gaffe, though was it a gaffe, really, was interrupted by the arrival of the cook, who was offering me a platter of blackberry cake. Fresh from the farmer's market, he said, like he had invented the very idea of the farmer's market, and I thanked him and took a slice. And from here, the conversation turned to the subjects that every conversation between friendly, like-minded people inevitably did. The weather, bad. The sunken boat of Filipino refugees off the coast of Texas, also bad. The economy, bad as well, but not as bad as it was going to get. Like most money people, Aubrey was slightly gleeful about this, as, to be fair, am I when talking about the next big pandemic. The coming war with China, very bad, but would be over within a year according to Norris, who, it turned out, was a litigator and had a client who sold military equipment, i.e. an arms dealer. The latest news about the environment and the predicted onslaught of climatic refugees, extremely bad. I wanted to say, my best friend, Peter, is very high up in the British government, and he says that the war with China is going to last 3 years minimum and is going to cause a global migration crisis that will number in the millions. But I didn't. I just sat there and said nothing, and Nathaniel didn't look at me, and I didn't look at him. This is quite a house, I said at one point, and although it wasn't quite a compliment or meant as one, I could feel Nathaniel staring at me, hard. Aubrey smiled. Thank you, he said. Then there was a long story about how he'd bought it from the scion of a supposedly storied banking family I'd never heard of, and how the man had been nearly destitute, full of tales about his family's lost wealth, and how it had been such a thrill to be a black man buying a house like this from a white man who'd assumed he'd have it forever. Look at you, I heard my grandfather saying. Bunch of dark-skinned men trying to be white, although he wouldn't have said white, but Hale. Anything I did that was foreign to him was Hale. Reading books, going to grad school, moving to New York. He saw my life as an indictment of his simply because it was different. By then, it was late enough to make a polite escape, and after sitting for what I judged to be about 20 minutes with my coffee, I made a big show of stretching and saying we had to get home to the baby. I had the sense, as one does about the person one's lived with for 15 years, that Nathaniel was about to suggest we go see Aubrey's collection, and I had zero interest in that. I could also feel Nathaniel about to protest, but then I suppose he figured that he'd put me through enough, or that it was only a matter of time before I said something truly inappropriate,
And we all stood and said our goodbyes. And Aubrey said we should get together again so I could see the collection. And I said I'd be honored, even though I have no intention of doing so. On the way back uptown, I didn't say anything to Nathaniel, and he didn't say anything to me. We didn't say anything as we entered the apartment, and as we paid the babysitter, and as we went to check on the baby, and as we got ready for bed. It was only when we were lying next to each other in the dark that Nathaniel finally said, "You might as well say it." "What?" I said. "Whatever it is you're going to say," he said. "I'm not going to say anything," I said. A lie, obviously. I had spent the last 30 minutes composing a speech and then thinking about how I could make it sound spontaneous. He sighed. "I just think it's a little odd," I said. "Nate, you hate people like that. Haven't you always said that collecting native objects is a form of material colonization? Haven't you always argued for their return to the Hawaiian state, or at the very least to a museum? And now you're, what, best friends with this rich really and his weapons-dealing husband? And not only tolerating their trophy collecting, but complicit in it? Not to mention that he thinks the kingdom is a joke." He was still. "I never got that impression." "He called it secession, Nate," he corrected himself. "But come on, we know the type." He was quiet for a long time. "I promised I wouldn't get defensive," he said at last. Then he was quiet again. "You make it sound like Norris is an arms dealer." "Well, isn't he? He defends them. It's not the same thing." "Oh, come on, Natey." He shrugged. We weren't looking at each other, but I could hear the blanket move up and down on his chest. "Also," I barreled on, "you never told me they weren't white." He looked at me. "Yes, I did." "No, you didn't. Of course I did. You just weren't listening to me, as usual. Anyway, why does it make a difference?" "Oh, stop, Natey." He grunted. There wasn't much he could say to that. Then, another silence. Finally, he said, "I know it seems strange, but I like them. And I'm lonely. I can talk about home with them." You can talk about home with me," I should have said. But I didn't, because I knew, and he knew, that I was the one who had taken us from home, and that it was because of me that he had left a job, a life that he was proud of. And now he had become someone he didn't recognize and didn't like, and he was doing everything he could to not blame me, even up to and including denying what and who he was. I knew this, and he knew this, so I didn't say anything at all. And by the time I knew what to say, he was already asleep, or pretending to be, and I had once again failed him. This was going to be our life, I realized. He would grow closer and closer to Aubrey and Norris, and I would have to encourage him, or else his resentment toward me would grow so large and unwieldy that he wouldn't be able to pretend it didn't exist. And then he would leave me, he and the baby, and I would be on my own, without my family. So that's all. I know you have much bigger problems to deal with than your old friends, but I'd appreciate any words of comfort you might have. I can't wait to see you. Tell me everything on your end, or as much as you can. I will be silent as the tomb, or the grave, or however the expression goes. Love you, C.
My dear Peter, March 29, 2046. Instead of apologizing at the end of this message for being so self-absorbed, I'm going to start with an apology for being so self-absorbed. But on the other hand, I don't feel I should have to be so apologetic when last week was all about you, and gloriously so. It was such a beautiful wedding, Petey. Thank you so much for having us. I forgot to tell you that when we were leaving the temple, the BB looked up at me and said solemnly, "Uncle Peter looked very happy." He was right, of course. You were very happy. You are. And I am happy, so happy for you. Right now, you and Olivier are somewhere over India, I expect. As you know, Nathaniel and I never took our honeymoon. We were supposed to, and then I had the lab to set up, and we had the baby to settle, and I don't know, it just never happened. And then it kept not happening. We had, as you remember, wanted to go to the Maldives. I have a way of picking them, don't I? I'm writing you from Washington, D.C., where I'm attending a conference on zoonoses. Anne and the baby are back home. Actually, they're not home at all. They're out with Aubrey and Norris at Frog's Pondway. It's the first weekend it's warm enough to swim, and Nathaniel's trying to teach the baby how to surf.
He had planned to teach him in January when we were back in Honolulu, but there were so many jellyfish that we ended up avoiding the beaches altogether. But things are a little better between us, thank you for asking. I've been feeling a bit more connected to both of them, though. Well, that could have just been because you and Olivier needed receptacles to catch the overflow of love you have, and the three of us were there to do just that. So, we'll see. I think part of our renewed semi-closeness is because, as you observed, I'm trying to get used to the fact of Aubrey and Norris. They're in our lives for good, or so it seems. For months, I fought against it. Then I resigned myself. Now, well, I suppose they're fine. They've been very generous with us, that's for sure. Nathaniel's formal consulting work with Aubrey is long over, but he's down there at least a couple of times a month. And the baby likes them a lot, Aubrey in particular. The mood here is grim. First, the rations are much more stringent than they are in New York. Last night, the hotel lost water completely. It was just for an hour, but still. Second, and more worrisome, everyone's funding has been cut again. Our third round is probably going to be announced next week. My lab is less exposed than some of the others. We only get 30% of our funding from the government, and the Howard Hughes Institute is making up some of the shortfall, but I'm anxious. All the Americans are talking about it between sessions. How much have you lost? Who's stepping in to make up the difference? What's been imperiled or is about to be? But the mood is grim for other, more alarming reasons, far beyond the Americans' administrative struggles and our collective discomfort. The keynote was by two scientists from Erasmus University in Rotterdam, who had done early work on the Venice outbreak of '39, which, as you know, was attributed to a mutation of the Nipah virus. Their session was unusual for a number of reasons, primarily because it was more speculative than these speeches usually are. On the other hand, this has been happening with increasing frequency. When I was a doctoral student, these sorts of presentations would largely concern lab findings and would usually address a second or third generation mutation of one virus or another. But now there are so many new viruses that these conferences have become opportunities to elucidate reports we've read about on our institution's private networks, to which any scientist at an accredited university can upload their findings or questions. The absence of China from this network, and from the conference at large, is one of the international community's most pressing problems. And one of the revelations from this conference, whispered from one scientist to the next, is that a group of researchers within mainland China have created a secret portal, one to which they're uploading their own findings. My feeling is that if we know about it, so must their government. And so the information on it cannot be totally trustworthy, and yet not to take these reports seriously might lead to catastrophe. Anyway, the Erasmus team claims to have discovered a new virus, which they claim, once again, originated in bats. It too is being classified as a henipavirus, which means it's an RNA virus that mutates at a high rate. Back in the 20th century, this family of viruses was thought to be endemic only in Africa and Asia, though, as the '39 outbreak proves, Nipah in particular has proven to be capable of frequent reemergence and has inspired a good deal of research in the last 7 years about its ability not only to withstand climatic changes, but to adapt zoonotically in hosts, dogs in the Italian case, it had never before infected. Though it had decimated livestock and other domesticated animals, Nipah had never been too serious a threat to us previously because it was a notably non-transmissible disease among humans, one unable to exist for more than a few days without a receptive host. By the time it did infect humans, it quickly lost steam. Transmission rates were poor, and the virus proved unable to transmit itself onward. After Venice eradicated its dog population, for example, the disease vanished as well. But now the Erasmus team is suggesting that this new strain, which they're calling Nipah 45, is capable not just of infecting humans, but is both highly contagious and extremely fatal. Like its parent virus, it can be transmitted through contaminated food as well as by the airborne route, and unlike its evolutionary ancestor, it can exist in the host for perhaps months. Their study was of a group of small villages north of Luang Prabang, where the government has been relocating Muslim minorities who come over the border from China. According to them, 6 months ago, the virus was responsible for the decimation of this community, almost 7,000 people dead within 8 weeks. The virus switched from bat to water buffalo and from there into the food supply. The disease manifests itself in humans as a cough, which rapidly leads to full-blown respiratory failure, followed by organ failure. Patients were dead within 11 days, on average, after diagnosis. And, as shocking as the death rate is, the Erasmus team said that the community's isolation and inability to travel within the country, the group is denied movement by law, prevented widespread dissemination. Half a year later, these villages remain isolated. Still, the Laotian government, abetted by the American one, is desperately trying to keep the story out of the news because, along with the spread of disease, the gravest concerns are 1. The all but inevitable stigmatization of these poor people, which might easily lead to their mass murder, as we saw in Malaysia in '40, and 2. Another refugee crisis. Hong Kong's borders are protected, so are Singapore's, India, China, Japan, Korea's, and Thailand's. So, if there's another large-scale population shift, it seems inevitable that the refugees will attempt to make their way across the Pacific. Those who aren't shot on sight off the Philippine, Australian, New Zealand, Hawaiian, or American coasts will, the thinking goes, try to make their way to Oregon or Washington, or Texas, and from those countries over the border to the U.S. Not surprisingly, the report kicked off a furor. Not about the team's findings, those were incontrovertible, but about their suggestion, never actually stated but heavily implied, that this virus might be the one we had all been waiting and preparing for.
Mingled with the fear was a certain amount of professional jealousy, along with resentment. If we'd had governments as dedicated to funding our research as the Netherlands is, then we'd have been the ones to discover this, as well as a certain amount of excitement. Someone on one of the bulletin boards had compared speculative virology to being an understudy in a long-running Broadway show. You wait and wait for the chance to go on, and most of the time it never happens, but you have to stay alert regardless, because what if someday it's your turn? Now, because I know you'll ask, the answer is that I don't know. Will this be the one? I can't say. My sense is it won't be, that if Nipah 45 had the potential to be truly devastating, we would have known about it far earlier. You would have known about it far earlier. It would spread far beyond this network of villages. The fact that it hasn't should be comforting. But then again, a lot of things should be comforting these days. I'll keep you updated. You keep me updated too. It seems remarkable that a Deputy Minister of the Interior should increasingly have more information about global outbreaks than I do, but here we are. In the meantime, my love to you always, and to Olivier as well. Stay out of trouble and keep away from bats. Love, me. My dearest Peter, January 6th, 2048. We are all transfixed with horror by what's happening over there. The labs more or less ceased operations today because everyone was watching the news, and when the bridge exploded, there was an audible gasp, not just in our lab, but throughout the floor. That astonishing scene of London Bridge collapsing, of those people and cars falling through the air. In the report we were watching, the newscaster cried out, no words, just a sound, and then was quiet, and all you could hear were the helicopters flying overhead. After, we sat around talking about who might be responsible, and one of my PhDs said we should be thinking instead of who we hoped it wouldn't be, because there were so many possible culprits. Do you think it was an attack on the refugee camp, or something else? But mostly, Peter, I was so sorry to hear that Alice is one of the dead. I know how close you two were, and how long you'd worked together, and I can only imagine what you and your colleagues must be feeling right now. Nathaniel and the baby join me in sending you love. Olivier is taking good care of you, I know, but text or just call me if you want to talk. I love you. C. Dearest Peter, March 14th, 2049. I'm writing you from our new apartment. Yes, the rumors are true. We've moved. Not far, and not really up. The new place, a 2-bedroom, is on 70th and 2nd, on the 4th floor of a 1980s-era building.
But we had to, for Nathaniel's happiness and therefore my sanity. It was, however, fairly cheap, and this is only because there are reports that the East River will finally flood the dams sometime between next year and never. Of course, this is also why we should have stayed in RU housing, which is even more likely to be flooded than this new place, and therefore even less expensive, but Nathaniel had had it, and there was no arguing with him. There's nothing much to say about the new neighborhood because it's the same as the old neighborhood, more or less. The difference is that here, the living room windows look down onto a sanitation center across the street. You don't have those yet, do you? You will. They're abandoned storefronts. This one had been, irony of ironies, an ice cream parlor that the government's taken over and fitted out with industrial-grade air conditioning, as well as, typically, 10 to 20 air showers, which is a new technology they're testing out. You take off your clothes and go into the stall, which resembles an upright tubular coffin, and press a button and get blasted by powerful bursts of air. The concept is that you don't need to use water because the force of the air will blast away the grime. It sort of works, I guess. At any rate, it's better than nothing. Anyway, they're opening these centers all over the city, and the idea is that you pay a monthly fee and can use them whenever you want. The really expensive ones, which are still federally regulated but privately owned, allow you to stay all day in the air conditioning and offer unlimited air shower time. And there are also workspaces and beds for people who need to spend the night because their buildings had a blackout. The one across the street from us, however, is an emergency center, which means that it's for people whose buildings have lost water or electricity for an extended period, meaning more than 96 hours, or whose neighborhoods don't have enough generators to go around. So all day long, you have these miserable people, hundreds of them, lots of children, lots of old people, none of them white, standing in the sweltering heat for literally hours, waiting to get in. And because of last month's scare, you're not allowed to enter if you have a cough. And even if you don't, you still have to submit to a temperature check, which is ridiculous because by that point, you've been standing in the heat for so long that your body temperature will be naturally elevated. The city officials claim that the guards can tell the difference between a fever from infection and simple overheating, but I seriously doubt that. And to further complicate matters, you now also have to show your identity papers at the door. Only U.S. citizens and permanent residents accepted. One day last month, Nathaniel and I took over some of baby's old clothes and toys to donate, standing for a few minutes in a separate, much shorter queue. And though I'm not shocked by much in this gosh-awful city, I was shocked by that center. There were probably 100 adults and 50 kids in a space meant for maybe 60 people, and the stench of vomit, of feces, of unwashed hair and skin was so overpowering that you could almost see it, coloring the room a dull mustard. But the thing that really struck us was how quiet it was. Except for one baby who cried and cried in a thin, helpless way, there was no sound. Everyone was standing mutely in lines for one of the 7 air showers, and when one person exited, the next would silently enter the shower space and draw the curtain closed. We navigated through the crowds, which parted wordlessly to let us pass, and headed toward the back, where there was a plastic table behind which stood a middle-aged woman. On the table was an enormous metal cauldron, and in front of the table was another queue of people, all holding ceramic mugs. When they reached the front of the line, they held out their cups, and the woman dipped a ladle into the pot and poured them a drink of cold water. Next to her were 2 more pots, their sides perspiring, and behind those pots was a guard, his arms crossed, a holster with a gun at his hip. We told the woman we'd brought some clothes for donation, and she told us we could put them in one of the bins beneath the windows, which we did. As we were leaving, she thanked us and asked if we might have any liquid antibiotics at home, or diaper cream, or nutritional drinks. We had to say we didn't, that our son had long outgrown all of these things, and she nodded again, wearily. "Thanks anyway," she said. We walked back across the street, the heat so thick and stunning, it felt as if the air had been knitted from wool, and up to our apartment in silence. And once we were inside, Nathaniel turned to me, and we put our arms around each other. It had been a long, long time since we'd held each other like that, and even though I knew he was clinging to me out of sorrow and fear more than affection, I was glad for it. "Those poor people," he said into my shoulder, and I sighed back. Then he pulled away from me, angry. "This is New York," he said. "It's 2049. Goodness." "Yes," I wanted to say, "it's New York. It's 2049. That's exactly the problem." But I didn't.
We took a long shower then, which was a grotesque thing to do, given what we'd just seen. But there was something delicious about it, and defiant too. A way of telling ourselves that we could get clean whenever we wanted, that we weren't those people, that we never would be. Or at least that's what I reflected on later. "Tell me that won't happen to us," Nathaniel said. "That will never happen to us," I said. "Promise me," he said. "I promise you," I told him, though I couldn't promise. But what else was I going to say? Then we lay there for a while, listening to the purr of the air conditioner, and then he left to pick the baby up from swimming lessons. I know I mentioned this briefly in my last communique, but aside from finances, the baby is the other reason we had to stay in this neighborhood, because we're trying to keep things as normal as possible for him. I told you about that incident on the basketball court last year, and 2 days ago there was another. They called me at the lab. Nathaniel was upstate with his students on a field trip, and I had to hurry over to the school, where I found the baby sitting in the principal's office. He had clearly been crying, but was pretending he hadn't, and I was so overcome, angry and afraid and helpless that I think I probably just stood there for a moment, stupidly staring at him, before I ordered him out, and he left, feigning a kick toward the doorframe as he left. What I should have done, though, is hugged him and told him everything was going to be okay. Increasingly, all of my human interactions seem to follow this pattern. I see a problem, I get overwhelmed, I don't offer compassion when I should, and the other person storms off. The principal is this tough, middle-aged lesbian named Eliza, and I like hers, the kind of person who's unimpressed by all adults and interested in all kids. But when she set the syringe down on the desk between us, I had to grip the sides of my chair to keep from slapping her. I hated the dramatics of it, the staginess of the presentation. "I've worked at this school a long time, Dr. Griffith," she began. "My father was a scientist too, so I don't need to ask where your son got this from, but I have never seen a child try to use a needle as a weapon." To which I thought, really? Never? What's wrong with kids' imagination these days? I didn't say this, though. I just apologized on the baby's behalf, said he had an overactive imagination, and that he'd had a difficult time adjusting to America. All of which was true. I didn't say how shocked I was, though that was true, too. "But you've been living in America," which she glanced at her computer screen, "almost 6 years now, am I right?" "It's still hard for him," I said. "A different language, a different environment, different customs." "I hate to interrupt you, Dr. Griffith," she interrupted me. "I don't need to tell you that David is very, very bright." She looked at me sternly, as if the baby's brightness were somehow my fault. "But he's had consistent problems with impulse control. This isn't the first time we've had this conversation. And he's had some challenges with socialization. He has difficulty comprehending social cues." "So did I when I was his age," I said. "My husband would say that I still do." I smiled, but she didn't smile back. Then she sighed and leaned forward in her chair, and something in her face, some veneer of professionalism, dropped. "Dr. Griffith," she said, "I'm worried about David. He'll be 10 in November. He understands the consequences of what he's doing. He only has 4 more years here, and then he's off to high school, and if he doesn't learn lessons now, this year, about how to interact with kids his own age." She stopped. "Did his teacher tell you what happened?" "No," I admitted, and out came the story. In brief, there's a clique of boys, not athletic, not good-looking, these are kids of scientists, after all, who are considered popular because they make robots. The baby wanted to join them and had been trying to hang out with them at lunch. But they rebuffed him multiple times. Respectfully, I can assure you, we don't tolerate bullying or unkindness here. And then I guess the baby brought in the syringe and told the head of the pack that he was going to give him a virus if he didn't let him join. The entire class witnessed this exchange.
Hearing this, I felt two competing sensations. First, I was horrified that my child was threatening another child, and not just threatening him, but threatening him with what he claimed was a disease. And second, I was heartbroken for him. I have blamed and do blame the baby's loneliness on his homesickness, but the truth is that even in Hawaii, he never had many companions. I don't think I've ever told you this, but once, when he was about 3, I saw him go over to some other kids on the playground who were playing in the sandbox and ask if he could join them. They said yes, and he got in, but as he did, they all got up and ran over to the jungle gym and left him there. They didn't say anything, they didn't call him names, but how could he see their departure as anything other than what it was, a rejection? But the worst thing is what happened after. He sat there in the sandbox, looking at them, and then he slowly began playing by himself. Every few seconds, he'd look over at them, waiting for them to come back, but they never did. After 5 or so minutes, I couldn't take it any longer, and I went and gathered him up and told him we could have ice cream, but he wasn't to tattle on me to Daddy. That night, though, I didn't tell Nathaniel what had happened in the sandbox. I felt ashamed somehow, implicated in the baby's sorrow. He had failed, and I had failed to help him. He had been rejected, and I was somehow responsible for that rejection, if only because I had seen it and been unable to repair it. The next day, when we were walking to the playground again, he pulled on my hand and asked if we had to go. I told him no, we didn't, and instead we went to get another illicit ice cream. We never went back to that playground, but now I think we should have. I should have told him that those other children had been unkind, and that it had nothing to do with him, and that he would find other friends, people who really loved and appreciated him, and that anyone who didn't wasn't someone who deserved his attention anyway. But I didn't. Instead, we never spoke of it. And over the years, the baby has become more and more withdrawn. Not necessarily with Nathaniel, maybe, but, well, maybe even with him. I just don't know if Nathaniel sees it. It's not something I could even accurately describe, but I increasingly feel as if he's not quite present, even when he is, as if he's already detaching himself from us. He has a couple of friends here, quiet, earnest boys, but they rarely come over to our apartment, and he's rarely invited to theirs. Nathaniel always says he's mature for his age, which is one of those things worried parents say about their children when their children baffle them. But I think what he's mature in is his loneliness. A child can be alone, but he shouldn't be lonely, and our child is. Eliza recommended handwritten letters of apology, a 2-week suspension, weekly counseling, an organized sport or two to challenge him, let him burn off some resentment, and greater participation from both of his parents, which was meant for me because Nathaniel attends every school meeting, game, event, and play. "I know it's hard for you, Dr. Griffith," she said, and before I could protest or make some defensive remark, she continued, more gently, "I know it is. I don't mean that sarcastically. We're all proud of the work you're doing, Charles." Suddenly, I could feel my eyes fill, stupidly, with tears, and mumbled, "I bet you say that to all the virologists," and left, grabbing the baby by his shoulder and steering him out. The baby and I walked back to the apartment in silence, but once we were inside, I turned on him. "What in the world were you thinking, David?" I yelled.
You realize the school could have expelled you, could have had you arrested? We're guests in this country. Don't you know you could have been taken from us, been sent to a state institution? You know kids have been sent away for less. I was about to continue when I saw the baby was crying, and that made me stop, because the baby rarely cries. "I'm sorry," he was saying. "I'm sorry." "David," I groaned, and I sat down next to him and pulled him into my lap like I used to when he was in fact a baby, and rocked him, also as I had done when he was a baby. For a while we were silent. "Nobody likes me," he said, quietly, and I said the only thing I could, which was, "Of course they do, David." But really, what I should have said is, "No one liked me when I was your age either, David. But then I grew up, and people did like me, and I found your daddy, and we had you, and now I'm the luckiest person I know." We sat there a while longer.
It had been a long, long time, years, since I had held the baby like this. Finally, he spoke. "Don't tell him," he said. "Daddy?" I asked. "I have to tell him, David. You know that." He seemed resigned to this and stood up to leave. But one thing had been troubling me. "David," I said, "where did you get the syringe?" I thought I might get some evasive answer, like some kids or, I don't know, or I found it. But instead, he said, "I ordered it." "Show me," I said. And so he walked me over to the study, where I watched him log on to my computer, bypassing the retinal scan by tapping in my password with a deftness that proved this wasn't the first time he'd done so, and then onto a site so illegal that I would be forced to file a report explaining what had happened and requesting a new laptop. He stood back from my chair and dropped his hand by his side, and for a while we both stared at the screen, on which a graphic of an atom whirred. Every few revolutions, the atom would halt, and a new category of offerings would appear above it: viral agents, needles and syringes, antibodies, toxins and antitoxins. You can imagine how I felt. But my first questions were practical ones. How had he known about such a site? How had he breached the security walls in order to access it? How had he known what to order? Who had given him the idea? Was this normal for a child his age? Was there something wrong with him? Who was my child? I looked at him. "David," I began, though I had no idea what I was going to say next. He wouldn't look up, not even when I repeated his name. "David," I said, for a third time, "I'm not angry," which wasn't exactly true, but what I was, I couldn't identify. "I just need you to look at me." And when he finally did, I saw from his face that he was scared. And then, I don't know why, I hit him, with the flat of my palm, across his face. He yelped and fell backward, and I jerked him upright and hit him again, this time on his left cheek, and he burst into tears. It relieved me, somehow, that he was still capable of being frightened by me. It reminded me that he was still a child after all, that there was hope for him, that he wasn't wrong or bad or evil. But I would only be able to articulate this to myself later. In that moment, I was only scared for him and also scared of him. I was about to hit him again when suddenly there was Nathaniel, pulling me off of him and shouting, "What really are you doing, Charles?" he yelled at me. "You really jerk, you psycho. What really are you doing?" He pushed me hard, and I fell and hit my face on the floor, and then he took the baby, now sobbing, into his arms. "Shh," he murmured. "It's okay, David. It's okay, sweetheart. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." "He's hurting people," I said, quietly, but my nose was bleeding so badly that my speech was garbled. He was trying to hurt people. But Nathaniel didn't answer me. He took off his shirt and pressed it against the baby's own bleeding nose, and then they stood and left, Nathaniel's arm around our son's shoulders. He never looked back at me. All of this is a long way of saying, I'm in our new apartment. I'm writing you from the study, where I have been banished for the foreseeable future. Nathaniel still hasn't said a word to me, and neither has the baby. Yesterday, I delivered my laptop to the head of technological security and explained what had happened. He seemed less shocked than I had anticipated, which made me think that there was less of a reason to be worried than I had feared. But as he was issuing me a new computer, he asked, "How old is your son again?" "Almost 10, I said. He shook his head. "And you're foreign nationals, am I correct?" "Yes," I said. "Dr. Griffith, I know you know this, but you have to be careful," he said. "If your son had accessed that site and you hadn't had the security clearances that you do—" "I know," I said. "No," he said, looking at me. "You don't. Be careful, Dr. Griffith. There's only so much the Institute could do to protect your son if this happens again." Suddenly, I wanted to be far away from him. And not just him, but all of it. Rockefeller, my lad, New York, America, even Nathaniel and David. I wanted to be back home, on my grandparents' farm, as miserable as I had been there, long before any of this, all of this, had ever happened. But I can never go home again. My grandparents and I don't speak, the farm is flooded, and this is my life now. I have to make the best of it. And I will, but sometimes I worry that I won't. I love you. Charles, Winter 2094. One nice memory I have is of grandfather brushing my hair. I like to sit in the corner of his study and watch him work. I could stay there for hours, drawing or playing, and rarely make a sound. Once, one of grandfather's research assistants had come in and had seen me there, and I could see he was surprised. "I can take her away as she's bothering you," said the research assistant, quietly. Then it was grandfather who was surprised. "My little one?" he asked. "She's no bother to anyone, especially to me." Hearing that, I had felt proud, like I had done something correct. I had a cushion I sat on while grandfather read or typed or wrote, and when I wasn't watching him, I had a set of wooden blocks I would play with. The wooden blocks were all painted white, and I was careful not to stack them too high so they wouldn't topple over and make a noise. But sometimes grandfather would stop what he was doing and turn around in his chair. "Come here, little one," he'd say, and I'd take my cushion and put it on the floor between his knees, and he'd take the big, flat-backed brush from his drawer and start stroking my hair with it. "What beautiful hair you have," he'd say. "Who gave you this beautiful hair?" But that was what is called a rhetorical question, which means I didn't have to answer it, and I didn't. In fact, I didn't have to say anything at all. I always waited for those times when grandfather would brush my hair. It felt so good, so relaxing, like I was falling slowly down a long, cool tunnel. After my illness, though, I no longer had beautiful hair. None of us who survived it do. It was because of the drugs we had to take. First, all our hair fell out, and when it grew back, it was wispy and thin and dust-colored, and you couldn't grow it past your chin or it would break off. Most people cut it very short, so that it just covered the scalp. The same thing had happened to many of the survivors of the sicknesses of 50 and 56, but it was more severe for us survivors of 70. For a while, that was how you could tell who had survived the illness. But then a variation of the same drug was prescribed for the illness of 72, and then it got harder to tell, and having short hair was just more practical. It was less hot, and it took less water and soap to clean. So now lots of people have short hair. You need money if you want to keep it long.
That's one way you can tell who lives in Zone 14. All of them have long hair, because everyone knows that Zone 14 gets 3 times as much water as the second highest water allotment zone, which is our zone, Zone 8. The reason I started thinking about this is because last week I was waiting for the shuttle, and a man I had never seen before joined the queue. I was near the end of the queue, and so I was able to get a good look at him. He was dressed in a gray jumpsuit of the kind my husband wore, which meant he was some sort of service technician at the farm, maybe even at the pond. And over his jumpsuit, he was wearing a lightweight nylon jacket, also gray, and a cap with a wide brim. I had been feeling strange for the past few weeks. On the one hand, I was happy because it would soon be December, and December was the best time of year. The weather sometimes grew cool enough for us to even wear an anorak at night, and although there were no rains, the smog that hung over the city lifted, and the store began stocking produce that only grew in the cold season, like apples and pears. In January, the storms would come, and then in February, it would be the Lunar New Year, and everyone who worked on a state site or for a state institution would get 4 extra grain coupons and either 2 extra dairy coupons or 2 extra produce coupons for the month, whichever you wanted. My husband and I would usually split our extra coupons, so between us, we would have 8 extra grain coupons and 2 extra dairy coupons and 2 extra produce coupons. The year after we got married, which was also the first year my husband worked on the farm, we had bought a wedge of hard cheese with our surplus coupons. He had wrapped it in paper and put it in the far back corner of our hallway closet, which he said was the coolest place in the apartment, and it had kept for a long time. This year, there was a rumor that we might get an extra day that week for bathing and laundry, which we had gotten 2 years ago, but not last year because there had been a drought. But on the other hand, despite everything I had to look forward to, I also found myself thinking about the notes. Every week on my husband's free night, I emptied out the box again to check if they were still there, which they always were.
I would read all of them again, turning the scraps of paper in my hand and holding them up to the lamplight, and then I would replace them all in the envelope and put the box back in the closet. I was puzzling over the notes the morning I saw the man in the gray jumpsuit join the queue. His presence meant that someone in the zone must have died or been taken, because the only way to get a housing assignment in Zone 8 was to wait for someone to leave it, and no one left Zone 8 willingly. And then something strange happened. The man adjusted his hat, and as he did, a long piece of hair fell loose, brushing against his cheek. He swiftly pushed it back under his hat and looked around, quickly, to make sure no one had seen. But everyone was staring straight ahead, as was considered polite. Only I had seen him, because I had turned around, though he hadn't seen me looking at him. I had never seen a man with long hair before. The thing that interested me most, however, was how much the man resembled my husband. They had the same color skin, the same color eyes, the same color hair, although my husband's hair is short, like mine. I have never liked it when new things happened, not even when I was a child, and I have never liked it when things aren't as they're supposed to be. When I was young, grandfather would read mysteries to me, but they always made me anxious. I liked to know what was happening. I liked things to be the same. I didn't tell grandfather this, however, because it was clear that he liked them, and I wanted to try to enjoy something he enjoyed. But then we weren't allowed to read mysteries anymore, and so I was able to stop pretending. Now, though, I had two mysteries of my own. The notes were the first, and this man, with his long hair, living in Zone 8, was the second. It made me feel like something had happened and no one had told me, and that there was a secret that everyone knew but that I couldn't figure out on my own. This happened at work every day, but that was fine because I wasn't a scientist, and it wasn't my right to know what was happening. I wasn't educated enough, and I wouldn't have understood anyway. But I had always thought that I understood where I lived, and now I was beginning to worry I was wrong about that after all. It was grandfather who explained free nights to me. When he told me I was going to be married, I was excited but also scared, and I started walking around in circles, which is something I do only when I'm very happy or very nervous. Other people get uncomfortable when I do this, but all grandfather said was, "I know how you feel, little cat." Later, he came to tuck me into bed and to give me the photograph of my husband to keep, which I hadn't thought to ask for earlier. I looked and looked at that picture, touching it as if I could actually feel his face. When I tried to return it to grandfather, he shook his head. "It's yours," he said. "When is it going to happen?" I asked him. "In a year," he said. "So, for the next year, I'll tell you everything you need to know about being married." This made me feel a lot calmer. Grandfather always knew what to say, even when I didn't know it myself. "We'll start tomorrow," he promised me, and then he kissed me on the forehead before turning off the light and going to the main room, where he slept. The next day, grandfather began his lessons. He had a piece of paper on which he had written a long list, and every month he would pick 3 topics for us to discuss. We practiced conversation and being helpful, and he taught me different circumstances in which I might have to ask for help, and how I should phrase it, and what I should do in the case of an emergency. We also discussed how I might come to trust my husband, and what I could do to be a good spouse to him, and what it was like to live with another person, and what I should do if my husband ever did anything that made me feel frightened. I know it seems strange, but after my initial anxiety, I was less nervous about getting married than I think grandfather thought I might be. After all, aside from grandfather, I had never lived with anybody else. Well, that isn't completely true. I had lived with my other grandfather and my father once, but only when I was a baby. I couldn't even really remember what they looked like. I suppose I assumed that living with my husband would be like grandfather. It was toward the end of the 6th month of my training that grandfather told me about free nights. Every week, my husband would leave the apartment and I would have a night all to myself. And then another night, I could leave the apartment and be by myself and do whatever I wanted. He watched me closely as he told me this, and then waited as I thought. "What night of the week will it be?" I asked him. "Whichever you and your husband decide," he said. I thought some more. "What am I supposed to do on my night?" I asked him. "Whatever you want," grandfather said. "Maybe you'll want to take a walk, for example, or maybe you'll want to go to the square, or maybe you'll want to go to the recreation center and play a game of ping pong with someone. Maybe I can come visit you, I said. The one thing I had learned that had surprised me the most was that grandfather wouldn't be living with us. Once I was married, I would remain with my husband in our apartment, and grandfather would move someplace else. I always love spending time with you, little cat, said grandfather, slowly. But you need to get used to being with your husband. You shouldn't begin your new life thinking about how often you're going to see me. We'll start tomorrow, he promised me, and then he kissed me on the forehead before turning off the light and going to the main room where he slept. The next day, grandfather began his lessons. He had a piece of paper on which he had written a long list, and every month he would pick 3 topics for us to discuss. We practiced conversation and being helpful, and he taught me different circumstances in which I might have to ask for help, and how I should phrase it, and what I should do in the case of an emergency. We also discussed how I might come to trust my husband, and what I could do to be a good spouse to him, and what it was like to live with another person, and what I should do if my husband ever did anything that made me feel frightened. I know it seems strange, but after my initial anxiety, I was less nervous about getting married than I think grandfather thought I might be. After all, aside from grandfather, I had never lived with anybody else. Well, that isn't completely true. I had lived with my other grandfather and my father once, but only when I was a baby. I couldn't even really remember what they looked like. I suppose I assumed that living with my husband would be like grandfather. It was toward the end of the 6th month of my training that grandfather told me about free nights. Every week, my husband would leave the apartment and I would have a night all to myself. And then another night, I could leave the apartment and be by myself and do whatever I wanted. He watched me closely as he told me this, and then waited as I thought. What night of the week will it be? I asked him. Whichever you and your husband decide, he said. I thought some more. What am I supposed to do on my night? I asked him. Whatever you want, grandfather said. Maybe you'll want to take a walk, for example, or maybe you'll want to go to the square, or maybe you'll want to go to the recreation center and play a game of ping pong with someone. Maybe I can come visit you, I said. The one thing I had learned that had surprised me the most was that grandfather wouldn't be living with us. Once I was married, I would remain with my husband in our apartment, and grandfather would move someplace else. I always love spending time with you, little cat, said grandfather, slowly. But you need to get used to being with your husband. You shouldn't begin your new life thinking about how often you're going to see me.
I was quiet then, because I felt that grandfather was trying to say something else to me without quite saying it, and I didn't know what it was, but knew that it was something I didn't want to hear. "Come on, little cat," said grandfather at last, and he smiled and patted my hand. "Don't be upset. This is an exciting time. You're getting married, and I'm so proud of you. My little cat, all grown up and about to start a household of her own." In the years since my husband and I were married, I have had to make use of very few of grandfather's lessons. I have never had to go to the police because my husband hit me, for example, and I have never had to ask my husband for help with the chores, and I have never had to worry about him withholding his food coupons from me, and I have never had to pound on a neighbor's door because my husband was yelling at me. But I wish I had known that I should have asked grandfather more questions about free nights and how they would make me feel. Shortly after we were married, my husband and I decided that Thursday would be his free night and Tuesday would be mine. Or rather, my husband had decided and I had agreed. "Are you sure you don't mind Tuesday?" he asked me, and he sounded concerned, as if I could say, "No, I'd rather have Thursday after all," and he would switch with me. But it was fine with me because it didn't matter which night I had. At first, I tried to spend my free night elsewhere. Unlike my husband, I would come home from work and have dinner with him first, and then I would change into my casual clothes and leave. It was strange being outside the apartment at night after all those years of grandfather's reminding me that I was never to leave the house by myself, and absolutely never when it was dark. But that was when things were bad, and it was dangerous, before the second uprising. For those first few months, I did what grandfather had suggested and went to the recreation center. The center was on 14th Street, just west of 6th Avenue, and because it was already June, I had to wear my cooling suit so I wouldn't overheat.
Up Fifth Avenue I walked, and then west on 12th Street, because I liked the old buildings on that block, which looked like versions of the building my husband and I lived in. Some of buildings' windows were lit up, but most of them were dark, and there were only a few other people in the street, also walking toward the center. The center was open between 6 and 2200, and only to residents of Zone 8. Everyone was allowed 20 hours of time at the center per month for free, and you had to thumbprint in and then thumbprint out when you left. You could take a class in cooking at the center, or sewing, or tai chi or yoga, or you could join one of the clubs. There were clubs for people who liked to play chess, or badminton, or ping pong, or checkers. Or you could do volunteer work, making bundles of sanitary supplies for people in the relocation centers. One of the best things about the center was that it was always cool because it had a big generator, and during the temperate months, people would stay home and conserve their hours so they could spend more of the long summer days in the air conditioning rather than in their apartments. You could take an air shower here as well, and sometimes, when I was desperate to be clean and it wasn't yet a water day, I would use some of my time at the center for an air shower. You also came to the center for your annual vaccinations and your bi-weekly blood work and mucus smears, and to claim your monthly food coupons and allowances, and from May through September, the 3 kilos of ice per month that every resident was entitled to buy at a subsidized rate. But until my first free nights, I had never been to the center for recreation, even though that was one of the things the center was for. Grandfather had brought me once, after the center had opened, and we had stood and watched a game of ping pong. The center had 2 tables, and while people played, other people sat in chairs around the perimeter of the room and watched them, and clapped when someone scored a point. I remember thinking that it looked like fun, and it sounded like fun too, the bright, sharp tap that the ball made as it struck the table, and I stood there for a long time. "Do you want to play?" Grandfather whispered to me. "Oh no," I said. "I don't know how." "You can learn," Grandfather said, but I knew I couldn't. As we left the building that afternoon, Grandfather said, "You can come back, little cat. All you do is sign up for the team and ask someone to play with you." I was quiet then, because sometimes Grandfather said these things as if they were easy for me to do, and I became frustrated because he didn't understand. He didn't understand that I couldn't do the things he thought I could, and I felt myself growing itchy and angry. But then he noticed, and he stopped walking and turned to me and put his hands on my shoulders. "You know how to do this, little cat," he said quietly. "You remember how we practiced talking to other people? You remember how we practiced having a conversation?" "Yes," I said. "I know it's not easy for you," said Grandfather. "I know it's not. But I wouldn't be encouraging you to do this if I didn't believe, with everything I am, that you were capable of it." And so up I went to the recreation center, if only because I wanted to be able to tell Grandfather, who was still alive then, that I had. But once I was there, I wasn't even able to make myself walk inside. Instead, I sat on a ledge outside the building and watched other people walk in twos or alone. Then I noticed that there was a window on the other side of the front door, and that if I stood at the correct angle, I could watch the people inside playing ping pong. And it was nice, because it was almost like I was one of them, but I didn't have to actually speak to anyone. That was how I spent my first month or so of free nights, standing outside the center and watching ping pong through the window. Sometimes the matches were particularly exciting, and I would walk home quickly, thinking that I might tell my husband about one game or another I'd seen, even though he never asked what I did on my free nights and never told me what he did on his free nights either. Sometimes I imagined that I had made a new friend, the woman with the short curly hair and dimples who slammed the ball across the table, lunging back on her left heel as she did, the man who wore a red tracksuit printed with white clouds. Sometimes I imagined that I joined them at the hydration bar afterward, and I thought about what it would be like to tell my husband that I wanted to use one of the bonus liquid coupons so I could have a drink with my friends, and how he would say that of course I could, and maybe he would come and watch me play a game someday. But after a few months of this, I stopped going to the center. For one thing, Grandfather was dead, and I didn't feel like trying any longer. For another, it was getting hotter, and I was feeling bad. And so, the next Tuesday, my next free night, I told my husband that I was tired, that I was going to stay indoors instead. "Are you ill?" he asked me. He was washing the dinner dishes. "No," I said. "I just don't feel like going out." "Do you want to go out on Wednesday instead?" he asked. "No," I said. "This will be my free night. I just won't go out." "Oh," he said. He placed the last plate on the drying rack. Then he asked, "Which would you like, the main room or the bedroom?" "I don't understand," I said. "Well," he said, "I want to give you your privacy. So which would you rather have, the main room or the bedroom?" "Oh," I said, "the bedroom, I guess." I thought about this. Was this the right answer? Is that all right? "Of course," he said, "it's your night." And so I went to the bedroom, where I changed into my night clothes and then lay down on the bed.
After a few minutes, there was a soft knock on the door, and when my husband entered, he was carrying the radio. "I thought you might want to listen to some music," he said, and plugged it in and turned it on and left, closing the door behind him. I lay there listening to the radio for a long while. Finally, I went to use the toilet and brush my teeth and clean my face and body with hygiene wipes. And as I did, I looked into the main room, where my husband was sitting on the sofa reading. He has a higher clearance than I do, and so is allowed to read certain books, those that relate to his field, which he borrows from work and then returns. This one was a book about the care and cultivation of tropical water-grown edible plants, and even though I am not interested in tropical water-grown edible plants, I was suddenly jealous of him. My husband could sit and read for hours, and I looked at him and wished for grandfather, who would know just what to say to make me feel better. But instead, I got ready for bed and returned to our room. And finally, after what felt like many hours, I heard my husband sigh and turn off the light in the main room and go to the bathroom himself, and then, finally, come quietly into our room where he changed clothes as well and got into his bed. Ever since then, I have spent my free nights indoors. Every once in a while, if I'm feeling very restless, I'll take a walk, maybe around the square, maybe up to the center, but usually I go to our bedroom, where my husband has always set up the radio. I change, I turn off the lights, I get into bed, and I wait for the sound of him sitting down on the sofa, for the sound of him cracking his knuckles as he reads, and, at last, for the sound of him shutting the book and switching off the lamp. Every Thursday for the past 6.5 years, I have waited for my husband to come home from his free night, which he begins directly after work. Every Tuesday, I lie in my bed in our bedroom, waiting for my free night to be over, waiting for my husband to come back to me, even if he doesn't say a word. I had gotten the idea about following my husband on his free night from the lab. This happened on a Friday. It was January 1st, 2094, and Dr. Wesley, who was interested in Western history and only celebrated the New Year according to the traditional calendar, assembled everyone who worked in the lab for a glass of grape juice. Everyone got some, even me. 6 more years until the 22nd century, he announced, and we all clapped. The juice was a dark, cloudy purple, and so sweet that it made my throat hurt. But it had been a long time since I had had juice, and I wondered if this was something that was interesting enough to tell my husband, because it was at least different from what usually happened at work, yet also not classified material. On my way back to my part of the lab, I took a break and went to the bathroom, and as I sat there on the toilet, I heard 2 people come in and begin washing their hands. They were women, neither of whose voices I recognized, and they were both PhDs, I think, because they sounded young and they were talking about an article in a journal they had both read. They discussed the article, which was about some kind of new antiviral that was being engineered out of a real virus whose genetics had somehow been altered, and then one of them said, very fast, "So, I thought Percy was cheating on me." "Really?" asked the other. "Why?" "Well," said the first, "he'd been acting really strange, you know, late coming home from work and really forgetful. He even forgot to meet me for my 6-month checkup. And he started leaving the house really early in the morning, saying he had a lot of work and had to get it done. And then he started acting strangely around my father when we went over to my parents for Saturday lunch, kind of avoiding his gaze. So one day, after he left for work, I waited a few minutes and then I followed him.
Belle, you didn't. I did. I was rehearsing what I was going to say to him and what I'd say to my parents and what I was going to do when I realized that he was going into the housing development unit, and I called out his name, and he was really surprised. But then he told me that he was trying to get us a better unit in a better part of the zone for when the baby comes, and that he and my father had been working on it together as a surprise. Oh, Belle, that's amazing. I know. I felt so guilty for hating him, even if it was just a few weeks. She laughed, and so did her friend. Well, Percy can take a little hatred if it's from you, said the second woman. Yes, the first woman said, and laughed again. He knows who's in charge. They left the bathroom, and then I flushed and washed my hands and left too, and as I did, I passed the two women, still talking, but now in the hallway. They were both very pretty, and they both had shiny dark hair that they wore in neat buns at the base of their skulls and little gold earrings shaped like planets. They were both wearing lab coats, of course, but beneath their hems, I could see they were wearing colorful silk skirts and leather shoes with low heels. One of them, the prettier one, was pregnant. As she spoke to her friend, she rubbed her stomach in a slow circular movement. I went back to my area, where I had a new batch of pinkies to move into individual petri dishes, which I had to fill with saline. As I worked, I thought of those notes my husband had kept. And then I thought of the woman in the bathroom, who had thought her husband might be seeing someone else, someone who wasn't her. But her husband hadn't been doing anything wrong after all. He had only been trying to find her a bigger unit to live in, because she was pretty and educated and pregnant, and there would be no reason to find someone else, someone better, because there wouldn't be someone better. I could tell by her hair that she must live in Zone 14, and if she was a PhD, it meant that her parents probably lived in Zone 14 too, and had paid for her to go to school and then paid more for her to live nearby. I found myself thinking of what they all ate for Saturday lunch. I had once heard that in Zone 14, there were stores where you could buy any kind of meat that you wanted, and as much as you wanted. You could have ice cream every day there, or chocolate, or juice, or even wine. You could buy candy, or fruit, or milk. You could go home and take a shower every day. I was thinking about this and growing more and more agitated when I dropped one of the pinkies. It was so tender that it turned into a smear of jelly upon impact, and I let out a cry. I was so careful. I never dropped pinkies, but now I had. I thought about this woman who lived in Zone 14 throughout the weekend and Monday, and by the time it was Tuesday, and therefore my free night, I was thinking about her still. After dinner, I went straight to the bedroom instead of helping my husband with the dishes as I normally did, just to use up some time. There, I lay on the bed and rocked myself back and forth and talked to grandfather, asking him what I should do. I imagined him saying, "It's okay, little cat, and I love you, little cat," but I couldn't think of what else he might say. If grandfather had been alive, he would have helped me figure out what I was upset about and how to fix it. But grandfather was not alive, and so I had to figure it out on my own. Then I remembered what the woman in the bathroom had said, that she had followed her husband. Unlike her husband, my husband didn't leave especially early in the morning. He didn't come home late at night. I always knew where he was, except for Thursdays. And that was when I decided that, on my husband's next free night, I was going to follow him too. The next day, I realized that my plan had a flaw. My husband never came home from work on his free nights, so either I would have to find a way to follow him from the farm, or I would have to find a way to make him come home first. I decided the second option was more feasible. I thought and thought about what I was going to do, and then I came up with a solution. That night, at dinner, I said, "I think there's a leak in the shower head." He didn't look up from his plate. "I haven't heard anything," he said. "But there's some water pooled in the bottom of the tub," I said. He looked up then and pushed his chair back and went to the bathroom, where I had emptied half a cup of water into the tub. There would be just enough left to appear as if the spout had developed a leak. I heard him open the curtain and then turn the taps on and off quickly. As he did this, I remained in my seat, sitting straight, as grandfather had taught me, waiting for him to return. When he did, he was frowning. "When did you notice this?" he asked me. "Tonight, when I came home," I said. He sighed. "I asked the zone super to tell someone from building management to come inspect it," I said. And he looked at me. But they can't come until tomorrow at 19, I continued, and he looked at the wall and sighed again, a big sigh, one that made his shoulders rise and fall. I know it's your free night, I said, and I must have sounded scared because my husband looked at me and gave me a small smile. Don't worry, he said. I'll come home first to be with you, and I'll go to my free night after. Okay, I said. Thank you. Later, I would realize that he could have just said that he would take his free night on Friday instead. And then, later still, I would realize that the fact that he wanted to take his free night as usual meant that someone, the someone who'd sent those notes, was probably waiting for him on Thursdays, and that now he would have to find a way to tell this person that he would be late. But I knew that he would wait until the inspector came. Our water consumption was monitored every month, and if you went over your allotment, you had to pay a penalty, and it would be noted on your civilian records. That Thursday, I told Dr. Morgan that I had a leak in my shower, and I needed permission to go home early, which was granted. Then I took the 7 p.m. shuttle home, so by the time my husband got home, at 18:57, as he always does, I was making dinner. Am I too late? He asked. No, I said. He hasn't come. I had made an extra nutria patty, just in case, and extra yams and spinach as well, but when I asked my husband if he wanted to eat something as we waited, he shook his head. But you should eat it now while it's hot, he said. Nutria meat congealed unless you ate it right off the stove. So I did, sitting down at the table and moving the pieces around with my fork. My husband sat at the table too and opened his book. Are you sure you're not hungry? I asked, but he shook his head again. No, thank you, he said. We sat in silence for a while. He shifted in his seat. We never talked much over dinner, but at least we were doing an activity together when we sat down to eat. But now it was like we were in two glass boxes that had been placed next to each other, and although other people could see us, we couldn't see or hear anything outside our own boxes, and had no idea of how close we were to each other. He shifted in his seat again. He turned the page and then turned it back, rereading what he'd already looked at. He looked up at the clock, and so did I. It was 19:14. Very, he said. I wonder where he is. He looked at me. There hadn't been a note, had there? No, I said, and he shook his head and looked down at his book again. 5 minutes later, he looked up. What time was he supposed to be here? He asked. 1900, I said, and he shook his head once more. A few minutes later, he closed his book entirely, and we both sat there, staring at the clock, its blank, round face. Suddenly, my husband stood. I have to go, he said. I have to leave. It was 1933. I have to be somewhere. I'm already late. He looked at me. Cobra, if he comes, can you handle this on your own? I knew that he wanted me to be able to handle things on my own, and all at once I felt scared, as if I really were facing the prospect of talking to the building manager by myself, without my husband here. It was almost like I had forgotten that the manager wasn't coming at all, that this entire incident was something I'd invented in order to do something that should have been much scarier, following my husband on his free night. Yes, I said, I can handle it. He smiled then, one of his rare smiles. You're going to be fine, he said. You've met the manager before. He's a nice man. And I'll come home early tonight while you're still awake, all right? All right, I agreed. Don't be nervous, he said. You know how to do this. This was something that grandfather used to say to me as well. You know how to do this, little cat. There's nothing to be afraid of. And then he took his anorak on the hook. Good night, he said, as the door closed. Good night, I said, to the closed door. I waited just 20 seconds after my husband closed the door before I too left the apartment. I had already packed a bag with some things I thought I might need, including one of the small flashlights, and a notebook and pencil, and a thermos of water in case I got thirsty, and my anorak in case I got cold, though that was unlikely. Outside, it was dark and warm, but not hot, and there were more people than usual, walking around the square, walking home from the store. I spotted my husband immediately. He was heading briskly north on 5th Avenue, and I followed him as he turned west on 9th Street. It was the same route we both took every morning, at separate times, to the shuttle stop, and for a second I wondered whether he was going to wait for the shuttle again and go back up to work. But he kept walking, crossing 6th Avenue and through the area we called Little 8 for its complex of high-rise apartment towers that made it feel like its own zone within Zone 8, and then across 7th Avenue as well, and still he kept going. This was much farther west than I typically had reason to go. Zone 8 extended from New First Street at its southernmost point to 23rd Street in its north, and from Broadway on its east over to 8th Avenue and the river on its west. Technically, the zone had extended farther still, but 10 years ago, most of the territory beyond 8th Avenue had been flooded during the last Great Storm, which meant that the people who had chosen to remain in River Flats were residents of Zone 8 as well. But with every year, more and more of them were relocated because strange things were being discovered in the river, and it was unclear how safe it was to live there. Zone 8 was Zone 8, and there was meant to be no hierarchy within it, no area that was considered better than any other. That was what the state told us. But if you lived in Zone 8, you knew that there were, in fact, places, like where my husband and I lived, that were more desirable than others. There were no grocery stores west of 6th Avenue, for example, or washing or hygiene centers, except for the one that was only accessible to people who lived in Little 8, which also maintained something called a pantry, where you could buy non-perishable items like grains and powdered food, but nothing that would spoil. As I have said, Zone 8 was one of the safest districts on the island, if not in the entire municipality. Still, there were rumors about what happened near the river, just as there were rumors about what happened in Zone 17, which ran along Zone 8's north and south axes, but then extended all the way to the riverbanks on First Avenue, on the eastern shore. One rumor is that the far western part of Zone 8 was haunted.
I had asked grandfather about that once, and he had taken me over to 8th Avenue to show me that there were no ghosts there. He said that story had begun before I was born, when there had been a series of underground tunnels that ran beneath the streets and had extended all the way to the relocation centers. Although back then they weren't centers, they were districts, like Zone 8, where people lived and worked. Then, after the pandemic of '70, they were closed, and people began telling stories that the state had used these tunnels as isolation centers for the affected, who by that point numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and then had sealed them up with cement, and everyone in them had died. Is that true? I asked grandfather. We were standing near the river by then, and speaking very softly, for it was treasonous to even discuss this. I always felt scared when grandfather and I talked about illegal topics, but also good because I knew that he knew that I could keep secrets and that I would never betray him. No, grandfather said, those stories are apocryphal. What does that mean? I asked him. It means untrue, he said. I thought about this. If it's not true, why do people tell them? I asked him, and he looked away, into the distance, to the factories on the other side of the river. Sometimes, when people tell stories like that, what they're really trying to express is their fear or their anger. The state did a lot of horrible things back then, he said, slowly, and I felt that same thrill, hearing someone talking about the state that way, and that someone was my grandfather. Many horrible things, he repeated, after a pause, but that was not one of them. He looked at me. Do you believe me? Yes, I said. I believe everything you say, grandfather. He looked away from me again, and I worried I had said something wrong, but he only put his palm on the back of my head and said nothing. What remained true is that the tunnels had been sealed up long ago, and it was said that if you went close to the river late at night, you would hear the sobs and moans of the people who had been left to die within them. The other thing that people said about the far western edge of Zone 8 is that there were buildings there that looked like buildings, but in which nobody lived. It took me a few years of eavesdropping on the PhDs to understand what they meant by that. Much of Zone 8 had been built centuries ago, in the 1800s and early 1900s, but a good deal of it had been demolished shortly before I was born and replaced with towers, which had doubled as clinics. Before then, the population had been very high, and people came to the municipality from all over the world. But then the illness of 50 had stopped almost all immigration, and then the illnesses of 56 and 70 had solved the problem of overcrowding, which meant that while Zone 8 was still a high-density district, no one lived here illegally now. However, some of the zone's original buildings had been spared, especially those close to 5th Avenue and the Square, and those close to 8th Avenue. Here, the buildings resembled the one my husband and I lived in. They were made from red brick and were rarely more than 4 stories high.
Some of them were even smaller and held only 4 units. According to the PhDs whose conversations I listened to, there were a few of these buildings close to the river that had once been divided into apartments, the same as our building, but had over the years become places where nobody lived. Instead, you went to these buildings to, well, I did not know what you went to the buildings to do, only that it was illegal, and that when the PhDs talked about them, they laughed and said things like, "You'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Foxley?" This is how I surmised that these were dangerous but also exciting places that the PhDs pretended they knew about but would never actually be bold enough to visit. By this time, I was very near the river, on a street called Bethune. When I was a child, the state had tried to relabel all the named streets with numbers instead, which mostly affected zones 7, 8, 17, 18, and 21. But it hadn't worked, and people continued to call them by their 20th century names. All this time, my husband hadn't looked behind him once. It had grown very dark, and I was lucky he was wearing a light gray anorak, one I could easily follow. He had clearly walked this route many times before. At one point, he abruptly stepped down from the sidewalk to the street, and when I looked at the sidewalk, I saw there was an enormous gouge in it, and he had known to avoid it. Bethune was one of the streets people thought was haunted, even though it wasn't near one of the former entrances to the underground tunnels. But it still had all its trees, even though they were mostly bare, and I suppose that was what made it look so old-fashioned and gloomy. It was also one of the streets that hadn't been flooded, and therefore extended all the way west to Washington Street. Here, my husband walked to the middle of the block, and then he stopped and looked about him. There was no one on the street but me, and I quickly moved behind one of the trees. I wasn't concerned about him seeing me. I was wearing black clothes and black shoes, and my skin is fairly dark. I knew I wouldn't be visible. In fact, my husband's coloring is similar to mine, and it was by that point so dark that had I not known to look for his anorak, I might not have seen him myself. "Hello?" my husband called. "Is anyone there?" I know this will sound foolish, but in that moment, I wanted to respond. "I'm here," I would have said, and stepped onto the sidewalk. "I just want to know where you go," I would have said. "I want to be with you." But I couldn't think of what he would say in response, so I said nothing, just hid behind the tree. But I did think of how calm my husband sounded, how calm and how determined. Then he was moving again, and I came out from behind the tree and followed him, this time with a little more distance between us. Finally, he reached number 27, one of the final houses on the block, an old-fashioned building somewhat like the one we lived in, and he looked around again before climbing the stone steps and rapping a complicated knock on the door. Tap, to tap, tap, tap. Then a little window slid open in the door, and my husband's face was illuminated by a rectangle of light. Someone must have asked him something because he said something back, something I couldn't hear. And then the window shut and the door opened just wide enough for my husband to slip inside. "You're late tonight," I heard someone, a man, say before the door closed once more. And then he was gone. I stood outside the building staring up at it. From the street, it looked unoccupied. There was no light, there was no sound. After I had waited 5 minutes, I climbed the steps myself and pressed my ear against the door, which was covered in peeling black paint. I listened and listened, but there was nothing. It was as if my husband had disappeared, not into a house, but into another world altogether. It wasn't until the next day, when I was back in the safety of my room at the lab, that I comprehended fully the riskiness of the previous night's activities. What if my husband had seen me? What if someone had seen me following him and had suspected me of illegal activities? But then I had to remind myself that my husband had not seen me. No one had seen me. And if by chance I had been recorded by some stray fly that was patrolling the area, I would simply tell the police that my husband had forgotten his glasses when he went on his nightly walk and that I was taking them to him. After I returned to the apartment, I had gone to bed early, so that when my husband came home, I was already pretending to be asleep.
I had left him a note in the bathroom saying that the leak had been fixed, and I heard him push back the curtain to examine the shower head. I couldn't tell if he had in fact returned earlier than he normally did, as there was no clock in the bedroom. I could tell he thought I was asleep because he was very quiet, undressing and dressing in the dark. I had been so distracted that day that it took me some time to realize that there was something amiss in the lab, and it was only when I brought over a fresh batch of pinkies to the PhD cluster that I noticed that the reason they were so quiet was that they all had their headsets on and were all listening to the radio. There were two radios in the lab. One was a normal radio, of the sort everyone had. The second was a radio that only broadcast to sanctioned research facilities around the world, so that different scientists could announce any pertinent findings and give lectures or updates. Typically, of course, such research would be shared in papers that could only be accessed by accredited scientists on highly secure computers. But when there was something urgent, it would be shared on this special radio, which broadcast a sound screen of noise atop the person speaking. This meant that unless you had the proper headphones to cancel the sound screen, you would hear only a randomized, meaningless sound, like crickets chirping or a fire burning. Each person who was authorized to listen to this radio had a sequence of numbers that they had to enter first, and each sequence was registered to a different user, so the state could monitor who was listening at any time. The headphones, too, were only activated once you entered your code, and before leaving the lab for the night, the scientists locked their sets in a safe that was arranged as a series of small boxes. They each had to enter another code for their box door to open. Now everyone was silent, frowning, and listening to the radio. I placed the tray of Petri dishes with the new pinkies on the side of the counter, and one of the PhDs flapped his hand at me, impatiently, signaling me to go away. The rest didn't even look up from their notepads, where they were scribbling words, stopping and pausing to listen, and then writing more. I went back to the room with my mice and watched the scientists through the window. The entire lab had gone still. Even Dr. Wesley, shut in his office, was listening, frowning at his computer. After 20 or so minutes, the broadcast must have ended because everyone yanked off their headsets and then hurried into Dr. Wesley's office, even the PhD students who were normally excluded from such meetings. As I saw them turn off the radio, I went over to the PhD's area and began stacking empty Petri dishes on a tray, which wasn't my job. But as I did, I heard one of them say to another, "Do you think it's true?" And the other reply, "Really? I hope not." Then they were in the office, and I couldn't hear anything more. But I could see Dr. Wesley speaking, and the rest of them nodding, and everyone looking very grave. I was scared then, because normally when something bad happened, when, say, a new virus got discovered, the scientists weren't scared but excited. But now they were frightened and serious. And when I went to the bathroom on my break, I passed the other labs on the floor, and in those, too, the only people I saw were the techs and support staff moving around, cleaning and organizing like we always did, because the scientists were all gathered in their respective principal investigators' offices, talking among themselves with the doors closed. I waited and waited, but everyone remained in Dr. Wesley's office, talking. The glass was soundproof, so I couldn't hear. Finally, I was going to miss my shuttle, and so I had to leave, though I wrote a note to Dr. Morgan explaining that I'd gone and placed it on his desk, just in case he was looking for me. It took me another week to discover some of what the scientists had overheard on the radio, and the intervening days were very strange ones. Normally, I'm able to find out information fairly quickly. The scientists are discouraged from gossiping and speculating out loud, but they all do so anyway, albeit in whispers. Besides their lack of discretion, however, the other thing that benefits me is that they rarely seem to notice when I'm around. Sometimes that bothers me, but most of the time I can use it to my advantage. I have learned many things simply by listening. I learned, for instance, that Roosevelt Island in the East River was one of the city's first relocation centers during the '50 pandemic and later a prison camp, and finally, after it had become overrun with rodents carrying an infection, the state had moved the camp to Governor's Island in the South, which had previously been a refugee camp, and had scattered thousands of poisoned food pellets that killed all the rodents, and no one had been to Roosevelt Island since, except the crematorium workers. I learned that Dr. Wesley regularly traveled to the Western colonies, where the state had built a large research facility where they kept an underground vault storing a sample of every known microbe in the world.
I learned that the state was predicting a severe drought in the next 5 years, and that there was a team of scientists elsewhere in the country who were trying to figure out how to generate rain on a mass scale. Aside from all of that information, I learned other things from eavesdropping on the PhDs as well. Most of them were married, and sometimes they discussed romance, things that had happened with their husbands or wives. But here, they often spoke in silences, not details. They said things like, "You know what happened next," and the other person would say, "I do." And I sometimes felt like saying, "What happened next? What are you talking about?" Because I didn't know, and I wanted to know, though of course I knew not to ask. But in the week after the radio conference, they were all unusually quiet and serious, and everyone was working much harder, though what they were working on exactly, I couldn't say, and I wouldn't have understood besides. I just knew that there was something different about their behavior, and that something in the lab had changed. Before I was to discover what that was, however, I followed my husband again. I don't know why. I suppose I wanted to know if that was what he did every Thursday, because then it would at least be something else I knew about him. This time, I went directly from the shuttle stop to the far west end of Bethune Street and waited. There was a house right across from the one my husband had entered, and like all the houses that had been built back then, it had a main entrance, which was up a flight of stairs, and a second entrance that was hidden beneath the stairs. Grandfather had told me that in the old days, this door would have been protected by an iron gate, but the gate had been removed long ago to be smelted for military use, which meant I was able to stand just beneath the stairway and have a good view of the opposite side of the street. There hadn't been much traffic that day, so I was in my hiding place by 1842. I looked at the house, which was as abandoned looking as it had been the previous Thursday. It was already dark, it being January, but not as dark as it had been the previous week, and I could see that the windows had been covered with black paper or black paint, something that obscured views both in and out. I could also see that, although the building was shabby, it was in decent structural repair. The staircase was old, but except for a missing piece of stone in the second step, the rest of it was solid. The compost compactor was neat and clean, and there were no gats buzzing overhead. 3 minutes or so later, I saw someone coming west down the street, and I withdrew beneath the staircase, thinking it was my husband, but it wasn't.
It was a man around my husband's and my age, but white and wearing a button-down shirt and a pair of lightweight pants. He was walking briskly, as my husband had, and when he reached the house opposite me, he climbed the steps without checking the number first and tapped the same rhythmic knock that my husband had the previous week. Then the same thing happened. The window sliding open, the rectangle of light, the question and answer, the door opening just enough to let the man inside. For a while, I couldn't believe I'd actually seen this all happen. It was as if I'd willed it into existence. I had been so busy watching the event of the man's arrival that I hadn't even registered any useful details about him. With every person you see, you should try to notice 5 things, Grandfather would say when I was struggling to describe someone. What race are they? Are they tall or short? Are they fat or thin? Do they move quickly or slowly? Do they look down or straight ahead? These will tell you a lot of what you need to know about them. How? I had asked. I hadn't understood. Well, for example, let's say they're hurrying down the street or through the halls, Grandfather said. Are they looking behind them? Maybe they're running from something or someone. So that would tell you that they're frightened, maybe. Or maybe they're muttering to themselves and checking their watch, which would let you know that they're late to something. Or let's say they're walking slowly and looking down at the ground as they do. That might tell you that they're deep in thought or that they're just daydreaming. But in either case, you'll know that their attention is elsewhere, and that, depending on the context, perhaps not be bothered. Or maybe that they need to be bothered, that you need to alert them to something that's about to happen. Recalling this, I tried to describe the man to myself. He was white, as I have said, and he had been moving quickly, but not looking behind him. He had walked like the postdocs walked through the halls of the lab, looking neither left nor right and never behind themselves. Other than that, the man was difficult to analyze. He was neither fat nor thin, young nor old, tall nor short. He was just a man on Bethune Street who had entered the house my husband had entered last week. As I was thinking this, I heard another set of footsteps,
And when I looked up, I saw that it was my husband. Once again, it was as if I had dreamed him into being, as if he wasn't quite real. He was carrying his nylon bag and was wearing his street clothes, which meant he would have changed out of his jumpsuit at the farm. This time, he didn't look around him, didn't suspect he was being watched. He climbed the stairs and knocked on the door and was admitted. And then everything was quiet. I waited for another 20 minutes to see if someone else might come, but no one else did. And finally, I turned and walked home. On the way, I passed a few other people. A woman walking by herself, two men who were discussing electrical repairs they'd made in one of the schools, a single man with bristly dark eyebrows, and with each of them I wondered, were they too going to the house on Bethune Street? Would they be climbing those stairs, knocking on that door, saying some secret code, and being allowed inside? And once inside, what would they do? What did they talk about? Did they know my husband? Was one of them the person who had been sending him those notes? How long had he been going there? Once I was back in our apartment, I opened the box in the closet again and looked at the notes. I thought there might be a new one, but there wasn't. As I was rereading them, I realized they didn't say anything that interesting. They were just everyday words. And yet, I somehow knew that they were never the sort of notes that my husband would write me or that I would write him. I knew this, but I couldn't explain how they were different. I looked at them again, and then I put them all away and lay down on my bed. I realized that I wished I had never followed my husband, because what I had learned hadn't helped me at all. In fact, all I had learned was that my husband was probably going to the same place on every one of his free nights, although this was just a theory, and I couldn't prove it unless I followed him every free night from now on. But the detail that had upset me most was how, after my husband had answered the person on the other side of the door, he had laughed. I couldn't remember the last time I had heard my husband laugh, or indeed if I ever had. He had a nice laugh. He was in another house, laughing, and I was at home waiting for him to return. The next day, I went to RU, as always, where the mood in the lab was still strange. The postdocs still quiet and busy, the PhDs still anxious and excited. I moved among them, distributing the new pinkies, removing the old ones, lingering near the PhDs I knew were naturally talkative, the ones who liked to gossip. This time, however, there was only silence. But I was patient, which grandfather always said was an underrated virtue, and I knew that the PhDs tended to relax around 1500 through 1530, when most of them took a break to drink tea. They weren't supposed to drink tea around their workspaces, of course, but most of them did, especially as the postdocs were in another room then, having their daily meeting. And so I waited until a few minutes past 1500 before I went to pick up the old embryos from the PhD's area. For a few moments, there was just the sipping of tea, which wasn't actually tea, but a nutrient-rich powder that was supposed to taste like tea and had been developed at the farm. It always made me think of grandfather. I was 10 when tea was declared a restricted asset, but grandfather had a small supply of smoked black tea that he had saved, and for a year we drank that. He would measure it so carefully, just a few shreds of it per pot, but the leaves were so powerful that that was all you needed. After we finally ran out, he got the powder, but he never drank it himself. Then, though, one of the PhDs said, "Do you think it's true?" "They're acting like it," said another. "Yeah, but how do we know this isn't just another false positive?" asked a third. "The genomic sequencing is different here," said a fourth, and then the conversation became too technical for me to follow, though I stayed and listened anyway. I couldn't comprehend much, but what I did understand was that there had been another new disease diagnosed, and that it was very bad, potentially disastrous. New diseases were often being discovered at RU, and not just at RU, but in other laboratories around the world as well. Every Monday, Beijing would send the principal investigators at every accredited research organization a status report listing the previous week's tally of fatalities and new diagnoses of the 3 to 5 most severe ongoing pandemics, as well as new developments they were tracking. The tallies were broken down by continent, and then by country, and then, if need be, by prefecture and municipality. Then, every Friday, Beijing would compile and send out the latest research findings, whether clinical or epidemiological, reported by the member nations. The goal, Dr. Wesley once said, was not to eradicate the diseases, because that would be impossible. It was to contain them, preferably within the regions where they were discovered. Epidemics, not pandemics, Dr. Wesley said. Our goal is to discover them before they disseminate. I have worked at RU and in Dr. Wesley's lab for 7 years, and at least once a year there was at least one scare, when there was an emergency radio announcement, as there had been the week before, and everyone in the institute grew frightened and excited because it seemed that we were at risk of experiencing the next great pandemic, one as bad as the illnesses of 56 and 70, both of which Dr. Wesley said had remapped the world.
But in the end, every one of those threats had been contained. In fact, none of them had even affected the island. There had been no quarantine or isolation mobilization, no special bulletins, no coordination with the National Pharmacology Unit. Still, the pattern was to remain alert in the first 30 days after the discovery of a new disease, because that was the typical incubation period of most of these illnesses. Even though, as everyone would admit in private, just because that had been the pattern of these diseases, it didn't mean that the successive diseases would behave the same way. That was why what the scientists in our lab did was so important. They tried to predict the next mutation, the next illness that would endanger us all. I know this will be a surprising thing to hear, but many scientists can be very superstitious. I say this because, over the last few years, the alarm about these reports has grown. I think everyone believes that the upcoming plague, whatever it will be, is overdue. There had been 14 years between the illness of 56 and the illness of 70. Now it was 94, and nothing catastrophic had happened. Of course, as Dr. Morgan likes to say, we are in a much better position now than they were in 70, and this is true. Our labs are more sophisticated, there's more scientific cooperation. It's much more difficult to spread misinformation, and therefore breed panic. You can't just get on a plane and unknowingly infect people in other countries. You can't just share your theories of whatever's happening on the internet with whomever you want, whenever you want. There are systems in place to segregate and humanely treat the affected, so things are better. I was not superstitious. I may not have been a scientist, but I knew that things don't happen according to patterns, even if it may look like it. This is why I was confident that this was just another minor incident, just as the others had been, one that would excite for a few weeks longer and then vanish, another disease not even worthy of a name. Every Lunar New Year, there was a limited amount of pig meat available at the grocery. Typically, the National Nutritional Unit would know by December how much pig they would be able to make available for chosen zones. And by the end of the month, a sign would go up in the grocery telling you how many half-kilo portions would be available and how many extra protein coupons you would need to spend to purchase them. Then you had to sign up for the lottery, which was drawn on the last Sunday of January, unless the New Year came early, in which case the lottery was drawn 10 days before the holiday, so you would have plenty of time to rearrange your plans if you didn't win. I had only won the pig lottery once, the second year my husband and I were married. After that, there had been bad weather in the prefectures and colonies where the pigs were grown, and there had been very little meat. But 2093 had been a good year, with no significant climatic events and well-controlled outbreaks. And I was hopeful that this time we would have pig for the holiday. I was very excited when my number was among the chosen. It had been a long time since I had had pig, and I loved the taste of it. My husband liked it too. I had been worried that the New Year celebration would fall on a Thursday, as it had 2 years ago, and I would be alone, but instead it was on a Monday, and my husband and I spent the day cooking. This is something that 2 years ago aside, we had done every lunar holiday since we got married, and because of that, it was the day I looked forward to most. I had been very smart about saving our coupons for the past 4 months, so we could have a real feast, and along with the pig, I had also accumulated enough coupons so we could make dough. Half of the dough would be set aside for dumplings, and the other for an orange-flavored loaf. But mostly, I was excited about the pig. Every year or so, the state tried to introduce a new substitute for pig and other kinds of animal meat, and while some were very successful, the pig and cow protein replacements never were. There was something wrong with the flavor, no matter how hard they tried. Eventually, though, they would stop trying, because those of us who still remembered what cow and pig tasted like would forget,
and at some point, there would be children born who would never know in the first place. We spent the morning cooking and then ate an early dinner at 1600. There was enough food so that we were each able to have 8 dumplings, as well as rice and mustard greens. My husband had stewed in some sesame oil that we had saved up to buy, and we each had a slice of cake. This was the one day every year when conversation with my husband was easy because we were able to talk about the food. Sometimes we even talked about food we had eaten when we were young, between the periods of severe rationing, but that was always dangerous because it made you start thinking about a lot of other things from when you were young. Now, my husband said, my father used to make the best shredded pig. It didn't seem like I needed to reply because it was a statement, not a question, and indeed, he continued speaking. We had it at least twice a year, even after the rationing, and he would slow cook it for hours, and you only needed to touch it with your fork and it would fall apart on the plate. We'd have it with runner beans and macaroni, and if there were leftovers, my mother would make it into sandwiches. My sister and I used to... And then he stopped talking abruptly and put down his chopsticks and looked at the wall for a moment before picking them up again. Anyway, he said, I'm glad we were able to have this tonight. As am I said. That night, as we lay in our beds, I wondered what my husband had been like before we met. I thought about this more the longer we were married, especially as I didn't know that much about him. I knew that he was from Prefecture 1 and that both of his parents had been professors at a big university, and that at some point, both of them had been arrested and taken to rehabilitative camps, and that he had an older sister who had also been removed to the camps, and that because his immediate family members had been declared enemies of the state, he had been expelled from the university where he had been a graduate student. We both had been officially forgiven under the 2087 Forgiveness Act and given good jobs, but we would never be allowed to re-enroll in a university. Unlike my husband, I had no desire to return. I was satisfied being a lab tech, but my husband had wanted to be a scientist, and yet he never would. Grandfather had told me this. I can only do so much, little cat, he had said, but he never explained what he meant by that. After Lunar New Year came Honor Day, which was always on a Friday. The state had instituted it in 71. All businesses and institutes were closed on that day, and you were supposed to spend it quietly, thinking of people who had died, not just in 70, but from any of the illnesses. The motto for Honor Day was, not all who died were innocent, but all who died are forgiven. Couples usually spent Honor Day together, but my husband and I did not. He went to the center, where the state sponsored a concert of orchestral music and lectures about grieving, and I took a walk around the square. But now I wondered if he had in fact gone to Bethune Street. Mostly, though, I thought of grandfather, who had not died of an illness but was dead nonetheless. We had spent every honor date together, and grandfather would show me pictures of my father, who had died in 66, when I was 2. He hadn't died of disease either, but it wasn't until later that I learned that. That was also when my other grandfather had died. They had died at the same time, in the same place.
It was this other grandfather to whom I was genetically related, although I can't say I missed him because I didn't remember him at all. But grandfather always said that he had loved me very much, and I liked hearing that, even though I didn't remember him. I can remember almost nothing of my father as well, because I have only a few memories of my life before the illness. Sometimes I had the sense that I had been a different person altogether, someone who didn't have such a difficult time understanding other people and what they were really trying to say beneath the thing they were actually saying. One time, I asked grandfather if he had liked me more before I got sick, and he turned his head away for a moment and then grabbed me and held me to him, even though he knew I didn't like that. No, grandfather said, in a funny, smothered voice, I have always loved you just the same, since the day you were born. I wouldn't want my little cat any other way. Which was nice to hear and made me feel good, like I did when it was cool enough outside to wear long sleeves and I could walk and never get overheated. But one of the reasons I suspected that I might have been different was because in the most vivid memory I have of my father, he is laughing and twirling a little girl around by her hands, spinning her so fast that she is soaring, her feet sweeping through the air. The little girl is wearing a pale pink dress and has a black ponytail that sails behind her, and she is laughing too. One of the only things I remember about being sick is this image, and after I got better, I had asked grandfather who that little girl was, and he got a strange expression on his face. "That was you, little cat," he said. "You and your father. He would spin you around like that until you both got dizzy." At the time, I had thought this was impossible because I was bald and couldn't imagine having so much hair. But then, as I got older, I thought, suppose that was me with all that hair. What else had I had that I couldn't remember? I thought of the little girl laughing, her mouth wide open, her father laughing with her. I could never make anyone laugh, not even grandfather, and no one could make me laugh. But once I had. It was like being told I had once known how to fly. Grandfather had always said that Honor Day was to honor me because I had lived. "You have 2 birthdays in 1 year, little cat," he said, "the day you were born and the day you came back to me." This is why I always thought of Honor Day as my day, though I would never say that aloud, because I knew it was selfish and, moreover, was impolite, because it disregarded all those who had died. The other thing I would never say aloud was that I had liked to hear grandfather tell me about when I was sick, how I had lain in a hospital bed for months, and for weeks my fever had been so high that I couldn't even talk, how almost all of my fellow patients on the ward had died, how I had one day opened my eyes and asked for grandfather. I felt cozy hearing those stories, hearing grandfather say how worried he had been, how he had sat by my bed every night, how he had read to me every day, how he had described to me the kinds of cakes he would get for me if I got better, cakes made with real strawberries swirled into the batter, or topped with sheets of chocolate that had been stamped to look like tree bark, or sprinkled with toasted sesame seeds. Grandfather said I had loved all sweets, especially cake, when I was a little girl, but after the illness, I had lost most of my taste for them, which was just as well, since by that point, sugar had also been declared a restricted asset. Since grandfather had died, however, no one remembered that I had once been sick, or that someone had wanted me to get better so badly that he had come to visit me every night. That year, Honor Day was particularly lonely. The building was silent. The day after the lunar holiday, our next-door neighbors had been taken in a raid, and although they had never been loud, it turned out that they had made more noise than I had bought, because our apartment was deeply quiet without them next to us. The day before, I had checked the envelope that contained my husband's notes and had found a new one, written in the same hand on another scrap of paper. "I'll wait," it said, and that was it. I wished, as I often did, that grandfather were alive, or that I at least had a recent picture of him, something I could look at and talk to. But I didn't, and I never would, and thinking about that made me so upset that I got up and began pacing. And suddenly, the apartment seemed so small that I was unable to breathe, and I took my keys and ran downstairs and out onto the street. Outside, the square was as busy as always, as if it wasn't actually Honor Day, and I joined the group of people who walked around and around it, feeling myself becoming calmer as I did. I felt less alone being with them, even though the reason we were all together was because we were all alone. I used to come to the square with grandfather when he was alive. Back then, there had been a cluster of storytellers who would congregate in the northeastern corner of the square, which had been grandfather's favorite place to come read outdoors when he had been younger. He once told me a story about how he had been sitting on one of the wooden benches that had then snaked all along the square and had been eating a pig and egg sandwich when a squirrel leapt on his shoulder and grabbed the sandwich out of his hands and ran away with it. I had been able to tell from grandfather's expression that this was a funny story, and yet I hadn't found it funny. He had looked at me and had added, quickly, this was before, meaning before the epidemic of 52, which had originated in squirrels before being transferred to humans and had resulted in the eradication of all North American squirrels. Anyway, when grandfather and I had gone to the square, it mostly had been to listen to the storytellers. They usually assembled on weekends and on occasional weekday evenings so people could come hear them after work. And they worked in what grandfather called a guild, meaning that they split their earnings among themselves and arranged their own schedules so that there would never be more than 3 there at the same time. You came at a certain hour, say 1900 on the weekdays and 1600 on the weekends, and paid either in chits or in coins.
You paid in half-hour increments, so every 30 minutes, one of the storyteller's helpers went around the audience, and if you wanted to stay for longer, you gave him more payment, and if you wanted to leave, you left. Different storytellers told different kinds of stories. You went to one person if you liked romances, and another if you liked fables, and another if you liked stories about animals, and another if you liked history. The storytellers were considered gray vendors. This meant that they were licensed by the state, same as the carpenters and plastic makers, but they were also much more heavily monitored. All of their stories had to be submitted to the information unit for approval, but there were always flies at their sessions, and certain storytellers were known to be more dangerous than others. I remember once going to a session with grandfather, and when he saw who the storyteller was, he had gasped. "What is it?" I had asked. "The storyteller," he whispered in my ear. "When I was young, he was a very famous writer. I can't believe he's still alive." He had looked up at the man, who was old and had a limp, and was settling onto his stool. We took our places on the ground around him, sitting on pieces of cloth or plastic bags we had brought from home.
"I barely recognize him," grandfather murmured. And indeed, there was something wrong with the storyteller's face, as if the entire left-hand side of his jaw had been removed. Every few sentences, he brought a handkerchief to his mouth and blotted at the saliva that was dribbling down his chin. But once I got used to his speech, the story he told about a man who had lived here, on this very island, on this very square, 200 years ago, and who had forsaken great riches from his family to follow the person he loved all the way to California, a person who his family was certain would betray him, was so absorbing that I even stopped hearing the drone of the flies that hovered above us, so absorbing that even the money collectors forgot to circulate. And it wasn't until an entire hour had passed that the storyteller had sat back and said, "And next week, I'll tell you what happened to the man." And everyone, even grandfather, had groaned with disappointment. The next week, a large group of us were waiting for the storyteller to reappear, and we waited and waited until finally another of the storytellers came over and said that she was very sorry to report that her colleague was suffering from a terrible migraine and that he wouldn't be coming to the square today. "Will he be back next week?" someone called out. "I don't know," the woman admitted, and even I could tell she was scared and worried. But we have 3 other excellent storytellers here with us today, and you're all welcome to come listen to them. About half the crowd did join the circles of those other storytellers, but the rest of us, including grandfather and I, did not. Instead, we walked away, grandfather looking at the ground, and when we reached our home, he went into the bedroom and lay down facing the wall, which he did when he wanted privacy, and I stayed in the other room and listened to the radio. For the next few weeks, grandfather and I went back again and again to the square, but the storyteller, the one who had been a famous writer, never appeared again. The strange thing was how upset grandfather had been. After every trip to the square, he would walk more slowly than usual back home. Finally, after about a month of looking and waiting for the storyteller, I asked grandfather what he thought had happened to him. He looked at me for a long time before he answered. "He was rehabilitated," he said, at last. "But sometimes rehabilitations are temporary." I didn't really understand what he was saying, but I somehow knew not to ask more questions. Shortly after that, the storytellers disappeared entirely, and when they finally reappeared, about 8 years ago, grandfather hadn't wanted to go any longer, and I hadn't wanted to go without grandfather. But then grandfather died, and I made myself start going, just a few times a year or so. But even all these years later, I still found myself wondering what had happened to the man who was going to California. Had he done so after all? Had his beloved been waiting for him? Was he in fact betrayed? Or had we all been wrong? Had they been reunited and become happy? Maybe they were in California together and happy still. I knew it was foolish because they weren't even real people, but I thought about them often. I wanted to know what had become of them. None of the storytellers I had seen in the years since that time with grandfather were as good as the old man had been.
but most of them were fine. And most of the stories were much happier. There was one storyteller in particular who told stories about animals who did silly things and played pranks and got into mischief, but in the end, they always apologized and everything worked out fine. This storyteller wasn't here today, but I recognized another I liked who told funny stories about a married couple who were always getting into mishaps. There was one in which the husband couldn't remember if it was his turn or his wife's turn to do the grocery shopping. And as it was their anniversary, he didn't want to ask her because he didn't want her to be disappointed. And so he went to the store and bought the tofu himself. Meanwhile, the wife also couldn't remember if it was her turn or her husband's to go to the store. And because it was their anniversary, she didn't want to ask him. And so she also went to the grocery and bought some tofu. The story ended up with them both laughing over how much tofu they had bought and making it into all kinds of delicious stews, which they ate together. Of course, this story was unrealistic. From where were they getting all these protein coupons? Wouldn't they have fought after realizing they'd wasted so many of them? Who forgot whose turn it was to go to the store? And yet, that wasn't part of the story. The teller mimicked their voices, the man's high and worrying, the woman's low and dithering. And the audience laughed, not because it was true, but because it was a problem that wasn't actually a problem, yet was being treated like it was. As I crouched in the back row, I felt someone sit next to me. Not too close, but close enough so that I could feel their presence. But I didn't look up, and they didn't look over. This story was about the same married couple, both of whom thought they had misplaced a dairy coupon. It wasn't as good as the tofu story, but it was good enough. And when the collectors came around, I put a coupon into the bucket so I could stay for the next half hour. The storyteller announced there would be a short intermission, and some people brought out little tins of snacks and began to eat. I wished I had thought to bring a snack as well, but I hadn't. But as I was thinking that, the person next to me spoke. "Do you want one?" he asked. I turned and saw that he was holding out a small paper bag of pre-cracked walnuts, and I shook my head. It was unwise to take food from strangers. No one had enough food to just offer it to someone they didn't know. And so, if they did, it generally meant that something was potentially suspicious. "Thank you, though," I said. And as I did, I looked at him and realized it was the man I had seen at the shuttle stop, the one with the long curls. I was so surprised that I just stared at him, but he didn't seem offended and even smiled. "I've seen you before," he said, and when I still didn't say anything, he tilted his head to one side, still smiling. "In the mornings," he said, "at the shuttle stop." "Oh," I said, as if I hadn't recognized him immediately. "Oh yes, right." He bent over another walnut, splitting it in half with his thumb and breaking off the remaining bits of its shell in neat shards. As he did, I was able to study him. He was wearing a cap again, but I couldn't see any hair under it, and beneath it he wore a gray nylon shirt and gray pants, of the sort my husband also wore. "Do you come to hear this storyteller often?" he asked. It took a moment for me to realize he was talking to me, and when I did, I didn't know what to say. No one talked to me unless they had to. The grocer, asking me if I wanted nutria or dog or tempeh, the PhDs, telling me they needed more pinkies, the dispenser at the center holding out her machine and asking for my fingerprint to confirm I'd received the correct number of coupons for the month. And yet here was this person, a stranger, asking me a question, and not only asking me, but smiling like he really wanted to know the answer. The last person who had smiled at me and asked me questions was, of course, grandfather. And remembering that, I became very upset and started to rock in place, just a little. But when I caught myself and looked up again, he was still looking at me, still smiling, as if I were just another person. "Yes," I said, but that wasn't really true. "No," I corrected myself. "I mean, sometimes I do." "Me too," he replied, in that same voice, as if I were no different from anyone else, as if I were the kind of person who had conversations all the time. Then it was my turn to say something, but I couldn't think of anything. And once again, the man saved me. "Have you lived in Zone 8 for long?" he asked. This should have been an easy question, but I hesitated. In truth, I had lived in Zone 8 for my entire life. When I was born, however, there were no zones.
This was simply an area, and you could move all around the island as you wanted, and you could live in whatever district you preferred, assuming you had enough money to afford it. Then, when I was 7, the zones were established. But as grandfather and I already lived in what was now called Zone 8, it wasn't as if we had to move or be reassigned. But all that seemed like too much to say, so I just said I had. "I just moved here," said the man, after I had forgotten to ask him if he had lived in the zone for very long. A good thing to remember in a conversation is reciprocity, grandfather had said. That means that you should ask the person what they just asked you. So if they say to you, "How are you?" then you should reply and then ask, "And how are you?" "I used to live in Zone 17, but this is much nicer." He smiled again. "I live in Little 8, he added. "Oh," I said. "Little 8's nice," I said. "It is," he said. "I live in Building 6. "Oh," I said again. Building 6 was the biggest building in Little 8, and you could only live there if you were unmarried, had worked for at least 3 years for one of the state projects, and were under the age of 35. You had to enter a special lottery to live in Building 6, and no one lived there for longer than 2 years at most, because one of the benefits of living there was that the state helped arrange your marriage. It was unusual, but not unheard of, to be transferred from Zone 17 into Zone 8, and specifically into Building 6. It was more common if you were a scientist or a statistician or an engineer, someone learned, but I already knew from the jumpsuit he had been wearing at the shuttle stop that this man was a tech, maybe a higher grade tech than I was, but still not someone with top clearance. Still, perhaps he had performed some exceptional service. For example, there were sometimes reports of how a botany tech at the farm had quickly moved all the seedlings in his care to another laboratory when his own lab's generator failed. Or, in a more extreme case, how an animal tech had thrown himself in front of his fetus jars to save them from gunfire when his convoy was set upon by insurgents. That person had died, but was given a posthumous promotion and commendation. I was wondering what the man had done to merit his move when the storyteller returned and started talking again. The new story was about the man and woman planning an anniversary present for each other. The man asked his supervisor for time off and entered the lottery for orchestra tickets. Meanwhile, the woman had also asked her supervisor for time off and had also entered a lottery for a concert of folk music. But in their attempts to keep their plans a surprise, they had forgotten to coordinate their dates and had gotten the tickets for the same night. In the end, though, it had all worked out because the man's colleague had offered to trade his own orchestra tickets for a later date, so the man and the woman got to have 2 celebrations, and both were pleased that their spouse had been so thoughtful. Everyone clapped and began gathering their things, but I remained seated. I was wondering what the man in the story did on his free nights and what the woman did on hers. Then I heard someone speak to me. "Hey," the person said, and I looked up, and the man with the long hair was standing next to me, holding out his hand. For a moment I was confused, and then I realized he was offering me help to stand, though I got up on my own, dusting off my pants as I did. I was worried I had been rude to reject him, but when I looked at him again, he was still smiling. "That was nice," he said. "Yes," I said. "Are you going to come next week?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "Well," he said, shifting his bag on his shoulder, "I am." He paused. "Maybe I'll see you again." "All right," I said. He smiled again and turned to leave. But after he had walked a few steps, he stopped and turned back around. "I never asked you your name," he said. He made it sound as if this were unusual, as if everyone I met or worked with knew my name, as if it were rude or extraordinary to not know. I cannot say that other people were not asked for their names. I cannot say that it was unsafe to tell someone your name. I thought of the 2 young women scientists at work and how people must ask their names all the time. I thought of my husband in the house on Bethune Street, the familiar way that the man at the door had said, "You're late tonight," and how in that house everyone would know his name. I thought of the person sending him notes and how that person too would know his name. I thought of the postdocs and scientists and PhDs at work, all of whose names I knew. They knew my name too, though not because it was mine. They knew it because they knew what it represented. They knew that my name explained why I was there at all.
But when was the last time someone had asked me my name simply because they wanted to know? Not because they needed it for a form or for a sample or to check my records, but because they wanted something to call me, because they were curious, because someone had thought to give it to me and they wanted to know what it was. It had been years. It had been since I met my husband 7 years ago in that marriage broker's office in Zone 9. I had told him my name, and he had told me his, and then we had talked. 1 year later, we were married. 3 months after that, grandfather was dead. It felt like no one had asked me since then. So I turned to the man in gray, who was still standing there, waiting for me to answer. "Charlie," I told him. "My name is Charlie." "I'm pleased to meet you, Charlie," he said. Winter. 40 years earlier. Dearest P, February 3rd, 2054. Something strange happened to me today. It was about 2 p.m. and I was about to catch the eastbound crosstown bus on 96th Street when, at the last minute, I decided to walk home instead. It's been raining for weeks, so much that the East River flooded again, and they had to sandbag the entire eastern part of campus. And this was the first clear day. Not sunny, but not rainy, and warm, almost hot. It had been a long time since I had walked through the park, and after a few minutes, I found myself wandering north. It occurred to me as I did that I hadn't been to this part of the park, the ravine, as it's called, which is the wildest part, a large patch of simulated natures, since I was visiting New York as a university student, and how exotic it had seemed to me back then, exotic and beautiful. It had been December, when December was still cold, and although I had seen enough of East Coast and New England foliage by then, I had still been mesmerized by how brown it had been, brown and black and chill, dazzling in its starkness. I remember I had been impressed by how noisy winter was. The fallen leaves, the fallen twigs, the thin layer of ice that had accumulated on the paths, you stepped on them, and they crunched and cracked beneath you. And above you, the branches rustled in the wind, and around you there was the sound of melting ice dripping onto stone. I was used to being in jungles where the plants are silent because they never lose their moisture. Instead of shriveling, they sag, and when they fall to the ground, they become not husks, but paste. A jungle is silent. Now, of course, the ravine looks very different. It sounds different too. Those trees, elms, poplars, maples, are long gone, withered to death by the heat, and replaced with trees and ferns that I remember from growing up. Things that still look out of place here. But they've done well in New York, arguably better than I have. Around 98th Street, I walked through a large copse of green bamboo, one that stretched north for at least 5 blocks. It created a tunnel of cool, green-scented air, something enchanted and lovely, and for a while I stood in it, inhaling, before finally exiting around 102nd Street, near the Lock, which is a man-made river that runs from 106th to 102nd Street. That picture I sent you years ago of David and Nathaniel wearing those scarves you gave to us, that was taken here on one of his school field trips. I hadn't been there. Anyway, it was as I was leaving the bamboo tunnel, distracted, oxygen dizzy, that I heard a sound, a splashing, coming from the Lock to my right. I turned, expecting to see a bird, perhaps, one of the flock of flamingos that flew north last year and then never left, when I saw it. A bear. A black bear, an adult by the looks of it. He was sitting, almost human-like, on one of the large flat rocks on the riverbed and leaning forward, resting his weight on his left paw as, with his right, he scooped the water, letting it run through his claws. As he did, he made a low sound, a growling. He wasn't angry, I felt, but frantic. There was something intense and focused about his searching. He looked almost like a prospector from an old Western movie panning for gold. I stood there, unable to move, trying to remember what you were supposed to do when you encountered a bear. Make yourself big or make yourself small? Make noise or run? But he didn't even turn toward me. But then the wind must have changed, and he must have smelled me, for he suddenly looked up, and as I took a first, tentative step away from him, he drew himself up on his hind legs and roared. He was going to run at me. I knew it before I knew it, and I opened my mouth, too, to scream, but before I could, there was a swift popping noise, and the bear tumbled backward, all 7 feet of him falling into the stream with a loud splash, and I saw the water staining itself red. Then a man was by my side, another jogging toward the bear. "That was close," said the man nearest me. "Sir, you okay, sir?" He was a ranger, but I wasn't able to speak, and he unzipped a pocket on his vest, handed me a plastic sleeve of liquid. "You're in shock," he said. "Drink it, there's sugar in it." But my fingers wouldn't work, and he had to open it for me and help me detach my mask so I could drink. Next to me, I heard a second gunshot and flinched. The man spoke into his radio. "We got him, sir. Yeah, the lock. No one passerby. No apparent fatalities." Finally, I was able to speak. "That was a bear," I said, stupidly. "Yes, sir," said the ranger, patiently. I saw then that he was very young. "We've been hunting this one for a while." "This one?" I asked. "So there've been others?" "6 over the past 12 months or so," he said. And then, seeing my face, "We've kept it quiet. No fatalities, no attacks. This was the last of a clan we've been tracking. He's the alpha." They had to take me back through the bamboo forest to their wagon to interrogate me about my encounter, and then they let me go. "Probably best not to be in this area of the park anymore," said the senior ranger. "Word is, the city's going to shut it down in a couple of months anyway. The state's commandeered it, going to use it as some facility." "The whole park?" I asked. "Not yet," he said, "but likely north of 96th Street. You take care now." They drove away, and I stood there on the path for a few minutes. Next to me was a bench, and I stripped off my gloves and unbuckled my mask and sat there, inhaling and exhaling, smelling the air and running my hands over the wood, which was worn smooth and glossy from years of people sitting on it and touching it. It registered that I was lucky, to be saved, of course, and that my saviors were city rangers and not soldiers who would surely have removed me to an interrogation center for questioning, because questioning is what soldiers do. Then I got up and walked quickly toward Fifth Avenue, and from there I caught a bus the rest of the way east. No one was in the apartment when I got home. It was only about 3:30 by then, but I was too jumpy to return to the lab. I texted Nathaniel and David, put my mask and gloves in the sanitizer, washed my hands and face, took a pill so I could relax, and lay down in bed. I thought of the bear, the last of his clan, about how, when he stood, I could see that, despite his size, he was skinny, gaunt even, and that his fur had fallen out in patches. It was only now that I was away from him, that I could understand that what had terrified me most about him was not how large he was, or the bareness of him, but how I had intuited his panic, the kind of panic that resulted only from extreme hunger, the kind of hunger that drove you crazy, that drove you south, along highways and through streets, into a place you knew instinctively never to go, where you would be surrounded by creatures who only meant you harm, where you would be going toward your own inevitable death. You knew that, and yet you went anyway, because hunger, stopping that hunger, is more important than self-protection. It is more important than life. I saw again and again his huge red mouth opened wide, his front incisor rotted away, his black eyes bright with terror. I slept. When I woke, it was dark. I was still alone. The baby was seeing his therapist. Nathaniel would be working late. I knew I should do something useful, get up and make dinner, go down to the lobby and ask the super if he needed help changing the filter on the decontamination pod, but I didn't. I just lay there in the dark, looking at the sky and watching night approach. Now comes the part I've been avoiding. I suppose, if you've read this far, you're wondering why I was walking across the park in the first place. And you've probably guessed that it relates to the baby, because everything I have done wrong seems to relate to him in some way. As you know, this is the baby's third school in 3 years, and it's been made clear to me by the principal that this is his last chance. How can it be his last chance when he's not even 15? I'd asked, and the principal, a sour little man, frowned at me. "I mean, you're out of good options," he said. And although I wanted to punch him, I didn't, in part because I knew he was right. This is David's last chance. He has to make this one work. The school is across the park, on 94th, just west of Columbus, in what was once a grand apartment building and had been purchased by the school's founder back in the 20s, at the height of the charter school craze. Then it got converted into a private school for boys with behavioral difficulties. They have small classes, and every student gets after-school therapy if he or his parents request it. It was emphasized to me and Nathaniel many times that David was very, very lucky to be admitted, as they have many, many more applicants than the school can accommodate, more than in the school's history, in fact. And it was only because of our special connections. The RU president knows one of the trustees and wrote a letter, in part, I think, out of guilt that David had been expelled from the RU school, thus leading to this 3-year-long shuffle that he was there at all. Later, I thought about the improbability of this statement. Statistically, the number of boys under the age of 18 had decreased significantly in the last 4 years.
So how was it that admissions had become more difficult than ever? Had they adjusted the size of the student body accordingly? That night, I asked Nathaniel what he thought about this, and he only groaned and said he was just grateful that I had known not to ask the principal that. Since the school year began in October, as I told you earlier, they moved it back a month after what turned out to be a localized flare-up of the virus in late August. Source still unknown. The baby has been in trouble twice. The first time was for talking back to his math teacher. The second time was for skipping 2 of his behavioral therapy sessions. Unlike the after-school sessions, which are one-on-one and voluntary, these are conducted in small groups and are mandatory. And then, yesterday, we were called again about a paper David had written for his English class. "You're going to have to go," Nathaniel said last night, tiredly, as we read the email from the principal. He didn't need to say it. I had to go to the last 2 conferences myself as well. Another detail I didn't mention is that the school is fiendishly expensive. After his school shut down last year, Nathaniel was finally able to find a job tutoring a set of 6-year-old twins in Cobble Hill. Their parents haven't let them out of the house since 5, and Nathaniel and another tutor spend all day with them. It's impossible for him to come back to the city before evening. Upon arriving at the school, I was led to the principal's office, where a young woman, the English teacher, was waiting as well. She was nervous, fluttery, and when I looked at her, she turned away, her hand flitting about her cheek. Later, I saw that she had tried to hide the pockmarks on her jawline with makeup, and that her wig was cheap and probably itchy, and I felt a tenderness for her, despite the fact that she had reported my son. She was a survivor. "Dr. Griffith," said the principal, "thank you for coming in. We wanted to talk to you about David's paper for English class. Do you know about this paper?" "Yes," I said. "It had been his assignment last week. Write about a significant anniversary in your life. It can be about the first time you went somewhere, or experienced something, or met someone now important to you. Be creative. Just don't write about your birthday, because that's too easy. 500 words. Make sure to give your paper a title. Due next Monday." "Did you read what he wrote?" "Yes," I said, but I hadn't. I had asked David if he needed help, and he had said no, and then I had forgotten to ask what he ended up writing. The principal looked at me. "No," I admitted. "I know I should have. I've just been so busy, and my husband has a new job, and—" He raised his hand. "I have the paper here," he said, and handed me his screen. "Why don't you read it now?" It wasn't a request. I have cleaned up the misspellings and grammatical errors within. 4 years, an anniversary. By David Bingham Griffith. This year is the 4th anniversary of the discovery of NIVID-50, more commonly known as Lombok syndrome, and the most serious pandemic in history since AIDS in the last century. It has killed 88,895 people in New York City alone. It is also the 4th anniversary of the death of civil rights and the beginning of a fascist state spreading misinformation to people who want to believe anything they're told by the government. Take, for example, the common name of the disease, which supposedly originated in Lombok, an island in Indonesia. The disease is a zoonosis, which means it is a disease that began in an animal and then got transferred into the human population. Zoonoses have been increasing in incidence every year for the past 80 years, and the reason is because more and more wild land has been developed, and animals have lost their habitats and have been forced to come into closer contact with humans than they were ever meant to. In this case, the disease was in bats, which were later eaten by civet cats, and then those civet cats infected the livestock, which infected humans. The problem is that Lombok doesn't have the land to sustain cattle, and as Muslims, they don't eat pork. So how can the illness really have originated there? Isn't this another case of blaming Asian countries for global diseases? We did it in 30, and in 35, and in 47, and now we are doing it again.
Various governments worked quickly to try to contain the virus, while also blaming Indonesia for being dishonest. But the American government is hardly honest itself. Everyone thought this was all good, but then all immigration to America ceased, and families were torn apart, and thousands of people either drowned at sea or were turned away to die on boats. My homeland, the Kingdom of Hawaii, completely isolated themselves, but it didn't make a difference, and now I can never return to the place where I was born. Here in America, martial law was declared, and large camps for sick people and desperate refugees were opened on Roosevelt and Governor's Islands in New York and in many other places too. The American government needs to be overthrown. My father is the scientist who did early work on the disease. He didn't discover it, someone else did that, but he was the one who found out it was a mutation of an earlier diagnosed disease called a Nipah virus. My father works for Rockefeller University and is very important. He supports the quarantines as well as the camps. He says that sometimes you just have to hold your nose and do these things. He says that a disease has no better friend than a democracy. My other father says that he, and then it ended, just there on says that he. I tried flicking past the screen to see if there might be a second page, but there wasn't. When I looked up at the principal and the teacher, they were both studying me with serious expressions. "Well," said the principal, "you can see the issue here, or rather, issues." But I couldn't. "Like what?" I asked. They both sat straighter in their chairs. "Well, for one, he had help writing this," said the principal. "That's not a crime," I said. "Anyway, how do you know? It's not even that sophisticated." "No," he admitted, but given David's difficulty with writing, it's clear he had a lot of help that goes beyond just proofreading or editing. A pause, and then, with some triumph, "He already confessed, Dr. Griffith. He's been paying a college student he met online to write his papers. Then he's been wasting his money," I said, but neither of them answered. "It's not even complete, Dr. Griffith," said the English teacher in a surprisingly soft and melodic voice. "We take cheating very seriously here, but we both know that the bigger problem is that it's not safe for David to be writing such things." "Maybe not if he were a government functionary," I said, "but he's not. He's a 14-year-old boy whose entire extended family died before he even got to say goodbye to them. And he's a student in a private school to which my husband and I pay a great deal of money to protect and instruct him." They sat up again. "I resent the implication that the principal began, but the teacher stopped him, laying a hand on his arm. "Dr. Griffith, we would never turn David in," she said, "but he needs to be careful. Do you monitor who his friends are, who he's talking to, what he's saying at home, what he's doing online?" "Of course," I said, because I did, but as I spoke, I felt myself flushing, as if they knew that I hadn't been watching him closely enough, and also that they knew why. I didn't want to discover that David was drifting further from us. I didn't want to have to face the fact of more misbehavior. I didn't want more evidence that I didn't understand my own son, that for years he had been becoming increasingly unknowable to me, that for years I had felt it was my fault.
I got out of there soon after with a promise to talk to David about being careful with what he said and wrote about the government, and to remind him about the anti-state language statutes that had been implemented shortly after the riots, and that we were still living under martial law. But I didn't talk to him. I walked through the park, I saw the bear, I came home, I took a nap. And then, before Nathaniel or David came home, I hurriedly left for the lab, where I'm sitting at midnight and writing you this letter. I never thought we would have lived here for almost 11 years, Peter. I never meant for David to have to spend his childhood in this city, in this country. When we're back home, we always said to him, until we didn't. And now there is no home to return to. This is home, except it has never felt like it and still doesn't. From my office window, I have a direct view of the crematorium they built on Roosevelt Island. The president of RU vigorously protested it. The ash clouds would, he said, drift westward toward the university. But the city built it anyway, with the argument that if everything went as planned, the crematorium would only be used for a few years. Which has turned out to be true. 3 times a day for 3 years, we would watch black smoke trail from its chimneys, vanishing into the sky. But now the burnings have been reduced to once a month, and the skies are clear again. Nathaniel is texting me. I'm not answering. But the thing I keep thinking about is the final lines of David's essay. He had written them himself, I could tell. I could see his face as he typed them out, that look of bafflement and disdain I sometimes catch him giving me. He doesn't understand why I've made the decisions I've had to make, but he doesn't have to. He's a child. So why do I feel this overwhelming guilt, this sense of apology, when all I've done is what needed to be done in order to stop the spread of illness? My other father says, "What? What is Nathaniel saying about me?" We fought terribly, loudly, the day I told him I had decided to work with the government on the containment measures. The baby hadn't been there. He had been downtown with Aubrey and Norris, but I wonder if Nathaniel said something to him. I wonder what they talked about while I was away. How was that final sentence going to end? My other father says that my father is trying to do what's right in order to protect us. My other father says that my father is doing the best that he can. Or was it, as I fear, something else entirely? My other father says that my father has become someone we can't respect. My other father says that my father is a bad person. My other father says that it's my father's fault we're here, alone, with no one to save us. Which one, Peter? How was it going to end? Charles, dearest Peter, October 22nd, 2054. I have to start by thanking you for talking to me about David last week. You made me feel a little better. There's more to say, but I'll say it in another email. And we can also discuss Olivier. I have some thoughts. I'm afraid that I don't know any more about the reports coming out of Argentina than you do, only that they look potentially troubling. I talked to a friend at NEID who said that the next 3 weeks will be critical. If it hasn't spread by then, we should be fine. The Argentine government, as I understand it, is being surprisingly cooperative, meek even. They suspended all access in and out of Bariloche, but I suspect you already know this. You're going to have to give me an update. I know a little about the epidemiological aspect of it, but my understanding is mainly limited to virology, and I doubt would be very illuminating considering what you already know. Now some updates of my own. As I mentioned, our request for a car was finally approved, and on Sunday, one was delivered. It's a standard issue government model, navy blue, very basic. But with the subway system still so hampered, it made sense. It takes Nathaniel almost 2 hours to get to Cobble Hill in the mornings. And I was able to make a persuasive case that I needed to make regular trips to Governor's Island and Bethesda, and that getting a car would ultimately be cheaper than bi-weekly plane or train tickets. The plan was that the car would be mostly Nathaniel's to use, but as it happened, I was called down to NEID on Monday, a bureaucratic check-in, as part of this new cross-institutional effort unrelated to Bariloche, so I took the car and spent the night there and drove up from Maryland on Tuesday. As I was crossing the bridge, though, I got a text from the Holsons, the family whose sons Nathaniel tutors. Nathaniel had fainted. I tried calling them, but as usual these days, there was no reception, and so I turned and sped into Brooklyn. Nathaniel has worked for this family for more than a year, but we speak about them very little. Mr. Holson, who brokers corporate mergers, spends most of his time in the Gulf. Mrs. Holson was a corporate lawyer, but quit to stay home with her sons when they were diagnosed. The Holsons live in a beautiful brownstone, 200 years or more old, renovated with money and taste. The steps leading to the front door had been rebuilt so that the landing could be extended and the decontamination pod could be sealed within a small stone chamber of its own, as if it had always been there. Once it hissed open, so too did the front door, which was painted a glossy black. Inside, the house was dim, the blinds were all drawn, and the floors were painted the same shiny dark as the door. A woman, white, small, black-haired, approached me. She took my mask and handed it to a maid, and we bowed. She gave me a pair of latex gloves to wear. "Dr. Griffith," she said, "I'm Francis Holson. He's come around, but I thought I should call you anyway, have you take him home." "Thank you," I said, and I followed her up the staircase, where she led me to what was clearly a spare bedroom, where Nathaniel was lying on the bed. He smiled when he saw me. "Don't sit up," I said, but he already was. "What happened, Nady?" He said he'd just had a head rush, maybe because he hadn't eaten today, but I knew it was because he was exhausted, though I made a show of putting my hand on his forehead, feeling for fever, and then looking into his mouth and eyes for spots. "Let's go home," I told him. "I have the car."
I expected him to argue, but he didn't. "All right," he said. "I just want to say goodbye to the boys first." We walked across the landing and toward a room at the end of the hall. The door was ajar, but he tapped on it, lightly, before we entered. Inside, 2 boys were sitting at a child-sized table, assembling a puzzle. I knew they were 7, but they looked 4. I had read the research about juvenile survivors, and these children were in some ways instantly recognizable to me. They both wore tinted glasses, even in this low light, to protect their eyes, and they were both very pale, their limbs soft and thin, their rib cages blocky and wide, their cheeks and hands pitted with scars. They had both regrown their hair, but it was thin and fine, like an infant's, and the drugs that help generate hair growth were also responsible for the fuzz of fur that grew across their chins and foreheads and along the sides and backs of their necks. Each of them had a slim tracheal tube that attached to a small ventilator pack that clipped to his waistband. Nathaniel introduced them as Ezra and Hiram, and they waved at me with their small, limp, salamander-like hands. "I'll be back tomorrow," he told them, and although I knew it already, I could tell from his tone that he liked these boys, but he cared about them. "What's wrong, Nathaniel?" asked one of them, Ezra or Hiram, in a tiny, breathy voice. And Nathaniel stroked the boy's head, his hair lifting and floating from the static caused by Nathaniel's gloves. "I'm just feeling a little tired," he said. "Do you have the sickness?" the other one asked, and Nathaniel winced just a bit before smiling at him.
"No," he said, "nothing like that. I'll be back tomorrow, I promised." Downstairs, Frances was waiting, and she handed us our masks, made me promise to take care of Nathaniel. "I will," I said, and she nodded. She was pretty, but between her eyes there were 2 deep grooves. I wondered if she had always had them, or if she had acquired them over the past 4 years. Back at our apartment, I put Nathaniel to bed and texted David to warn him to be quiet and let his father sleep. "I will," I said, and she nodded. She was pretty, but between her eyes there were 2 deep grooves. I wondered if she had always had them, or if she had acquired them over the past 4 years. Back at our apartment, I put Nathaniel to bed and texted David to warn him to be quiet and let his father sleep. And then I went to the lab. On my way there, I thought about David, about how lucky we were that he was safe and healthy. Protect him, I would say to myself, unclear whom I was addressing as I walked to work or washed the dishes or showered. Protect him, protect my son. It was irrational, but it had worked so far. Later, while I was eating dinner at my desk, I thought about the 2 boys, Ezra and Hiram. It was like something out of a fairy tale. The quiet house with its gentle light, Frances Holson and Nathaniel the parents, me the skulking guest, and those elfin creatures, half human and half pharmaceuticals, whose realm it was. One of the reasons I never became a clinician is because I was never convinced that life, its saving, its extension, its return, was definitively the best outcome. In order to be a good doctor, you have to think that. You have to fundamentally believe that living is superior to dying. You have to believe that the point of life is more life. I didn't administer therapies to those infected by NIVID-50. I didn't have a role in developing the drugs. I didn't think about what the survivors' lives might be like. That wasn't my job. But in the past few years, now that the disease has been contained, I find myself confronted with the facts of their lives almost daily. Some, like the teacher at David's school, who was already an adult and probably healthy when she contracted the illness, have been able to return to a version of their lives before. But those boys will never have a normal life. They will never be able to go outside. They will never be able to be touched by the bare hands of anyone but their mother. It's a life. It's their life. They're too young to remember anything else. Though maybe the people I was pitying wasn't them, but their parents, their worried mother, their absent father. What must it have been like to watch your children come so close to death and then, in saving them, realize that you've transported them to a place that you can leave but they never can? Not death, not life, but existence. Their entire world in one house. Your hopes of everything they'd be and see and experience buried in the backyard, never to be unearthed. How could you encourage them to dream of anything else?
How could you live with the sorrow and guilt that you had condemned them to a life stripped of all that's pleasurable, movement, touch, the sun on your face? How could you live at all? With love, Charles, August 7, 2055. Dear P, please forgive this very rushed response, but I'm racing here, for obvious reasons. All I can say is that it certainly seems to be the case. I read the same report you did, but I also got another, this one from a colleague, and I can't interpret the findings any other way. There's a multi-institute team that leaves for Manila and from there to Boracay tomorrow. I was asked if I could go because this new one looks very similar to the 50 strain, but I can't. Things are so bad with David now that I just can't do it. Not going feels like a dereliction of duty, but leaving would as well. The only question now is what, if anything, can be done in terms of containment. I fear it's not going to be much. I'll keep you posted on whatever I hear, and consider this information, such as it is, not for attribution. Love, C. Hi dear P, October 11, 2055. This morning I had my first MUFID-TART meeting. What does MUFID-TART stand for? I'm so glad you asked. It means Multi-Field Infectious Disease Response Team. MUFID-TART. Written out, it looks like it might be either a Victorian-era simulacrum of a woman's genitals or a science fiction villain's lair. It's pronounced MUFID-TART, if that helps, and it was apparently the best acronym a group of civil servants could come up with. No offense. The goal is to try to reformulate a global, cross-disciplinary response to what's coming by assembling a group of epidemiologists, infectious disease specialists, economists, assorted civil servants from the Federal Reserve, as well as the transportation, education, justice, public health and human safety, information, security, and immigration ministries, representatives from all the major pharma companies, and 2 psychologists, both specializing in depression and suicidal ideations, one among children, one among adults. I'm assuming you're at least sitting in on your equivalent group's meetings. I also assume that your meetings are more organized, calmer, thoughtful, and less contentious than ours was. By the end of ours, we had a list of things we agreed we weren't going to do, most of which would be illegal under the current version of the Constitution anyway, as well as a list of things whose consequences we were going to ponder based on our respective areas of expertise. The plan is for each of the member countries to try to come up with a uniform agreement. Again, I don't know about your group, but the biggest argument in ours concerned the isolation camps, which we've all tacitly agreed to call quarantine camps instead, even though it's a deliberate misnomer. I had assumed the split would be ideological, but to my surprise, it wasn't. Indeed, anyone who had any kind of scientific background recommended them, even the psychologists, reluctantly, and anyone who didn't opposed them. But unlike in 50, I don't see how we can avoid it this time. If the predictive modeling is correct, this disease will be far more pathogenic and contagious, swifter moving, and deadlier than its predecessor. Our only hope is mass evacuation. One of the epidemiologists even suggested the preemptive removal of at-risk groups, but everyone else agreed that would cause too much of an uproar. We can't make this political, said one of the suits from Justice, which was such an asinine comment, both stupidly obvious and impossible to address, but everyone just ignored him. The meeting ended with a discussion of when to close the borders. Too early, and you panic everyone. Too late, and the measure becomes pointless. My guess is that they'll announce by end of November at the very latest. Speaking of which, given what we both know, I don't think it's responsible of us to come visit you and Olivier. I say this with sorrow and regret. David was looking forward to it, Nathaniel was looking forward to it, and I was looking forward to it most of all. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and I miss you. I know I can say this perhaps only to you, but I'm not ready to go through another pandemic. There's no choice, obviously. One of the epidemiologists said today, "This is our chance to get it right." He meant that we could do better than we did in 50. We're better prepared, more communicative, more realistic, less frightened. But we're also wearier. The problem with doing something the second time is that while you know what you can correct, you also know what's beyond the scope of your powers, and I have never wished more for ignorance than I do now. I hope you're doing okay over there. I worry about you. Has Olivier given you any sense of when he might come back? Love you. Me. Dearest P, July 13, 2056. It's very late here, almost 3 in the morning, and I'm in my office at the lab. Tonight, we went to Aubrey and Norris's. I hadn't wanted to go. I was tired, we all were, and I hadn't wanted to put on a full decontamination suit just to go to their house. But Nathaniel insisted. He hadn't seen them in months, and he was worried about them. You know, Aubrey Creef 76 next month, Norris will be 72.
They haven't left their house since the first case was diagnosed in New York State, and because there are so few people who have full protective suits, they're pretty isolated. Aside from checking in on them, there was another matter on the agenda too, which involved David. So down we went. After we parked, David, slouching out of the car ahead of us, I stopped and looked at their house. I had the clear memory of my first visit, standing on the sidewalk and staring up at the windows, all golden with light. Even from the street, their wealth was unmistakable, the sort of wealth that had always been its own kind of protection. No one would think of breaking into a house like this, even though at night you could see all its art and goods laid out, ready to be taken, ready to be yours. Now, though, the parlor floor windows had been completely bricked up, which a lot of people did after the first sieges. There had been stories, enough of which had been true, people waking to find strangers in their house or apartment, not to steal, but to beg for help, for food, for medicine, for shelter, that most people who lived beneath the fourth floor decided to seal themselves in. The upper windows had all been covered with iron cages, and I knew without looking that the windows themselves had been soldered shut. There were other changes too. Inside, the house was frayed in a way that I had never remembered it being. I knew from Nathaniel that both of their longtime maids had been among the first wave of deaths in January. Adams had died in 50 and had been replaced with a sallow guy named Edmund who always looked like he was recovering from a cold. He had taken over most of the housekeeping duties, but not very convincingly. The inside of the decontam chamber needed scrubbing, for example, and when we stepped into the foyer, the force of the suction made little clouds of dust skitter across the floor. The Hawaiian quilt hanging on the foyer wall was gray along its seams. The carpet, which Adams had been vigilant about rotating every 6 months, was shiny along one edge, worn by footsteps. Everything smelled a little musty, like a sweater taken out of a drawer after a long period of storage. But the other change was Aubrey and Norris themselves, now approaching us with smiles, their arms outstretched. Because the 3 of us were wearing suits, we could hug them, and as I did, I could feel they'd lost weight, could feel they'd grown feeble. Nathaniel noticed it too. When Aubrey and Norris turned, he looked at me, worried. Dinner was simple. A white bean soup with cabbage and pancetta, good bread. Soup is the most difficult thing to eat with these new masks, but none of us, not even David, mentioned it, and Aubrey and Norris seemed not to notice us struggling. Meals here were typically served by candlelight, but this time a large globe hung suspended over the table, emitting a faint buzzing sound and a bright white light. One of those new sun lamps, meant to give the homebound their vitamin D. I'd seen them before, of course, but never one this big. The effect wasn't unpleasant, but it did illuminate more evidence of the room's faint but unignorable decay, the grottiness that inevitably accumulates when a space is continuously occupied. Back in 50, when we were self-isolating, I often thought that the apartment wasn't really equipped for our being there all day, every day. It needed breaks from our habitation, the windows flung open to the air, relief from our dander and skin cells. Around us, the air conditioning, that at least was as powerful as I'd remembered it, made deep sighs as it cycled through its settings. The dehumidifier rumbled in the background. I hadn't seen Aubrey and Norris in person in months. 3 years ago, Nathaniel and I had had a massive fight about them, one of our biggest. This was about 11 months after it became evident that Hawaii was unrecoverable, when the first classified reports about the looters began surfacing. Incidents like these were happening in other decimated places as well, throughout the South Pacific. Marauders were finding their way there by private boats and landing at the ports. Teams of them would disembark in full protective gear and make their way around the island, stripping every museum and house bare of its artifacts.
It was being funded by a group of billionaires who called themselves the Alexandria Project, whose aim was to preserve and protect the greatest artistic accomplishments of our civilization by rescuing them from places that had regrettably lost the stewards responsible for their protection. The members said that they were building a museum, location unspecified, with a digital archive to protect these works. But what was actually happening was that they were keeping everything for themselves, stored in giant warehouses where it would never be seen again. Anyway, I have become convinced that Aubrey and Norris, if not among the project's members, had at least bought some of the stolen items. I had a waking dream of Aubrey shaking out my grandmother's quilt, the one that had been meant for me, and which, like every other soft good my grandparents had owned, was burned in a fire after they died. No, I hadn't liked my grandparents, nor they me. No, that was not the point. I had a vision of Norris wearing an 18th century feather cape of the sort my grandfather had had to sell to a collector decades ago in order to pay for my schooling. I didn't have any actual proof of this, mind you. I just threw out the accusation one night, and suddenly I had unleashed years of resentments, which we batted between us. How I had never really trusted Aubrey and Norris, even after they had given Nathaniel purpose and intellectual stimulation when he'd been left stranded in New York because of my job. How Nathaniel was too trusting and naive, and had made allowances for Aubrey and Norris that I had never understood. How I hated them just because they were rich, and how my resentment of wealth was childish and silly. How Nathaniel secretly wanted to be rich, and I was sorry that I had been such a disappointment to him. How he had never begrudged me anything I wanted to do professionally, even if it meant sacrificing his own career and his own interests, and how he was grateful for Norris and Aubrey because they took an interest in his life and, what's more, David's life as well, especially when, for months, for years, I hadn't been there for our son. Our son who was now being expelled for extreme insubordination from one of the last schools in Manhattan that would have him. We were hissing at each other, standing on opposite sides of the bedroom, the baby asleep in his own room next door. But as serious as the fight was, as real as our anger was, there ran beneath our conversation another truer set of resentments and accusations, things that, if we ever dared say them to each other, would end our life together forever. How I had ruined their lives. How David's disciplinary problems, his unhappiness, his rebellion, his lack of friends were my fault. How he and David and Norris and Aubrey had made their own family and had excluded me. How he had sold his homeland, our homeland, to them. How I had taken us away from that homeland forever. How he had turned David against me, my other father says. Neither of us said any of these things aloud, but we didn't need to. I kept waiting, I know he did too, for one of us to say something unspeakable, something that would make us both tumble down and down, crashing through the floors of our messy apartment building until we reached the pavement. But neither of us did. The fight ended, somehow, as these fights always do, and for a week or so after, we were careful and polite with each other. It was almost as if the ghost of what we could have said had forced its way between us, and we were afraid of antagonizing it, lest it become a demon.
In the following months, I almost wished we had said some of what we both wanted to, because then at least we would have said it, instead of just constantly thinking about it. But if we had, I had to keep reminding myself, then the only thing to do afterward would have been to break up. It seemed both inevitable and right that the result of this blow-up was that Nathaniel and David began spending more time at Aubrey and Norris. At first, Nathaniel claimed it was just because I was working so late, and then he said it was because Aubrey was a good influence on David, which he was. He soothed him somehow, which I never understood. Even as David became more and more of a Marxist, he continued to consider Aubrey and Norris exceptions. And then he said it was because Aubrey and Norris, Aubrey especially, had become increasingly housebound, frightened that if they left their home, they'd catch the illness, and that so many of Aubrey and Norris' friends their age had died that Nathaniel felt responsible for their well-being, especially after they'd been so generous to us. Finally, I was made to go down there myself, and we had an unmemorable evening. The baby even consenting to a game of chess with Aubrey after dinner, as I tried not to look for evidence of recent acquisitions while finding them anyway. Had that kappa weaving always been there, framed and hung over the stairway?
Was that lathe-turned wooden bowl a new purchase, or had it just been in storage? Had Aubrey and Nathaniel exchanged the briefest of glances when they saw me noticing the framed shark tooth ornament, or had I been imagining it? The entire night, I had felt like I was an intruder in someone else's play, and after that, I had stayed away. One of the reasons we had gone tonight was because Nathaniel and I had agreed that we needed Aubrey's help with David. He still had 2 more years of high school and nowhere to complete them, and Aubrey was friendly with the founder of a new for-profit school that was opening in the West Village. The three of us, Nathaniel, David, and I that is, had had a shouting match in which David made it clear that he didn't intend to return to school at all, and Nathaniel and I, united again in a way we hadn't been for what felt like years, told him that he had to. In a previous age, we would have told him he had to get out if he wouldn't go to school, but we were afraid he'd take us up on it, and then our nights would be spent not going to meetings with his principal, but searching the streets for him. And so, after we ate, Norris and Nathaniel and I went to the parlor, and Aubrey and David remained in the dining room for a game of chess. After 30 minutes or so, they rejoined us, and I could tell that Aubrey had somehow convinced David to go to the school, and that David had confided in him. And despite my envy of their rapport, I was relieved and heartbroken too that someone had reached my son, that someone wasn't me. He seemed easier, David, lighter, and I wondered again what it was that he saw in Aubrey. How was Aubrey able to comfort him in a way I wasn't? Was it just because he wasn't his parent? But then I couldn't think that way, because doing so would remind me that it wasn't his parents David hated. It was just one parent. It was me. Aubrey sat down on the sofa next to me, and as he poured himself some tea, I noticed that his hand was trembling, just a bit, and that his fingernails had grown slightly too long. I thought of Adams and how he would never have allowed his employer to pour his own tea or to come down to dinner with guests, even us, in such a state. It occurred to me that, as much as I might have felt trapped in this house, Aubrey and Norris actually were trapped. Aubrey was richer than anyone else I knew, and yet here he was, just a few years from 80, stuck in a house he could never leave. He had made a series of miscalculations. 3 hours north, the Newport property sat unoccupied, now surely run over by squatters. Out east, in Watermill, Frog's Pond Way had been declared a health hazard and razed. 4 years ago, he had an opportunity, I knew from Nathaniel, to flee to a house he had in Tuscany, but he hadn't, and now Tuscany was no longer inhabitable anyway. And it increasingly seems that, eventually, none of us will be allowed to travel anywhere. All his money and nowhere to go. As we drank our tea, the talk turned, as it always does, to the quarantine camps, in particular the events of last weekend. I had never considered Aubrey or Norris particularly interested in the plight of the common man, but it seemed they were part of a group that was arguing for the camp's shutdown. Needless to say, so were Nathaniel and David. On and on they went, comparing outrages and quoting statistics, some true, some not, about all the things that went on in them. Of course, none of them had ever actually seen the inside of one of these camps. No one has. "And did you see that story today?" asked the baby, more animated than I'd witnessed him in a while. "About that woman and her child?" "No, what happened?" "This woman from Queens has a baby, and the baby tests positive. She knows the hospital authorities are going to send her to a camp, so she says she has to go to the bathroom, and then she flees back to her apartment. She's there for 2 days, and then there's a banging on her door, and the soldiers burst in. She's screaming and the baby's screaming, and they say she can either let them take the baby or she can come with her. So she decides to go with her. They load her onto a truck with a lot of other sick people. Everyone's jammed in, everyone's coughing and crying, the kids are peeing. The truck drives, and then they stop at one of the camps in Arkansas, and they're all herded out. They sort them into groups, people who are at the beginning, middle, or end stage of the illness. The woman's baby is diagnosed to be at the middle stage, so they're taken to this big building and given a single cot that they have to share. They don't give medicine to people in the middle stage, just those in the first stage. They wait 2 days to see if you get sicker, and everyone does, because they don't have any medication. And once you get sicker, they move you to the end stage building. So the woman, who's now sick herself, moves with her baby, and they both get sicker because there's no medicine, there's no food, there's no water. And 48 hours later, they're dead, and someone comes through every night and moves all the dead bodies outside and burns them. He was becoming excited telling this story, and I looked at my son and thought how beautiful he was, how beautiful and how credulous, and I was scared for him. His passion, his anger, his need for something I couldn't identify and couldn't give him. The fights he had with other students at his school, with teachers, the rage he carried everywhere. If we had stayed in Hawaii, would he be like this? Had I made him what he was? And yet, even as I was thinking this, I could feel myself opening my mouth, could feel the words floating from me as if I had no control over them, could feel myself raising my voice above their exclamations of horror and righteousness. They're declaring to themselves what monsters the state had become, how the woman's civil liberties had been violated, how there was a price to be paid for the control of these illnesses, but it couldn't be the price of our collective humanity. Soon, they would be trading the same stories that were always traded by people like this in conversations like these. The fact that different races were sent to different camps, with blacks going to one camp and whites to another, and the rest of us, presumably, to a third. The fact that women were being offered up to $5 million to donate their healthy babies to be experimented on.
The fact that the government was giving people the sickness through the plumbing, through baby formula, through aspirin, in order to eliminate them later. The fact that the disease wasn't an accident at all, but something engineered in a lab. That story isn't true, I said. They went quiet, immediately. Charles, Nathaniel began, warningly, but David sat up, instantly ready to fight. What do you mean? He asked. It's not true, I said. That's not what's happening at those camps. How do you know? Because even if the government were capable of that, they wouldn't be able to keep things like that hidden from the public for long. You're so really naive. David, this was Nathaniel, don't talk to your father like that. For the briefest of moments, I was happy. How long had it been since Nathaniel had defended me so unthinkingly, so passionately? It felt like a declaration of love. But no, I barreled on. Think about it, David, I said, hating myself even as I did. Why would we stop giving people medicine? This isn't like how it was 6 years ago. There's plenty of medicine available. And why even have the stopgap of, what did you call it, a middle stage building? Why not just send everyone straight to the end stage building? But what you're describing is a death camp, and we don't have death camps here. Your faith in this country is touching, said Aubrey quietly, and for a moment, I was almost dizzy with rage. He was patronizing me, someone whose house was stuffed full of stolen goods from my country? Charles, said Nathaniel, standing abruptly, we should go. At the same time that Norris put his hand on Aubrey's. Aubrey, he said, that's not fair. But I didn't turn on Aubrey, I didn't. I instead spoke only to David. And David, if that story were true, then you'd have identified the wrong villain. The enemy here isn't the administration, or the army, or the health ministry. It's the woman herself. Yes, a woman who knew her baby is sick, who bothers to take her into the hospital, and then, instead of letting her get treated, steals her away. And she goes where? Back on the subway or the bus, back to her apartment building. How many streets does she walk down along the way? How many people does she jostle past? How many people does her baby breathe on? How many spores does she spread? How many units are in her building? How many people live there? How many of those people have comorbidities? How many are children, or sick, or disabled? How many of them does she tell, my baby's sick, I think she has the infection, you should keep away? Does she call the health department, report that there's an illness in the household? Does she think of anyone else? Or does she think only of herself, only of her own family? Of course, you could say that that's what a parent does, but it's because of that understandable selfishness, that the government has to involve itself, don't you see? It's to keep all the people around her safe, all the people she herself didn't give a care about, all the people who'll lose their children because of her, that they've had to intervene.
The baby had been very still and silent throughout my speech, but now he shrank as if I'd smacked him. "You said," he said, and some quality in the room shifted. "What?" I asked. "You said that we've had to intervene." "No, I didn't. I said that they've had to intervene." "No, you said." Holy gosh, you're in on this, aren't you? Holy gosh, you helped plan these camps, didn't you? And then, to Nathaniel, Dad, do you hear this? Do you hear this? He's involved. He's behind this." We both looked at Nathaniel, who was sitting there, slightly open-mouthed, looking back and forth between us. He blinked. "David," he began, but now David was standing, as tall and skinny as Nathaniel is, pointing at me. "You're one of them," he said, his voice high and excited. "I know you are. I always knew you were a collaborator. I always knew you were behind these camps. I knew it." "David," Nathaniel called out, anguished. "Really? You," said the baby, clearly, looking at me, vibrating with passion. "Really you." He wheeled, then, on Nathaniel. "And really you, too," he said. "You know I'm right. We've talked about this, how he's working for the state, and now you won't even back me up." And before any of us could do anything, he was running to the door. Opening it, the decontamination chamber made a loud sucking noise as he left. "David," Nathaniel yelled, and was running to the door himself, when Aubrey, who had been sitting with Norris on the sofa watching us, their eyes flicking between us, gripping each other's hands as if they were at the theater and we were actors in some particularly charged play, stood. "Nathaniel," he said, "don't worry, he won't go far. Our security guys will watch him." This is another phenomenon here. People hiring security guards in full protective gear to patrol their property all night and all day. "I don't know if he brought his papers," Nathaniel continued, distressed. We had reminded David again and again and again that he had to have his identity card and health certificate on him whenever he left the apartment, but he kept forgetting. "It's okay," Aubrey said. "I promise you, he won't get far and the team will watch him. I'll go call them now." And he left for his study. And then there were only the three of us. "We should go," I said. "Let's get David and we'll go." But Norris put his hand on my arm. "I wouldn't wait for him," he said gently. "Let him stay here tonight, Charles. Security will bring him in, and we'll take care of him. We'll have one of them take him home tomorrow." I looked at Nathaniel, who gave me a small nod, and so I nodded too. Aubrey returned, and there were apologies and thanks, but only in a muted sort of way. As we walked out, I turned and saw Norris, who looked back at me with an expression I couldn't understand. Then the door closed and we were out in the night, the air hot and humid and still. We switched on our masks, dehumidifiers. "David," we called, "David," but no one answered. "Do we leave?" I asked Nathaniel, even after Aubrey called to tell us that David was in the security team's little stone hut that they'd appended to the back of their house, safe with one of the guards. He sighed and shrugged. "I suppose," he said, tiredly. "He won't come home with us anyway, not tonight." We both looked south, toward the square. For a while, neither of us spoke. There was a bulldozer, the operator's way lit by a single bright light, pushing the remains of the latest shantytown into a hill of plastic and plywood. "Do you remember the first time we came to New York?" I asked him. "We were staying in that really bad hotel up near Lincoln Center, and we walked all the way down to Tribeca. We stopped in this park and had ice cream. There was that piano that someone had set up under the arch, and you sat down and played." "Charles," Nathaniel said, in that same gentle voice, "I don't really want to talk now. I just want to go home." For some reason, this was the most upsetting thing I'd experienced all night. Not Aubrey and Norris's diminished state, not how clear it was that David hated me. It would have been better if Nathaniel had been mad at me, had blamed me, had confronted me. Then I could fight back. We had always fought well. But this resignation, this tiredness, I didn't know what to do with it. We'd parked on University, and now we began to walk. There was no one in the streets, of course. I remembered a night about, 10 years ago, when I was still accepting that Aubrey and Norris were going to be part of our lives, because they were a part of Nathaniel's. They had had a dinner party, and we had left David, only 7, really just a baby, with a sitter, and had taken the subway south. The party was all Aubrey and Norris's rich friends, but a couple of them had boyfriends or husbands around our age, and even I had had a good time. And after we left, we had decided that we would walk home.
It had been a long walk, but it had been March, and so it had been perfect weather, not too hot, and we had both been a little drunk. And at 23rd Street, we had stopped at Madison Park and made out on a bench among other people also making out on other benches. Nathaniel had been happy that night because he thought we'd made a bunch of new friends. This was when we were both still pretending that we'd only be in New York for a few years. Now we walked in silence, and as I was unlocking the car, Nathaniel stopped me, turning me toward him. This evening was the first time in months that he had touched me so much, so deliberately. "Charles," he said. "Were you what?" I asked him. He took a breath. His helmet's dehumidifier filter needed cleaning, and as he breathed, his face disappeared and appeared as the screen fogged over and then cleared itself. "Were you involved in setting up those camps?" he asked. He looked away, looked back at me. "Are you still involved with them?" I didn't know what to say. I had seen the reports myself, of course, the ones published in the paper and shown on television, as well as the other reports, the ones you've seen too. I had been in a committee meeting the day they screened the footage that had come out of Rower, and someone in the room, one of the lawyers from Justice, had gasped when she saw what had happened in the baby's quarters, and shortly after had left the room. I hadn't been able to sleep that night either. Of course, I wished that we hadn't had a need for the camps at all, but we did, and I couldn't change that. All I could do was try to protect us. I couldn't apologize for that. I couldn't explain it. I had volunteered for this job. I couldn't now disavow it because things were happening that I wish hadn't. But how to explain any of this to Nathaniel? He wouldn't understand. He would never understand. And so I just stood there, my mouth open, suspended between speech and silence, between apologizing and lying. "I think you should stay at the lab tonight," he said at last, still in that same soft voice. "Oh," I said. "All right." And as I did, he took a step backward, as if I had slugged him in the chest. I don't know, maybe he had expected me to fight with him, to plead with him, to deny everything, to lie to him. But it was as if, by acquiescing, I was also confirming everything he hadn't wanted to believe. He looked at me again, but his face screen was getting foggier and foggier, and finally, he got in the car and drove north. I walked. At 14th Street, I stopped to let a tank pass me, and then a brigade of foot soldiers, all in protective gear, the new military-issue uniforms, in which the face screen is a one-way mirror, so that when you talk to anyone wearing one, all you see is yourself staring back. On and on I walked, past the barricade at 23rd Street, where a soldier directed me east to avoid Madison Park, which had been contained beneath an air-conditioned geodesic dome, and where the corpses were stored until they could be taken by one of the crematoriums. Above each corner of the park, a drone camera twirled, its strobes briefly illuminating outlines of the cardboard coffins, stacked 4 high in precise rows. As I crossed Park Avenue, I approached a man crossing from the other side. As he neared me, he lowered his eyes. Have you encountered this too? This general unwillingness to make eye contact, as if the illness is spread not by breath, but by looking each other in the face? Finally, I was back at Rockefeller, and I took a shower and made a bed for myself on my sofa. But I couldn't sleep, and after a couple of hours, I got up and raised the blackout shades and watched the morgue helicopters make their deliveries to Roosevelt Island, their blades flashing as the Klieg lights swooped over them. Here, the crematoriums never stop, but they've suspended barge transport because of the waterway closures. The hope is that they'll deter those rafts of climate refugees who were being dropped off late at night at the mouth of the Hudson or the East River and made to swim for shore. And now I am very tired, tireder than I think I've ever been. Tonight, all of us are sleeping in separate places. You in London, Olivier in Marseille, my husband 4 blocks north, my son 3 miles south, me here in my lab. How I wish I were with one of you, any of you.
I have kept one shade open, so on the wall opposite, a square of light flickers and vanishes, like a code meant only for me. Love, me. Dear Peter, September 20, 2058. Today was Norris's funeral. I met Nathaniel and David at the Friends Meeting House on Rutherford Place. It had been 3 months since I had seen David, a week since I had seen Nathaniel, and out of respect for Norris, we were all excruciatingly polite with one another. Nathaniel had called me beforehand, asking me not to try to hug David hello, and I didn't, but he surprised us both by patting me on the back a little and grunting a bit. During the service, which was small and modest, I stared at David's face. He was sitting in the row in front of me, one seat to the left, and I was able to study his profile, his long bony nose, the new way he was wearing his hair, which made his head look like it was bristling with thorns. He had begun his new school, the one Aubrey had convinced him to attend after he dropped out of the other school Aubrey had convinced him to attend 2 years ago, and as far as I knew, there were no complaints, from them or from him. Granted, the school year was only 3 weeks old. I didn't know most of the people at the service. There were some I recognized by sight from years ago dinners and parties, but the feeling was of emptiness. They had lost more friends than I had realized in 56, and although the room was half filled, there was also the persistent and troubling sensation that someone was missing. After, Nathaniel and the baby and I went back to Aubrey's house, where a few other people had gathered as well. Aubrey wore his decontamination suit so his guests could remove theirs. Over the past year or so, as Norris slowly died, they had begun keeping the house dim, lighting the rooms with candles. It helped, somewhat. Both Aubrey and the house looked less careworn in that gloom, but also made stepping into that space feel like entering some other era, one before electricity was invented. Or maybe it was that the house now felt less occupied by humans than by some other kind of animal. Moles, perhaps, creatures with small, poor, beady eyes that couldn't bear the full reality of sunlight. I thought of Nathaniel's students, Hiram and Ezra, now 11 years old, still living in their shadowed world. Eventually, only the 4 of us remained. Nathaniel and David had offered to spend the night in the house, and Aubrey had accepted. I'd take advantage of their absence at the apartment to pick up a few things and take them back to the RU dormitory, where I'm still living. For a while, we were all silent. Aubrey had leaned his head against the back of the sofa and eventually closed his eyes. David, Nathaniel whispered, signaling to him that he should help rotate Aubrey on the sofa so he could lie flat, and the baby was standing to help him when Aubrey began to speak. Do you remember that conversation we had shortly after the first person in New York was reported diagnosed in 50? He asked, his eyes still closed. None of us answered. You, Charles, I remember asking you if this was the one we'd been waiting for, the sickness that would eliminate us all, and you said, no, but it'll be a good one. Do you remember that? His voice was gentle, but I cringed anyway. Yes, I said, I do. I heard Nathaniel's sigh, a soft, sad sound. He said. There was another pause. You were right, as it turns out, because then 56 came. I never told you this, he said, but in November of 50, an old friend of ours contacted us.
Well, he was more Norris' friend than mine, someone he'd known since college, when they had dated for a brief period. His name was Wolf. By this point, we'd been living out at Frog's Pond Way for about 3 months. We thought, as did many people, even your lot, Charles, that we'd be somehow safer out there, that it was better to be away from the city, with all its crowds and filth. This was after the lootings had begun. Everyone was scared to leave their houses. It wasn't as bad as 56. You didn't have people lunging at you in the street, trying to cough at you and infect you because they wanted you to get sick as well. But it was bad, you remember. Anyway, one night, Norris told me that Wolf had gotten in touch with him. He was in the area and wanted to know if he could come see us. Well, we were taking all the recommendations seriously. Norris had asthma, and the reason we'd gone out to Long Island to begin with was to avoid running into other people. So we decided that we'd tell Wolf that we'd love to see him, but for his sake as well as ours, we didn't think it was safe. Though once things calmed down, we'd love to get together. So Norris sends him that message, but Wolf writes back immediately. He doesn't want to come see us. He needs to come see us. Norris asks if we can video chat, but he insists he needs to see us. What could we do? The next day, we get a text at noon. I'm outside. We go outside. For a while, we don't see anything. Then we hear Wolf call Norris's name, and we walk down the path, but we still don't see anything. Then we hear Wolf again, and we proceed a little farther down the path. This happens a few more times, and then we hear Wolf say, "Stop." We do. Nothing happens. And then we hear some twigs being crunched behind that big poplar near the guardhouse, and Wolf steps out into the open. It's immediately clear that he's very sick. His face is covered with sores. He's skeletal. He's using a magnolia branch as a cane, but he doesn't quite have the strength to lift it, so it kind of drags behind him like a broom. He's carrying a small knapsack. He's holding up his pants with one hand. He's wearing a belt, but it doesn't help. Norris and I immediately step backward. It's obvious Wolf's nearing the end stage of the disease and is therefore highly contagious. He says, "I wouldn't come here if I had somewhere else to go. You know I wouldn't. But I need help. I'm not going to live much longer. I know what an imposition this is, but I'm hoping you'll let me die here." He had escaped from one of the centers. Later, we'd learned that he'd approached a few other people, and all of them had sent him away. He said, "I won't ask to come inside, but I thought maybe I could stay in the pool cottage. I won't ask you for anything else, but I want to die indoors, in a house." I didn't know what to say. I could feel Norris just behind me gripping my arm. Finally, I said, "I need to talk to Norris," and Wolf nodded and retreated behind the poplar again, as if to give us privacy, and Norris and I walked back up the path. He looked at me, and I looked at him, and neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. We knew what we would do. I had my wallet with me, and I took out everything I had, a little more than $500. And then we walked again toward the tree, and Wolf reappeared. "Wolf," I said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But we can't. Norris is vulnerable. You know that. We can't. We just can't. I'm so sorry." I invoked you, Charles. I said, "A friend of ours has connections in the administration. He can get you help. He can get you into a better center." I wasn't sure if there was such a thing even as a better center, but I promised it. Then I put the money down, about a foot away from us. "I can get you more if you need it," I said. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, panting, looking down at the money, swaying slightly on his feet. And then I grabbed Norris's hand, and we hurried back to the house. By the last 100 feet, we were running as if Wolf had the strength to pursue us, as if he'd suddenly soar into the air like a witch and block the doorway. Once inside, we bolted the door and then went about the house checking every window and every lock, as if Wolf would suddenly charge through one of them and fill the house with his disease. But do you know what the worst part was? How angry Norris and I were. We were angry that Wolf had gotten sick, that he had come to us, that he had asked for our help, that he had put us in such a position. That was what we said to ourselves that night as we gorged ourselves, all the window shades drawn, all the security systems armed, the pool house, as if he might even now go there, padlocked shut. How dare he? How dare he make us feel that way? How dare he make us say no to him? That was what we thought. A friend was helpless and afraid, and that was how we reacted. Things were never quite the same between us after that. Oh, I know, everything always looked fine, but something changed. It was as if our connection was no longer founded in love, but in shame, in this terrible secret we had, in this terrible, inhumane thing we had done together. And I blame Wolf for that as well. Every day, we stayed indoors, scanning the property with binoculars. We offered the security team double pay to come back, but they said no. And so we prepared ourselves for a siege, a one-man siege. We kept all the shades drawn, the shutters closed. We lived as if we were in a horror film, like at any moment we might hear a thump against one of the windows and draw the shade to find Wolf plastered against it. We were able to convince the local police to monitor the death tolls for the area, but when the word came 2 weeks later that Wolf had been found alongside the highway, dead for apparently several days, we still weren't able to give up our watch.
We stopped answering our phones, we stopped checking our messages, we stopped making ourselves available to anyone, because if we weren't in contact with the outside world, then nothing would be asked of us, and we would be safe. After we were given the all clear, we returned to Washington Square, but we never went back to Watermill. Nathaniel, you asked once why we never went out to Frog's Pond Way. This is why. We also never spoke of Wolf again. It wasn't something we had to agree on, we just both knew not to. Over the years, we tried to make reparations for our guilt. We gave to charities that help the sick, we gave to hospitals, we gave to activist groups fighting